The 73rd Miss World, in partnership with our sponsors.
Diamond sponsor, Galeo Simcoe. Official host destination in Hải Phòng, khu du lịch quốc tế Đồi Rồng, Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn. Official transportation sponsor, Omoda and Triku Việt Nam. Transportation sponsor, Việt Travel. Host in Hạ Long, Beam Group.
Gold sponsor, Sovico Group, Phú Long Corporation, HD Bank, Vicky Digital Bank. Official airline partner, Vietjet Air.
Hospitality sponsor, Imperial Hotel Vũng Tàu. Strategic Technology Partner Official Voting Portal, Eventista. Media sponsor, Tclon Media. Hospitality sponsor in Hạ Long, Intercontinental Hạ Long Bay Resort. The yacht sponsor, Gathering Cruises. Hospitality sponsor, Radisson Blue Hotel Hạ Long Bay. The Wilson Premium Hạ Long Hotel. Hospitality sponsor in Nha Trang, Novotel Nha Trang. Ibala Hotel and Spa. Khu du lịch suối khoáng nóng I Resort. Potic Hotel Nha Trang. Regalia Gold Hotel Nha Trang. Vocal Senior Bay Nha Trang by HSG. Hyatt Regency Nha Trang. Boma Resort Nha Trang.
Iconic Hotel, Citadines Bayfront Nha Trang. The Morning Glow Handwritten Collection, Tui Blue Nha Trang.
Shopping and entertainment partner, Gold Coast Mall in Nha Trang. Hospitality sponsor in Đà Nẵng, 4 Points by Sheraton Đà Nẵng. Hospitality sponsor, La Chateau Hotel.
Special Energy Coffee sponsor, Trung Nguyên Legend.
The Iconic Bag sponsor, Châu Phíp. Fashion sponsor, Alice. Exclusive olive oil partner, Olivola. Accompanying sponsor, Sun House. Fashion sponsor, Le Soleil. Kaylin. WFVN, we are from Vietnam. Food sponsor, Yuri Station. Drink sponsor, Yi He Tang. Vietnamese Heritage Dining Partner, Cơm Niêu Thiên Lý. Accompanying sponsor, Tây Nguyên Food Việt Nam.
Trường cao đẳng kỹ thuật công nghệ Bách khoa CTech.
Service sponsor, Vinex. Jewelry accessory sponsor, Avery Jewelry.
Co-sponsor, Bear Soil.
Media sponsor, Unique OOH. Notch Group.
Hoa Mộc Media and Event.
Healthcare sponsor, Sante Hospital. Fashion sponsor, Duy Trần Couture. Jenny Brado.
Lavance.
Đồng phục Hải Anh. Pili Fashion. Flower sponsor, Chiến Flowers. Drink sponsor, trà sữa ít béo từ hạt Mobeya.
Drink sponsor, Yến Sao Khánh Hòa.
Accompanying sponsor,
Shin Cà Phê.
Trendy Beauty. Official Glam Partner, Quân Nguyễn Poulet Academy. Service sponsor, Lock and Lock. The new kind of soda sponsor, Sela. Food sponsor, Marina Beach Club Nha Trang. Tiệm Yến Nha Trang. Papa Sốt. Cuckoo Buffet. Juices and nutritious cereal sponsor, Legumes. Public Speaking and Communication Coach, The TV Face. Legal Advisory Support Unit, Công ty luật ATQ. Media sponsor, Tower Hill Communications. Suzu Group. Thế Anh 28 Entertainment. Thế Giới Hoa hậu. Molly Group. Bamboo Creative. World Beauties. World Press. Backstage Showbiz. MZ News. Z Studio. Zalo Video. TikTok. Star Nation. Top Show. Diamond sponsor, Galeo Simcoe.
Tọa lạc tại vùng đất linh thiêng Đồ Sơn, nơi hội tụ linh khí của đất trời và vẻ đẹp hùng vĩ của thiên nhiên. Một ngày tại đồi rồng không chỉ là hành trình khám phá hệ sinh thái nghỉ dưỡng đẳng cấp, mà còn là hành trình lưu giữ những khoảnh khắc gắn kết gia đình, nơi mỗi trải nghiệm đều trở thành một kỷ niệm đáng nhớ. Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn, quần thể du lịch nghỉ dưỡng nổi trên biển, top 10 dự án hướng tới mục tiêu phát triển bền vững nhất Việt Nam.
Cuộc sống là những bước chân đưa ta muôn chặng hành trình. Từng khoảnh khắc, từng cảm xúc, từng dấu ấn sẽ mãi được lưu giữ qua những trang ký ức về một chặng hành trình đầy tự hào. Xuyên Việt, hành trình trải nghiệm văn hóa bản địa.
Gold sponsor, Phú Long Corporation.
Như một khu vườn tươi tốt, được tạo nên từ sự vun trồng và chăm sóc. Tiếp tục hành trình lấy khách hàng làm trọng tâm. HD Bank Priority mang đến hàng loạt đặc quyền về tài chính cùng những sản phẩm riêng biệt và những người đồng hành đáng tin cậy, đem lại những trải nghiệm sống mới mẻ và giá trị cộng thêm tốt nhất cho mỗi khách hàng. HD Bank Priority tận hưởng đặc quyền, gia tăng lợi ích.
Bạn muốn món ăn tươi ngon nóng sốt, muốn thỏa thích shopping, hàng xịn hết ý. Vietjet phục vụ mọi mong muốn theo đúng sở thích. Bay là thích ngay.
Eventista, nền tảng tối đa doanh thu cho nghệ sĩ và sự kiện giải trí, kết nối khán giả toàn cầu có mặt trên 100 quốc gia, đa dạng nguồn thu từ cộng đồng, thanh toán không giới hạn với hơn 200 phương thức thanh toán tại tiền nước, cổng bình chọn uy tín của nhiều cuộc thi sắc đẹp toàn cầu, mua vé sự kiện trong nước và quốc tế dễ dàng, cửa hàng vật phẩm của nhãn hàng và sự kiện, thẻ hội viên dành cho người hâm mộ nghệ sĩ. Truy cập ngay onezone.vn khám phá các sự kiện và kết nối với nghệ sĩ của bạn.
Media sponsor, Media.
Step aboard Catherine Cruise, a luxurious voyage where tradition intertwines with contemporary elegance. Inspired by Indochine style, in the heart of Ha Long Bay, Catherine Cruise, where identities converge.
Hospitality sponsor, the Wilson Premium Hạ Long Hotel. Diamond sponsor, Galen Simcoe.
Tọa lạc ngay trung tâm phố biển, Novotel Nha Trang thuộc tập đoàn Accor cung cấp dịch vụ tiêu chuẩn quốc tế với 100% phòng có ban công hướng biển, trải nghiệm ẩm thực quốc tế và đặc sản địa phương đến các set menu Á, Âu đặc sắc. Novotel Nha Trang, điểm đến lý tưởng cho kỳ nghỉ của gia đình bạn.
Hospitality sponsor in Nha Trang, Ibala Hotel and Spa.
Giữa chốn phồn hoa náo nhiệt, một tuyệt tác kiến trúc được tạo dựng. La Chateau Hotel không chỉ là nơi dừng chân mà là trải nghiệm sống đẳng cấp. Để tái tạo năng lượng, tìm lại sự cân bằng. La Chateau Hotel, tuyệt tác lâu đài giữa chốn phồn hoa.
Special Energy Coffee Sponsor, Trung Nguyên Legend.
Diamond Sponsor, Galen Simcoe.
Tọa lạc tại vùng đất linh thiêng Đồ Sơn, nơi hội tụ linh khí của đất trời và vẻ đẹp hùng vĩ của thiên nhiên. Một ngày tại đồi rồng không chỉ là hành trình khám phá hệ sinh thái nghỉ dưỡng đẳng cấp, mà còn là hành trình lưu giữ những khoảnh khắc gắn kết gia đình, nơi mỗi trải nghiệm đều trở thành một kỷ niệm đáng nhớ. Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn, quần thể du lịch nghỉ dưỡng nổi trên biển, top 10 dự án hướng tới mục tiêu phát triển bền vững nhất Việt Nam.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the head-to-head challenge here at the Miss World Festival. And on day 1, we heard from the contestants in Europe, and then we heard from the contestants in the Americas and Caribbean. And there's been a huge amount of support for the different countries online, and thank you all for your comments. The contestants did extremely well on the first day, and we wish the best of luck to all of those who are making their presentations today. Today is the turn of Asia and Oceania, who will go first this morning, and this afternoon, the final stage will be with the continent of Africa. So without further ado, let's begin today's head-to-head challenge. And our first contestant from Asia and Oceania, Australia.
Good morning, distinguished judges, Miss World sisters, and those watching from around the world. My name is Olivia Spanovskis, proudly representing my beautiful country, Australia, and I work as a marketing executive in the experiential tourism industry. My advocacy stems around the importance of connection to inspire conservation of our natural world. Growing up, I was fortunate to travel around Australia with my family, and it was through these experiences that introduced me to not just the beauty of the natural world, but also its significance and importance of its protection. Some moments stay with you, some moments change the way you see the world. From jumping into the water and gliding alongside a whale shark, to witnessing the fragile moments of a turtle bobbing to the surface as the sun is setting over the horizon. Walking through ancient rainforests that burst with life found nowhere else on Earth, and going to Ningaloo Reef and connecting with traditional owner Hazel, learning from her perspective the importance of country and the importance of treading lightly to protect these places into the future. It's through moments like these that I learned that some of our greatest lessons go beyond the classroom. They are made through experiences. And today, working in the experiential tourism industry, I help other people connect with nature, the connections that I have formed myself. Yet these places are facing increasing pressures. Australia faced back-to-back marine heatwaves in 2024 and 2025, forming the most extensive coral bleaching event on record. And in my home state of South Australia, we face an unprecedented algal bloom, which caused marine species to vanish. Yet these are not just in Australia, these are impacting worldwide. Of course, the more disconnected we become from the natural world, the easier it is to overlook these challenges. If we're asking people to protect these places, they firstly need to understand why they matter. As Sir David Attenborough once said, no one will protect what they don't care about, and no one will care about what they've never experienced. This belief forms the foundation of my Beauty with a Purpose project, Kanyini. Kanyini is a First Nations concept revolved around unconditional love with responsibility, meaning embodying nurture, connection, and care for all of our land and the beings that live within it. While I do not speak on the cultural and spiritual knowledge, his message has deeply shaped the values around my project. Kanyini uses storytelling and education to inform, empower, and inspire individuals to go beyond simply seeing, exploring how purpose-led travel can inspire conservation. Through Kanyini, I've travelled across my hometown of South Australia, connecting with conservation groups and ecotourism operators to raise awareness of the importance of this movement in the tourism industry. Working alongside the Great Southern Reef Foundation, I've used their platform to raise awareness about the beauty of what lies beneath the surface, the challenges it currently faces, and the importance of the role we all take in safeguarding these places into the future. I met with Carl Charter, founder of Experiencing Marine Sanctuaries, who shared that a single encounter that he had once experienced in the natural world had changed the trajectory of his life, where he now uses his efforts to connect other people to the beauty of the natural world in hope to create the advocacy through other people's eyes. From awe to connection to advocacy. And at Arkaba, an ecotourism experience based in South Australia's iconic Flinders Ranges, I met with Francis, who explored regenerative tourism, going beyond not just connecting people to place, but also showing how it can actively give back to the restoration and conservation. Research involving more than 13,000 participants found that people who felt more connected to the natural world based on their first-hand experiences were more willing to actively connect and inspire and protect. For me, this isn't about encouraging people to travel more, it's about encouraging people to connect more. Because while the landscapes we each call home may look different, we all have something worth protecting. Connection creates understanding, understanding inspires care,
Time.
and care inspires action. Because every person who forms a connection with the natural world becomes another voice for its future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Australia. Our next candidate is Bangladesh.
We often think that changing the world requires something extraordinary. However, I believe it starts when one person chooses to care. Good morning, everyone. I'm Samanzar Saeed, Miss World Bangladesh 2026. And today I stand here representing the hope, the dream, and the spirit of 178 million people in my country. Growing up in a family of doctors, I very early on in my life learned the importance of healthcare. And then having graduated in biochemistry and biotechnology, aspiring to become a scientist, I often ask myself, what is the point, what is the value of my education if not to improve the life of others around me? I want to share a story from my childhood which really shaped my mindset. When I was about 5 years old, I had a little friend named Rafi who used to play with me while his mother worked in my house. He came from an underprivileged community. Due to poor food and water sanitation, a diarrheal outbreak occurred and he fell sick. And unfortunately, he could not survive, which was a huge shock to me, and that loss stayed with me forever because at that age, I could not understand why it was so severe for him and not for me. While working in hospitals and labs, I saw how many diseases could be prevented if people simply knew how to prevent them. According to WHO, around 1.4 million people suffer and pass away annually due to diseases that could be prevented. And that statistic did not sit well with me. So I started working with awareness campaigns regarding hygiene awareness. I worked with It's Humanity Foundation for 3 years, and that became my commitment in my Beauty with a Purpose project, Hygiene for Health Bangladesh. In our advocacy, we focus on 7 essential modules: hand hygiene, food hygiene, water hygiene, oral hygiene, personal hygiene, menstrual hygiene, and environmental hygiene. We not only spread awareness, but we also distribute hygiene kits. We keep record of the communities and the hospitals before and after we have visited them. And we occasionally have organized cleanup drives very recently before I came here, which promoted safe waste management. Now, I want to ask you all present here that when we look back, when we think about our hygiene, it's simply just a shift in our mindset that could collectively improve the life of everyone around us. And this movement has been growing in my country. I have recruited about 1,000 volunteers, and 100,000 people have been reached through my education and my awareness. Jago Foundation has pledged 60,000 youth volunteers, and 125 NGOs have agreed to collaborate with me in my project. These are numbers, but these are also people who are interested in this issue and who deeply care about this issue and who are willing to work with me. My greatest honor is during the official launch of my Hygiene for Health Bangladesh Foundation, the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare and the Honorable Minister of Environment, Forests and Climate Change have been present to officially launch my foundation. Since then, we have recruited volunteers, and through fundraisers and charity events, we have raised funds to sustain our campaign and to sustain our foundation.
Time.
And I don't want it to stop here. I stand here today and I proudly let you all know that it is truly just a simple step that we can take, a simple responsibility and a simple choice to care that can improve the lives of everyone around us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bangladesh. Our next contestant, Cambodia.
And hello, my name is Ilekna from Cambodia. My beauty with a purpose called Little Heart, Bright of Future. Sometimes life doesn't begin gently. I growing up watching my parents, separation, and even as a child, I understood that life would be different for me. I also saw the pork rice and barbecue on the street with my single mother. I was trying to survive. I also saw the children in my country who had even less, like the abandoned, hurt children from abuse and those with disability. According to reports in Cambodia, 48.7% of children live in poverty, and 18% of children live one living parents. And I also asking myself, is no one come for them who will? That question never left my heart. So I thought that Little Heart Bright of Future, offering school, mentoring, and mental health support for children who need it the most. If my story mean anything, I hope to see the world can become purpose, and purpose can become love for others. Now, I also got for a bullying. I cannot speak English and my beauty and my skin. But I choose to keep moving forward with hard work and gratitude. Standing here today, I have been strong and fighting for this. I want to tell everyone that now I can do it, and I know everyone can do it also. Please believe in yourself, just like I do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cambodia. Now, please welcome the People's Republic of China.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dong Yifei, Miss World China. 我的名字寄托着内心纯粹、专一、 心怀温柔、处事坚定的期许。
Good morning, everyone. My name in Chinese indicates expectations of pureness, gentleness, and dedication.
我在北京长大，成长于单亲家庭。虽然我的父母走向了不同的人生道路，但是他们始终给予我满满的爱与支持。这让我很早就懂得，一个人的完整不取决于家庭形式，而在于如何理解爱，并且把这份力量传递出去。
I was raised by a single parent in Beijing. Although my parents have gone down their separate ways in life, they have always given me so much love and support. This taught me early on that a person's integrity doesn't depend on the form of one's family, but on how to understand love and channel that power.
从小我学习中国舞、书法、声乐和舞台艺术。21岁，我登上了全国大学生艺术展演开幕式，成为了全场唯一的女主持人。其实站在聚光灯之下，我的声音可以传递给台下上千名观众。
From a young age, I studied Chinese dance, calligraphy, vocal music, and stage art. At the age of 21, I appeared at the opening ceremony of the National University Art Exhibition and became the only female presenter. Standing in the spotlight, my voice can be heard by thousands in the audience.
站在那个舞台上，我真切体会到声音和表达拥有打动人心、鼓舞他人的力量。我意识到，如果我只把舞台用来展现自我，那其实是远远不够的。手握这份影响力，我希望可以把光和勇气带给更多有需要的人。也正因
When standing on that stage, I really appreciated the power of voice and expression to move people and inspire others. It occurred to me that it wouldn't be enough if I only used the stage to express myself. With this influence, I hope to bring light and courage to more people in need.
也正因为如此，我有幸投身到已经开展8年的美育公益项目当中，前往西藏偏远山区，为当地孩童带去艺术课程和学习物资。
That's why I participated in the 8-year-old beauty care project. We traveled to the remote mountainous areas in Tibet to bring art classes and school supplies to local children.
我至今记得初见孩子们的模样，多数孩子腼腆内向，低头羞于表达，不敢展现自我。我们不去苛求他们追求完美，只是耐心陪伴他们一点点探索。
I still remember seeing them for the first time. Most of them were shy and introverted. They cast their eyes down and were afraid to express themselves. We didn't ask them to be perfect. We just patiently accompanied them in their exploration.
一同绘画，感受色彩；一同歌唱，练习简单的舞蹈；反复示范，不断给予鼓励，引导他们勇敢地迈出第一步。
We paint together and we feel the color together, sing together and practice simple dances, repeated demonstrations and constant encouragement to guide them to take their first step.
渐渐的，改变发生了。曾经低头的孩子抬起头颅，不敢举手的孩子们主动参与。当他们完成画作，跳起舞蹈，勇敢地站在众人的面前时，脸上绽放出无比明亮的笑容。
Gradually, change happened. Children who used to keep their heads down raised their heads, and children who were afraid to raise their hands took part. When they finished their paintings, danced, and stood bravely in front of the crowd, their faces burst into a smile.
那一刻，其实我深深地懂得，我交付给他们的远不止一节艺术课。这段经历同样重塑了我。我真切地读懂，美不局限于外在容貌，真正的美是当你有幸收获机遇和善意之后，把这份力量愿意向外传递。这便是我心中的 beauty with a purpose.
At that moment, I knew deeply that we were giving them more than just one simple art class. This experience also reshaped me. I fully understood that beauty is not limited to appearance. True beauty is the willingness to pass on the power of beauty and goodwill when you are blessed with them. And this is the beauty with a purpose for me.
美不只是个体的光芒，更应当化为行动。当一个人被看见、被鼓励，获得机会，便可以转身去看见、照亮、支持更多人。
Beauty is more than the glory of an individual. It should be translated into action. When a person is seen, encouraged, and given the opportunity, they can turn around to see, light up, and support more people.
于我而言 ，Beauty with a purpose 就是让美付诸行动，让机遇带来改变，让一束微光可以点亮更多前行的道路。
For me, beauty with a purpose is to put beauty into action, let opportunity bring change, let a beam of light can light more road forward.
I'm 董一菲 Miss World China. Thank you.
Thank you very much, People's Republic of China. Now, I'm sure a lot of you will know that today we're running all of the remaining contestants in the head-to-head challenge. After we've heard from all of them, there will be a draw made from those the top 5 in each group for the subjects for the next round. And after we have that draw, each continent will speak on the subject that they've drawn to decide the winner of each continent. And then there'll be a further round, the final round, where each of the group winners go against each other head-to-head with the final challenge. So, our next contestant in the head-to-head challenge is Cook Islands.
Kia ora and Sing Chao. My name is Tiari, just like a flower in my homeland, Henry Anguna, and I am proudly representing my beautiful nation of the Cook Islands. My Beauty with a Purpose project is called the Eikatsu Project, and in English, it translates to flower crown. An Eikatsu is woven flower by flower, each one different, each one adding strength, beauty, and meaning. I believe every young woman is the same. As many of us have said here earlier, I too have lost my father. About 2 years ago, my family of 3 decided to travel overseas to New Zealand to receive better medical care for my father's heart condition. But because of this move, my father was unhappy. He wanted to be back home in our little paradise. He wanted to be home in his culture, his roots, his family and his friends. But because of this, we made another risky decision to move back home, to move back to the Cook Islands, where then my father passed away knowing he was back home, surrounded by his people and his culture. My father always believed in me. He always saw strength in me that I never could see in myself. He believed in me. But it also helped me recognize how many other young women simply needed someone else to help them understand who they are and where they belong to, and how to see that they must be grounded in their culture and their identity. And that's where the Eikatsu Project came to life. Back home in the Cook Islands, 3 times a week, I train with younger girls of my community, teaching them the rhythm of the beats, the swaying of our hips, and understanding our culture, our folklore, and that's something I'm very passionate about. Seeing the younger generation so happy in what we do, so happy of being grounded of our culture, makes me, as an individual, feel so happy, knowing that my culture is alive, that our identity is strong, and that I, as a proud Cook Islander, can gladly say that our traditions and our culture is alive today, and I am proof. Back home in the Cook Islands, I hope to inspire our younger generation to know that there's a sense of belonging, that there's a sense of identity. A big challenge that we face in the Cook Islands today is depopulation. About 85% of Cook Islanders now live abroad. This is due to better medical care, better education, and better opportunity. However, this is placing our culture and traditions and our future at risk. However, there's solutions. I am a proud example of how our tradition and our culture and our identity can stay alive. Because myself, alongside my community back home in the Cook Islands, we are strong. And we are a set example to show other Cook Islanders all over the world, but also different people from their own country, to know that there's a sense of belonging. There's a sense of home. There's a sense of passion of knowing who you are as a proud person of the Cook Islands and of your own country. So I just wanted to say, know your roots, know your culture, and be proud of who you are. It's a sense of belonging. Wear your flower crown with might and justice. Be beautiful, be kind, and be proud. Kia orana e kia manuia, sing chao, and thank you.
And thank you, Cook Islands, not only for the presentation, but having the only headwear that has grown while you've been here. Our next contestant is India.
I still can't believe I'm standing here on the Miss World stage today. The butterflies are real, and so is Mrs. Morley sitting in front of me. As a child, I always used to write letters to the God about my wishes, about what I wanted from my life. I think standing here, one of those letters are fulfilled by God. Thank you so much, Miss World Organization, Mrs. Morley, and all of you sitting here being a part of this beautiful day. And I must say it takes immense courage to be here, share your stories, open your hearts. So can we please have a huge round of applause for all the ladies sitting here? Namaste world. I'm Nikita Purwal from India, an actor, a playwright, and an advocate for the tribal welfare of women and children. When I take you to my mission, I would want you to envision the possibility with me. We all have our water bottles right in front of us. We can touch it, we can see through it, we can drink it. And we simply move on without thinking where the water has come from, if it is safe or not, because it's simply there. But that there is not everyone's reality. And I understood that when I was traveling through the jungles of my state, this hidden beauty carried a very uncomfortable truth, that the communities which have been holding our forests from so long, which have been protecting our rivers, our land, are the very communities that are drifted apart from the basic necessities, from the basic access of life. I began traveling through different tribes and different regions back in Madhya Pradesh, my home state, which has the largest tribal population in the country. And I realized that any community lies its future in its women and its children. Because a child cannot choose a home, a child cannot choose hunger, a child cannot choose hardship they are born into. And a mother cannot choose to keep pouring her body without giving herself enough nutrition to replenish it. It's those moments, those stories that stayed with me. And I must say it was not easy to break the ice, to reach out to them, because it was not a one-day visit or a one-day job. I went there constantly, over and over again. And most of the times I remember standing outside their homes, waiting for them to come and talk to me, because I really wanted to understand their challenges. I really wanted to understand their lives firsthand. Because tribal communities, there are a lot of assumptions made around them. What do they look like? What do they need? Even how progress sounds to them. So I did not want to assume. I want to listen to them. But that took me quite a long, and when they finally opened up to me, the mothers began talking about their pregnancies, their hunger, and the nutrition. The girls who were once hesitant around me started opening about me their periods. And the children who once looked at me from afar trusted with the food that I placed in their hands. And it's these stories then that changed my life and began my purpose, Mati. Mati in Hindi means soil. And the people of my country very lovingly call me the daughter of his soil. So I realized that my first responsibility lies towards the keepers of our soil, the tribal communities and the women and the children of tribal communities. I later on went to join hands with one of the most inspiring models of the tribal development, which is the Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, where I stood in a kitchen of 40,000 children where they were being fed 4 times a meal a day. And that moment of them waving me bye for my Miss World, me sharing my story, listening to them, and that was something that I'm carrying with me till here. And I still hope that when I go back to India, I get to see them and I get to share this journey with them again, because they were so excited to know that I was representing India and representing their stories, because it is this representation which gives them opportunities, and I'm really grateful to Miss World Organization for giving us all of that. As I said, I used to write letters to the God. So one last time for the head-to-head challenge and for the beauty with the purpose, let's write this letter to the God, that may no child has a ground that he cannot stand on. May he has enough sky to dream. May no girl be put into the shackles of marriage before she enjoys her childhood and her girlhood. And may water be ordinary and hunger becomes a memory. May we dream high, and may the tribal communities, which are our roots, the very existence, the very roots of our existence, soar high, and we can just dream of a better and a bigger tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, India. Our next contestant, Indonesia.
Testing. Xin chào world. Good morning, distinguished judges, the Honorable Mrs. Julia Morley, CBE, and my beautiful, beautiful sisters. I now humbly ask each and every one of you to close your eyes for 10 seconds. It's 10 seconds. What you probably see right now is complete and utter darkness, pitch black. Please open your eyes now. For us, it is merely a thought experiment. But for the people in Leyte Palolo in Indonesia, that is what nighttime looks like. It is their whole life. Before I jump into that, I would like to say that, Xin chào, my name is Audrey Bianca and I represent Indonesia. Growing up, my mother always told me, in the words of our national heroine, Raden Ajeng Kartini, that after darkness comes light, which means that whatever difficulty that we are facing right now, there is hope in the end of the tunnel. Better times will come, and that whatever that is worthy does not come easy. This has been my life motto ever since, and has shaped me to the woman I am today. It has led me to the Miss World stage in Vietnam and my beauty with a purpose. Now, Leyte Palolo, a village that is located in the eastern part of Indonesia, has 38 houses and 310 residents. 36 of them are children, which they have a childhood that is a bit different than most of ours. What I remember the most is that when night falls, these children kept on studying in the dark, only using a flicker of an oil lamp, the ones where you have to light up with fire and smoke comes out of it. When I remember sitting there, I remember the sting in my eyes and my nose. I remember how painful it was. But what even more painful is is realizing that these children have to go through this every single day just to study. Which is why we decided to give them light and electricity. Because in this village, when the sun sets, everything stops. Even something as small as charging a phone means crossing to another village entirely and having to pay 5,000 rupiah just for that one use. And the lack of electricity is only the beginning. There's extreme poverty, lack of access to clean water, lack of security and safety, real education. There are so many things that we never even have to think twice about. And I knew standing there that I could not simply turn and walk away, not after seeing how hard these people fight for their lives. I decided that it is right that we bring them light and electricity. But I was frequently asked this one question: is it enough? Is it impactful to simply give them light? I know this one quote that is familiar for all of us. You give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. You give him the tools to fish and you teach him, you feed him for a lifetime. We could have only given them supplies, books, but we decided we want to give them something more, something that renews itself every single morning, which leads me to the 3 pillars of my beauty with a purpose. Firstly, we decided to build a multi-function hall that serves as the center of electricity, and children can study and people can gather. Secondly, we installed 8 solar panels and system and a battery, and we taught the villagers how to manage it. And lastly, we installed 1 solar lamp for each home so villagers can keep on doing their activities at night. When we finished this project, I realized that beauty with a purpose is not a responsibility. It is a privilege. It was a privilege for me to see the fighting spirit of the people. It was a privilege for me to see their faces and reaction when we turned on the lights for the very first time. They were crying, they were jumping up and down, and they were thanking me. It was over something that we deem so simple, a light, but it is life-changing for some. For them, having access to light and electricity is not only being able to see things at night, but it opens so many doors, opportunities, productivity, and more time spent together.
Time.
This is why this project is called Habis Gelap Terbitlah Terang. After darkness comes light. Because no child or anyone deserves to get their dreams taken away by darkness or a lack of light. I am Audrey Bianca, and I am sharing the light given to me from Indonesia to the world. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Indonesia. Our next candidate is from Japan.
Minasan, konnichiwa. Xin Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yui Kawana, and I'm honored to represent my beautiful country, Japan, at Miss World. I am a model and an actress. As an actress, I have always believed that stories have the power to move people. But the story that has inspired me most wasn't on the screen. It came from real life. When the greatest Japan earthquake happened, I was just 9 years old. Growing up in Japan, living with earthquake was part of everyday life. Years later, when I visited Noto after the earthquake and Tomioka in Fukushima, I realized that sometimes the most powerful way to help someone is simply to stand beside them. Japan is a beautiful country, but it is also a country where natural disasters are part of life. We never know when or where the next earthquake will happen. Only recently, another major earthquake struck Kumamoto, reminding us that disasters are still part of our reality. Yet every time Japan is tested, I see people choosing kindness, supporting one another, and finding the strength to stand up again. When I visited Noto and Tomioka, I met people who had lost so much. But what stayed with me most was not what they had lost. It was the way they cared for one another. That experience told me that recovery is not only about rebuilding towns. It is about making sure that no one feels alone. That belief inspired my Beauty with a Purpose project, waving hope from disasters. Through this project, I learned that even the smallest act of kindness can give someone hope. Sometimes, simply saying, "You are not alone," can make all difference. Before I continue, I would like to share a few words in Japanese with everyone watching from Japan. 日本で聞いてくださっている皆さん、日本はこれまで何度も自然災害を乗り越えてきました。その姿を見て私は、どんな出来事もいつか自分たちの強さに変えていけるのだと感じています。人生もきっと同じです。思うようにいかないことや、何か辛いことがあっても、何か立ち止まるようなことがあっても、その時間が無駄になることはありません。自分たちが歩いてきた道を信じて、そしてまた自分らしく前を向く大切さを忘れないでほしいです。What I just shared in Japanese in message about believing in the past, we have worked and turning even difficult experiences into strengths. Today, I want to leave you with one message. No matter what happens, never lose hope. And if someone beside you needs hope, please stand by them. Even a small act of kindness can give someone strength. Together, we can stand up again because no one should face hard times alone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Japan. And our next candidate, Kazakhstan.
Hello world, xin chào Việt Nam. My name is Bagam Baltabayeva, Miss World Kazakhstan 2024. Kazakh culture, Mayana is a goddess who protects mothers and children. I believe that Mayana lives in every woman, in our care, in our kindness, in our wish to protect others. When I was a child, I first felt her inside me when I once visited an orphanage. I saw so many children who were just like me. They had dreams, beliefs, and hopes, but they didn't have something I had, a family. That experience inspired me to take action. Today, I am a primary school teacher. I work closely with children. I also volunteer and founder of social project, More Than Beauty. The name of our project reflects my belief that beauty is not only about appearance, that beauty is also about kindness, responsibility, and impact we make on of other people's lives. More Than Beauty focuses on supporting families and mothers in difficult situations and preventing orphanhood. We also cooperate with the organization, with the Anaya organization. We brought together more than 200 volunteers, doctors, and organizations. We have already supported more than 100 women. We provide them information, guidance, and support. Because helping one mother can mean helping an entire family. And protecting a family can mean today preventing a child from entering an orphanage tomorrow. Our work also contributes to the Sustainable Development Goals, especially Goal 1, no poverty, and Goal 10, reduce inequalities. We have already taken several real action. First is we organize public events with local bloggers influenced to raise awareness about importance of family preservation and work with the Anaya organization. We give them opportunity to learn new skills and develop professionally, because I believe that empowerment is one of the biggest and strongest form of support. My mission is so simple, but it's so important. I want to contribute to ending orphanhood. This is not a problem in only my country. It exists in many parts of the world. I want to show for whole world that beauty can be a powerful tool for change. By bringing people together, raise awareness, speaking about difficult public issues, we can make real difference in the world. We are not changing their life, their present, we are also changing our future. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Kazakhstan. And now we move to Korea.
In one of my university classes, my teacher asked us a question. He asked, if there is God, why is there so much pain and suffering in this world? Back then, I couldn't quite give him an answer to that question, but that got me thinking about my own experiences. And I believe one of the most painful experiences I had was watching my grandma battling the Alzheimer's disease. Watching someone you love slowly change right in front of you is extremely difficult. Seeing my grandmother become increasingly confused and just act in ways I could not understand was very overwhelming to me, especially at a younger age. Back then, I thought the worst part was that out of everyone, my grandmother was the one struck by this fate. But when I look back now, what I regret the most and what hurts me the most is that I could not give her the attention or the understanding or patience that she deserved. Fate had already struck, but I failed to act upon it. Instead of trying to understand her, I was much rather focused on the resentment that this pain was caused upon someone I love. I was busy blaming fate that it had struck my grandmother. I couldn't help but just wonder, why can't my grandmother play with me? Why can't she talk to me the way other grandparents do? Why can't she go on walks with me? I was just stuck in sorrow and let resentment get the better of me. I was too immature, uninformed, and most of all, ignorant. But I did not want my regret or my mistake go to waste. I wanted to learn from it. My experience with the Alzheimer's disease became the foundation of my Beauty with a Purpose project. I began visiting elderly care facilities, helping the staff with everyday tasks. But to be honest, what was most special were the simplest moments. Just to sit down with someone, listening to all of their stories, and to just keep them company, that what was truly precious. In a way, caring for them also helped heal that sense of regret inside of me, doing the things I was unable to do for my grandmother. My grandmother passed around a year ago now, and I cannot go back in time and change the way I responded to her. But I used my regret as a drive to learn how to treat other people in similar situations today. We cannot always choose what happens to us. We cannot undo illness, loss, or suffering. But what we can do is to choose what to do with the pain. So what I wanted to say by telling my story is, no matter in what area or aspect, do not let your pain go to waste. We can turn pain into empathy. We can turn regret into responsibility. And we can use our own experience as a drive to change other people's lives and to prevent their pain. So, dear Professor, Mr. Beck, I think I finally have an answer to your question from back then. Perhaps pain is meant to teach us something. It is meant to teach us empathy, and it is meant to teach us, and it is meant to give us a purpose. And perhaps our purpose is not to live in a world completely free of pain, but instead to make sure that because we have known pain ourselves, to prevent it for others, to help others prevent it. And as all of the other wonderful contestants in this room did, I believe experiencing pain, but using that as a drive to change other people's lives, truly puts the beauty in beauty with a purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Korea. And now the turn of Kyrgyzstan.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Miss Morley. It's a privilege to stand here today as part of Miss World, a platform that gives us not only a voice, but an opportunity to turn our personal message to meaningful changes. My name is Sadat Asalbekova, and I'm proudly representing Kyrgyzstan at Miss World 2026. My project is called Every Life Matters, and it was born from something personal to me. 1 year ago, I lost my father after a 5-year battle with a rare disease called renal amyloidosis. His diagnosis came too late, and precious time was lost. During his treatment, he also experienced a serious complication, including sepsis. Watching my father's fighting from his life, it changed me forever. I can't change my father's story, but I can help change someone else's. In Kyrgyzstan, particularly in Bishkek, I want to see a stronger access to a modern diagnosis equipment, better awareness of rare diseases, and continued development of oncology care so that more patients have a better chance to receive right diagnosis and treatment as early as possible. And there is another story from my country that I carry with me. In 2013, Jibek Nukeyeva was crowned at Miss Kyrgyzstan and represent our country at Miss World 2013. She was young, beautiful, full of dreams, and like me today, once stood on the stage and representing Kyrgyzstan at Miss World 2013. Just several years later, at the age of 21, she was diagnosed a chondrosarcoma, a rare form of bone cancer, while she was pregnant. She fought for her life and for a newborn son, receiving treatment in different countries because access to modern and specialized diagnosis and treatment was not available in Kyrgyzstan. Sadly, she passed away at the age of 22. Her story and my father's story is a painful reminder that rare diseases can happen to anyone, regardless of age, dreams, or background. That is why I think that we need to talk more about early diagnosis and treatment. But my project is not only about what we need to change, it also is about what we can do today. Through Sadaka Ziakat, me and my charity foundation, we have spent several years to providing financial hardship and supporting families with serious illnesses. Together with a community of 1,000 people, we raised approximately 35 to 40 $1,000 to providing financial hardship, food, and essential emotional support to people who need it most. And sometimes helping someone doesn't mean being able to cure them. Some people may be facing an illness that cannot be cured with only a limited amount of time left. But I believe that even then, every moment matters. We can be there for them, offer emotional support, comfort their families, and help make the remaining time more peaceful and dignified. Because charity should not only help people after a crisis begins, we must also help prevent precious time from being lost. Because early diagnosis can give a person more time. More time can give a treatment. Treatment can give a hope. And hope can mean a life. I can't rewrite my father's story. Unfortunately, I can't rewrite Jibek Nukeva's stories. But I can help make sure that someone else's story has a different endings. That is the purpose of every Life Matters project. At Sadaqah, Zakat, we do not simply give assistance. We give hope, dignity, and the reminder that no one should face life's hardest moment alone. Because every life matters. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kyrgyzstan. And now, please welcome Laos.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, fellow contestants, and the member of Miss World family. My name is Mongkutpet Hansna, proudly represent my beloved country, Laos. Well, before I start, I would like to ask you a question. Do you think that we have to be the best to make a difference? Honestly, I am not. I'm not the most talented in the room. I'm not a person who always wins. And I still keep learning in every day. But I have learned one important thing, is that we don't have to be extraordinary to sing live. I am a filmmaker from Laos. Well, when I start, all I have is a camera, a story, and a listen to care. And one day, my camera took me to a small community called Kasang in the southern of Laos. There, I met a woman who were keeping traditional weaving alive. Back then, fewer than 10 families were practicing this traditional craft, and I don't have money or power to change their life. But all I have is a camera. So I asked myself, if I use this to help them, why not? Then I started to share their life, to film their story, and to help people to read more the story, the value of their tradition and craft and the culture of them. And that's how my journey as filmmaking began. Now, the community has grown from 10 weaving families to around 700 families. But you know what? I don't believe that I did it alone. The community did the work. I just simply used my skill, the thing that I have, to help people read the story, the voice that always been there. And that's changed the way I understand impact. That we don't have to wait until we have everything to help someone. We can start with what we already have, and that become the foundation of my Beauty with a Purpose project, Voice of Hope. For me, Voice of Hope is about helping people to be seen, heard, and valued by filming documentary. And maybe you are asking yourself, what can I do? I just a one person. I understand, but maybe you have a voice. Maybe you have a skill. Maybe you have a time to listen. Or maybe you simply have a kind heart. Whatever you have, use it for help someone. Because we don't have to change the whole world. One small act of kindness can give someone hope. One story can inspire one another. And that to me is what being role model means. It's not about being perfect, but choosing to care. Now, I want to leave a final question with you. What did you already have that can help someone? Because we all have something to give. And for me, I believe that the most beautiful thing a person can do is to leave the world a little brighter than they found it. I am Mongkutpet Hansna, an ordinary person who already made a positive impact for my community while following my own dream in the same time. And I am standing here. I'm not only a Miss Rollout, I am also a storyteller of my country. And this is my voice of hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Klaus. And I think you'd all agree that we're hearing some incredible stories as part of the head-to-head challenge from all of the contestants. And the standard of their presentations is extremely high. And may that continue now with our next contestant, Lebanon.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Farila Harib, Lebanon. And I feel extremely privileged to be standing here and talking about a cause so dear to my heart. When I first became Miss Lebanon, I realized that being under the spotlight required a lot of responsibility. I started being cautious about what to post and the path I need to take in order to make my voice seem heard. And it made me realize something. How do young women look at themselves through the mirror when most of their identity is shaped by a screen? Today, the technological world plays a very important aspect of each and every single one of our lives. It helps us grow, connect, build businesses, and express our voices. But the same technological world hides a deeper truth. Yes, it inspires us, but it can make us compare ourselves to others. Yes, it helps us express our voices, but it subjects us to harassment and abuse. And yes, it helps us build our confidence. But sometimes we don't know the information being said if it's right or wrong. This is why I chose my Beauty with a Purpose to be Women in Our Digital Age, protecting our voice, our beauty, and our peace. My project has 3 connecting dots. The first being the way the digital world shapes our values in relation to digital safety. In the beginning moments of my crownings, I was subject to a lot of hate. People started comparing me to unrealistic beauty standards, stating that if I at least checked one of these boxes, I would have been more deserving of the crown. This made me realize that millions of young girls are subject to edited pictures, filters, and unrealistic beauty standards. This made me want to go to universities and schools, and I did. I had open debates and conversations with young girls about the importance of loving yourself the way you are, and don't follow the trends. Be true to yourself. And because protecting the woman's confidence is only one part of the responsibility, I also took it upon me to collaborate with cybercrime units and talk about the importance of being safe online. Being safe online is not only limited to protecting your passwords and knowing what to post. It's when knowing when there's something is wrong and speaking up, because millions are subject to harassment, and they should not fear of speaking up. During my journey, my project took an unexpected turn. My beloved country underwent war, and it took a shift between humanitarian aid and digital awareness in times of crisis. I began visiting displaced families. I began talking with children with uncertainty, and I realized the importance of media literacy, knowing whether the information is coming from a reliable source and knowing if it's true or not. Because in times of war and during crisis, we do not know what information is true. We do not know if the fake evacuation warning is actually true, and it can affect a lot of family decisions. During my project, I do not aim to disconnect people from technology. On the contrary, I aim to teach them how to navigate it properly while knowing how to feel seen, heard, respected, and protected. As Miss Lebanon, I believe that my crown is not a symbol of perfection. It's a responsibility to use my voice in a way that I know can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Lebanon. Please now welcome Malaysia.
Xin chào. A very good morning to Mrs. Julia Morley, all the committee members of Miss World Organization, jury, and all my beautiful sisters around the world. Now, people may think that it is truly a privilege to be able to stand here, but little do they know that we all have been through a journey of metamorphosis to turn into the beautiful wings of a butterfly on our own. And mine is to be the change Malaysia. My journey started very small. I grew up writing a book of diary because the pen was offered by my mother. I document every chapters of my life, knowing that it's what we have to live our life the fullest. But now imagine one of the chapter made you to tear one of the chapter in your book. And that was losing my mother at the age of 14. I went through a grief. I lost her not because of any illness or anything else that could shape me into the person that I was, but because imagine going through a fatal accident because she was on her way to attend a cousin sister funeral of mine that was stabbed 21 times. In that very moment, 2 losses was owned. In that moment, I have no other option but to leave and to uplift myself and my family. I always ask the God, what did I do to go through such moments of my life? But I felt like she offered me not only something, but a woman who chose to love me as my own. I met my stepmother, who was traveling states hours just to take care of me. And I saw how much the light that she uplifted me, not because she chose to, because she wanted to. And I felt like that's the very moment I saw the inspiration behind how Beauty with a Purpose was formed. And in 2022, I told her I wanted to be an educator that doesn't only focus on academic skills, but a teacher who knows how to uplift every single individual based on how she communicates and how much more she can. And that very moment, Be the Change Malaysia was formed. I have done so many projects one by one, but not in a big, larger scales overnight. It became from planting trees with children from the rural areas, doing my own booklet for the orphanage, and also launching an autism children workshop by painting, knowing that they have different approaches to do. In 2024, I told my father that there's something about it that I want to do. And I expanded even more projects across rivers, rugged roads, and a lot more. I have launched my own society in Malaysia, registered under the Registration of Society, called Pertubuhan Suara Perubahan Insan Murni at a very young age. And it gave me a moment and opportunity to expand this even further. And one of it is to do the first ever school and hospital for the Orang Asli children, which is the indigenous children in Malaysia. There are 20 school and hospitals in Malaysia, but this one is very special. My dad believed in me more than I could, and he offered me aligning with the Ministry of Health and Education to expand this, the first ever school and hospital for them. But that's not it. I saw a very moment that I worked closely with my Miss World Malaysia organization. I co-organized workshops, and a lot more charity programs in Sabah. I saw how we planted trees and even went to hospitals to support leukemia children and children with disability who have a lot more offered talents to the world. And that's the very essence of what I believe that a teacher should be. And I told him the moment I came back, I want to document every chapter of this. With that being said, I have my own website called BeTheChangeMalaysia.org on the website where I document every testament moment of my life into the journey of mine. Because in that moment, I felt like my journey is not about myself, how much I could shine, but how much light of the candles that I could light up to every single individual. By 2028, I wish to work with the Miss World organization to expand Be The Change Malaysia into an international territory because I believe that we could work and align together to reach the desired goal. And one of the chapters that I came up before I even competed here is to expand my emotional intelligence movement in Cambodia and Vietnam. Across all these years since 2022, we have impacted 8,000 children and we have raised 60,000 ringgit. Also, by volunteering about 400 children. And I want to leave a message by saying that it's not about how much we can change the world, but how much you can be the change. Jangan tunggu dunia berubah, jadilah perubahan. 如果我们可以真到实在的改变，我们可以等到我们自己的房。மாற்றங்கள் உருவாகும் நம்ம உன்னியத வாழ்க்கைகள். And that's the very essence of how a Miss World should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Malaysia. Now, welcoming for the very first time to Miss World. I think what we'll do is should we have a break now before? Because I think we'll have our mid-break. So we'll have a 10-minute break and then we'll return with our contestant who's in Miss World for the very first time. So 10-minute break.
Gold sponsor, Phú Long Corporation.
Như một khu vườn tươi tốt, được tạo nên từ sự vun trồng và chăm sóc. Tiếp tục hành trình lấy khách hàng làm trọng tâm. HD Bank Priority mang đến hàng loạt đặc quyền về tài chính cùng những sản phẩm riêng biệt và những người đồng hành đáng tin cậy, đem lại những trải nghiệm sống mới mẻ và giá trị cộng thêm tốt nhất cho mỗi khách hàng. HD Bank Priority tận hưởng đặc quyền, gia tăng lợi ích.
Gold sponsor, Vicky Digital Bank.
Bạn muốn thoải mái như ở nhà. Muốn từng phút giây đều đáng giá. Vietjet phục vụ mọi mong muốn theo đúng sở thích. Bay là thích ngay. phong cách thời trang. Tôi chọn olive oil, dầu ô liu thượng hạng từ Tây Ban Nha, giàu vitamin E và polyphenol. Vẽ đường cong quyến rũ, nâng niu vẻ đẹp tự nhiên để tôi luôn tự tin tỏa sáng. Cùng olive oil, đẹp hơn mỗi ngày.
Đột phá mới, máy lọc nước Sunhouse Ultra X khai phá lối sống khỏe đầy cảm hứng. Tiên phong với công nghệ điện phân gấp đôi hydrogen, tiện dụng cảnh báo thay lõi theo lưu lượng nước, chọn nhiệt độ theo nhu cầu sử dụng. Uống nước khỏe, chọn Ultra X gấp đôi hydrogen.
Mỗi hành trình đều có một khoảnh khắc chuyển mình, không phải để trở thành một ai khác, mà để tự tin hơn trong chính phiên bản của mình.
Kaylin, chất riêng trong từng thiết kế.
Fashion sponsor WFVN. We're from Vietnam. Food sponsor Yuri Station.
Với 8.000 cửa hàng trên toàn thế giới và đạt mốc trên 100 cửa hàng tại thị trường Việt Nam, Gietang gây ấn tượng về cả hương vị sản phẩm lẫn trải nghiệm khách hàng, đạt số lượng bán ra lên tới 1,5 tỷ ly trà sữa nướng, đa dạng sản phẩm từ trà sữa, trà trái cây tới cà phê, liên tục ra mắt các sản phẩm hot hit dẫn đầu xu hướng và mang chất liệu văn hóa bản địa, đội ngũ nhiệt huyết và luôn tạo dựng niềm tin vững chắc cho mọi khách hàng và đối tác nhượng quyền. Gietang, thương hiệu trà sữa được yêu thích toàn cầu.
Cơm niêu Thiên Lý tự hào là chủ nhà hàng cơm niêu phủ khắp thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Thiên Lý cam kết nguồn nguyên liệu tươi ngon từ khâu sơ chế đến thành phẩm, là nơi để thực khách tìm về những bữa cơm gia đình đúng nghĩa. Cơm niêu Thiên Lý, một thập kỷ gìn giữ, quảng bá tinh hoa ẩm thực Việt.
Tây Nguyên Food Việt Nam tự hào là cái nôi của hương vị đại ngàn, mang trong mình sứ mệnh lan tỏa những giá trị ẩm thực lành mạnh đến với khách hàng trên mọi miền đất nước. Bằng cam kết không phẩm màu, không chất bảo quản, không phụ gia, chúng tôi mong muốn cùng bạn chăm sóc sức khỏe và tận hưởng những bữa ăn ngon của người Việt.
Chào mừng bạn đến với trường cao đẳng kỹ thuật công nghệ Bách khoa CTech, một thành viên của Hải Phòng Group, nơi kiến tạo tri thức, chắp cánh ước mơ và mở ra tương lai sự nghiệp cho thế hệ trẻ Việt Nam và quốc tế.
No different, no change. Not just what you wear, but not you seal. Practice to celebrate every emotion. Deciding to act, be on time. Hurry, no chance, no different.
Media sponsor Notch Group.
Hoa Mộc Media and Event.
Bệnh viện đa chuyên khoa, tiêu chuẩn quốc tế. Bệnh viện Santé, với đội ngũ bác sĩ chuyên gia đầu ngành, trang thiết bị hiện đại tiên tiến với 14 chuyên khoa mũi nhọn, chúng tôi làm việc tận tâm, hiện đại và luôn đồng hành với người bệnh.
Lavance.
Đồng phục Hải Anh, thương hiệu uy tín hàng đầu trong ngành đồng phục Việt Nam, sở hữu hệ thống sản phẩm đa dạng, dịch vụ chuyên nghiệp cùng năng lực sản xuất vượt trội. Hải Anh mang đến giải pháp đồng phục toàn diện cho doanh nghiệp, góp phần kiến tạo hình ảnh và nâng tầm giá trị thương hiệu doanh nghiệp. Đồng phục Hải Anh, tiên phong xu hướng.
Mobeja, trà sữa ít béo từ hạt với 3 không lạm dụng, không dư thừa, không vượt mức khuyến nghị, đường dưới 25g, béo thấp, ngon nguyên bản, không phải là thần dược, là lựa chọn không gây hại. Mobeja, yêu bạn như cách bạn yêu bản thân mình.
And the second part of our morning session. So far, we've heard from the contestants from Asia and Oceania. And to complete the group, which will happen this morning, we now welcome to the stage, for the very first time in the Miss World competition, the contestant from the Maldives.
Assalamu alaikum. Everyone listening here today and listening from all over the world, and my fellow sisters, a very good morning to you all. My name is Mariam Ema Mohammed, and I have the honor of representing the Maldives on this prestigious platform for the very first time. When people picture my country, they see clear water, white sand, and islands that look like a postcard. But that is not what I see. What I see is home. The Maldives is the lowest lying nation on earth with an average ground level of just 1.5 meters above the sea level. And from where I come from, the ocean is never far away. It is at the end of every road that you walk on. And when the ocean is your neighbor, you learn at a very early age that the beauty around it is also very much your responsibility. In 2004, when the Indian Ocean tsunami reached the Maldives, I was only 2 years old, so I don't remember the waters by myself, but I very much grew up hearing the stories inside about families who lost everything in minutes, communities displaced and forced to begin again on another island, 14 islands completely destroyed, and almost every inhabited island was flooded. But the tsunami taught us something else which was very important. Where our reefs were healthy, they helped protect our shores by slowing down the water before it reached us. So, our reefs were never just about the scenery. They were our defense, which is why I chose environmental conservation for my Beauty with a Purpose journey. Finally, let me start by sharing about a little bit of who I am. I'm also a student in my final year of Bachelor's of Psychology degree, hoping to specialize in criminal psychology and profiling. And straight after this, I hope to pursue my passion for fashion design and textiles degree as well. Well, psychology, fashion, and conservation. I know these may seem like worlds apart, but to me they have one thing in common. They are ways for me to understand people, connect with them, and express ideas and creating a change. Because I believe a platform should simply not give you a voice, it should ask what you intend to do with it. And I will be working with Save the Beach Maldives, a movement started shortly after the tsunami in 2007 by young Maldivians who believed that our beaches were worth saving. What began with cleanups and tree planting has grown into coral restoration, research, and environmental education. And this September, when I return home, I will be joining their reef restoration project in Vav Atoll, planting corals and reef stars myself, and working alongside the island community to reduce waste. Because conservation does not only belong to scientists and governments, in my opinion. It belongs to the fisherman, the student, the child standing on the beach, and most importantly, it belongs to all of us. And every piece of plastic that never reaches the water, and every reef that we will restore, and each person that we teach, each one small act is a way of protecting my home, our home. And what is happening to the Maldives is not only just a Maldivian story. It is a warning from a nation already standing on the front line. And I don't want the world to see Maldives as only a beautiful place to visit, I want the world to see a reminder of what we all stand to lose. And I want them to see a home worth protecting. Because the greatest legacy is not an island admired today, but an island still standing tomorrow for the children who come after us. I am Mariam Ima Mohammed, proudly representing the Maldives, and I believe even the smallest nation can carry a purpose big enough to move the world. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much as the First Lady to represent the Maldives at Miss World. Now, welcome Mongolia.
Hello world. Xin chào Vietnam. Сайн байна уу? Миний дэлхийн өнцөг булан бүрт байгаа элэг нэгт монголчуудаа. My name is Инхтул Баяр сайхан. First of all, it's a great honor and privilege to stand on this stage representing my beautiful country, Mongolia. I would also like to sincerely thank Miss Julia Morley for creating beautiful purpose and giving so many women the opportunity to raise their voice and make a difference in the world. It's an honor to stand here with women from different countries, different cultures, and backgrounds, each carrying a purpose, a story, and dream to make a difference. I believe that women's health is the foundation of strong family and thriving society. Cancer has touched many Mongolian families, including my own. And through this experience, I learned something very important. Behind every statistic, there is a woman, a mother, a daughter, a friend. And behind every woman, there is a family. Breast cancer is one of the world's most pressing public health challenges, and Mongolia has no exception. In Mongolia, it is the fourth most common cancer among women. But what concerns me most is that 60 to 70% of cases are still diagnosed of an advanced stage. Behind these numbers are real women, real families, and real lives. And this tells us one thing: we need to act earlier. That is why, as Miss World Mongolia, I choose to turn my voice into action. Inspired by this urgent need, I launched my humanitarian initiative, increasing public awareness of breast health and care. And my mission is simple: educate, screen, and empower. One of our signature campaigns is Wear Pink, Save Lives. It is more than wearing pink. It is about making breast health visible. I also had the honor of taking part in the Pink Power Run here in Nechang. For me, it was not simply a run. Every step carried the message of hope. And as I ran alongside so many people supporting this cause, I realized when we run together, we are not simply moving our bodies, we are moving a message forward. But there is one number that matters more to me than all the others, one. Because if we help just one woman detect cancer early, that could mean one mother gets more time with her children. One daughter remains by her parents' side. One family does not have to lose someone they love. That is the true meaning behind every number. And this is only the beginning. My mission is continue expanding this humanitarian initiative across Mongolia, raise awareness about the life-saving importance of early detection, empower every woman with the knowledge and confidence to take care of her health. So today, I have one simple message for every woman here. Please say it with me. Know your body. Girls, know your body. Protect your health. Do not wait. Early detection can save lives. Thank you very much. And if my voice can encourage just one woman to get screened. If one conversation can inspire her to take action, then I know my crown has found its purpose. Because when we protect a woman, we protect a family. And when we protect families, we will build a strong future. Thank you all for your kind attention.
And we can all say together as you leave the stage, thank you, Mongolia. Well done. Okay, please welcome Myanmar.
Good day, distinguished judges, my dear sisters, and hello world. I'm very honored to stand in front of you all, representing my beautiful nation called Myanmar, and sharing my voice, my purpose, and my journey with you all. My name is Han Tinh Tinh Ao, proudly representing Myanmar. I'm 20 years old, currently an English major student at the Yangon University of Foreign Languages. I am a person who believes knowledge, preparedness, and meaningful communication can enhance people's confidence and can save lives. Ladies and gentlemen, earthquakes give no warning. They arrive without permission. In March 2025, at 10 minutes to 1 at the afternoon, there is a huge earthquake in Myanmar. Magnitude 7.7. More than 3,500 people could not survive at that afternoon. I'm not at the epicenter at the time, but even though I'm not in the epicenter, I feel the ground shaking, fear, and loss. And there's one image that I couldn't forget, is that a woman holding a child, crying in front of the damaged building, and the face of the people who lose hope for their life. At the time, there is one question I hold in my mind, is that why so few people only know what to do during the earthquake? That question points out the importance of the knowledge. So at the time, I think that empathy without the action is just simply sympathy. So I choose to act. I started my Beauty with a Purpose project called Empowering Life and Protecting Tomorrows. Through my project, I share the disaster preparedness knowledge and the practical knowledge about the disaster. Not only what to do during the earthquake, but also how to prepare for and how to recover from the disasters. Disaster may happen in different places, but fear, loss, and hope are universal for everyone around the world. The true impact of my work isn't measured by how many work I did. It is measured by how many people gain resilience, confidence, and the stronger communities we create together. We have distributed warm, educational template around 1,000 households, and also I put their template in front of your desks. Yes. And this is my lifelong commitment to serve the communities. As long as they are alive to protect, I will share my knowledge continuum. For me, Miss World is more than a stage. It is a powerful platform that changed the local impact into the global impact. This is the love of my life, This is the work of my life, not only as a Miss World ambassador, but also as a responsible global citizen. I will leave one message that I truly believe is that knowledge prepares us, unity strengthens us, and resilience rebuilds us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Myanmar. And we wish all of your country well after the earthquake. Now, please welcome Nepal.
Namaste Nepal, Xin chào Vietnam and hello world. I am Luna Lutel and my story began in Nepal where I once scored 9 out of 100 in mathematics and I was told that I'd never amount to much. While others measured me by my number, my parents measured me by my potential. That belief became the very foundation of everything I am today. At 17, I left Nepal for Australia. I worked at a chicken processing factory despite being a vegetarian, cleaned toilets, did dishes that was almost as big as me while navigating my studies. But those experiences only taught me that no job is beneath us if it's done with purpose. Today, I am a clinical nurse specialist, a master of public health student, and a founder of my Beauty with a Purpose project, The Allure. When I first envisioned my Beauty with a Purpose project, I promised myself I'd listen before acting. When we first arrived in Faliwas, we thought that only focusing on healthcare alone would be enough. But as we started listening to the community, we realized that broader pictures were emerging. That's how our project, The Allure, meaning light, was born. When I first talked with the women, when I first talked with the children, I thought healthcare was enough, but then our project grew, and now we're focusing on 4 pillars. We're focusing on education, healthcare, sanitation, and dignity. I remember speaking to a young expectant mother who was on her 3rd trimester. She mentioned that she had to travel long distances just to get a scan to see if her baby was healthy. But this story was not just her alone. Elderly citizen, children, mother, everyone had to travel long hours just to get a basic health diagnostics or to talk to a specialist. In collaboration with Ansel, we inaugurated a telemedicine kit worth $80,000, which connects over 4,000 patients based in Faliwas to the specialists in Kathmandu. Because I believe that healthcare should never depend on the postcode you live in or the place you are born, but should rather be accessible and universal to all. As we kept listening, our 2nd and 3rd pillar emerged. When I was playing badminton with a group of children, one child mentioned that he wanted to join the army. When I asked further question, he grew quiet. He mentioned that his school simply did not have the resources. The next day, when me and my team went to school, we saw that the school typically serves 65 historically marginalized children. When we went there, we saw that the floors were cracked, the ceilings were broken, there were no library, no computers, no internet, no computers for them to access their dreams. But yet, when you talk to each and every children, they dreamt of becoming doctors, engineers, some even dreamt of becoming Miss Nepal. So we began with what was possible, because talent is universal and opportunity is not. So we established a library, installed 18 computers and a smart board so that each child can not just explore or go within their classroom, but can go beyond and explore the world as well. But then we saw a striking difference between boys and girls. And then we asked the teacher. They mentioned that the girls missed their school during their periods because the school simply lacked proper sanitation. So we raised funds, we renovated the toilet, and then we provided access to the running water so that no girls can or ever have to miss a school because of something as natural as their periods, or ever have to choose between education and dignity. As we kept listening further, our 4th pillar emerged. As I was talking to a woman living with disability, she mentioned that it was not the attention or the sympathy that she wanted, but it was rather the platform and the opportunity that she wanted to stand on her feet again, and she wanted to do something not just for herself, but for her family and for the community. We looked around and we found abundance of sal trees to make biodegradable leaf plates. That's when we raised funds and we established 2-story biodegradable leaf plate factory, also known as Dunatopuri in Nepali. We also inaugurated 2 machines. But because leaf collection is seasonal, we also want to ensure that the employment is sustainable. The machine is designed in such a way that the dye can later be changed and it can produce incense and candles so that the employment is always there. Today, 12 historically marginalized women are employed and initiated under this, our 4th pillar. Our goal was simple, to shine the light where it was needed the most. But one thing I learned through my Beauty with a Purpose is that the lasting impact can only be created when you listen. When you listen, when you serve with purpose, and when you create opportunity, not just to shine the light in their life, but to help them discover the light that they have within themselves. This is my Beauty with a Purpose project initiated by Miss World. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, Nepal. Please welcome to the stage, New Zealand.
My grandfather was a smart, caring, and kind man. However, he was also homeless. At age 14, I learned this information, and I have never seen a homeless person the same. I now see them as someone's brother, someone's sister, and my grandfather. Kia ora. I'm Chloe. Hello, distinguished guests. This is Morley, my fellow sisters. I'm 19 years old, representing Aotearoa, New Zealand. And I believe that no matter the history that you have, you deserve to have the basic human right of shelter. In New Zealand, 100,000 people experience housing deprivation. 300 million people globally experience homelessness. However, no one is born wanting to be homeless. It stems from a lack of education, a lack of financial support, family, domestic abuse, the list goes on. I met with a young man called Junior. We had McDonald's, and we talked about how he ended up on the streets, and he told me that it was better and safer than being at home. We need to ask, why are these people on the streets? And rather not look at them as just a homeless person, but to see them for who they are. I chose to study architecture because I realized design was more than just four walls and a building. It provided dignity, safety, and warmth. And those things were all things that I was fortunate to grow up with. I went home, I had belonging, I had a family, and I had privilege. To have warmth, security, and belonging is something that so many people do not have, that we take for granted. And that made me realize that I needed to start home at heart. Ko te kāinga te manawa. Ko te kāinga ke te manawa began. I've held community fundraisers where I face painted for children at preschools and communities, and we've raised money to gather jackets, blankets, and essential needs for people who are homeless. However, we have to have compassion and understanding, but that's not enough. We have to challenge the structure that allows people to fall through the gaps of society. Why should we discriminate against people who did not have the same opportunities that we have? Why do we have to discriminate against those who are on the street simply because they did not grow up the same way that we did? It makes me angry, it makes me upset, because I've talked with these people and they are brilliant. I submitted a written submission in collaboration with Watkins Law and Chairman of Titirio Watangi of the Marae. And through meeting with the Prime Minister, I submitted a bill opposing the proposed Move On law. So the bill allows the police to move the homeless people from the street into non-residential areas. However, this does not solve homelessness. This criminalizes homelessness and rather relocates them instead of restoring the situation. This is what I wrote in my submission. It is not okay to simply cover up homelessness. It is not okay to send them to 3 months in jail, to give them a $2,000 fine, simply because they do not have a home. That is the criminal justice system, and where is the justice in that? Through this submission, I had the privilege of visiting Waitangi and learning from the Māori perspective. I learned about tuaranga waiwai, having a place to stand, and manakitanga, caring and uplifting another. If someone has nowhere to stand, shouldn't we be asking how to help them find a place? Māori and Pacifica communities in New Zealand are disproportionately affected by homelessness due to systemic racism, and that is not fair. All around the world, communities are affected and pushed to the margins. As a Miss World ambassador, I want to challenge the structures that create people that tell them that they're not enough and that they do not deserve a roof over their head. They do not deserve this treatment. They deserve to be treated with equity, and what they've experienced or the opportunities they've never given, we need to give them hope again. because it was not their fault that their life ended up this way. I want to change the question from what's wrong with the person to what happened to them. Change isn't simply about a building. It's about building stronger communities and challenging social barriers to create belonging. My grandfather made it out of homelessness through hard work, but it couldn't be possible without a lending hand. Without that person who helped my grandfather, I would not be standing before you here today. And so I'm so grateful to that person, and I hope we can all be someone who does not see a homeless person as a label, who sees them as a life, to not ignore them when we go down the street. Blankets create warmth, buildings create shelter, but belonging creates a home. And by choosing to see someone for what they are, we bring them back home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, New Zealand. And now another first time in Miss World. So a special welcome to the stage, Pakistan.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Hello to Mrs. Molly. Hello to all the judges. Hello to all my sisters. And hello to everyone who is watching around the world. My name is Anaika Jamal Iqbal, and I'm proudly representing my beautiful country, Pakistan, for the first time ever in Miss World. I grew up with my mother and my two older sisters, and my childhood was filled with love, happiness, and support, which is something I am very grateful about. Also, from a young age, I was taught to be grateful for everything, even the small things, which something maybe people take for granted. Because you never know how fortunate you actually are, and I realized that when I grew older, because I found out that I had a childhood that not many people have, and I'm very privileged to have that. Because for thousands of babies and children in Pakistan, they don't have the same childhood that I have. And that is something that I care very deeply about. Because for a child living with thalassemia can be very difficult. And instead of simply growing up, getting ready to school, and making friends, they're spending their whole life, their whole childhood in a hospital, which no one should go through at all. Thalassemia is one of the most common inherited blood disorders in Pakistan. And both children and families are affected by that all over the country. Many babies are born with the beta thalassemia major, which is a severe form of the disease that requires lifelong medical care. The children with thalassemia also need blood transfusions every few weeks just to stay alive. Also, they need iron gelatin therapy to help reduce the extra blood in the body due to the transfusions. And if this disease is not diagnosed early enough or treated properly, it can cause serious health problems such as affecting the heart, the liver, and other important organs. Also, this creates a financial and emotional burden for the families. And even though the medical treatment has been approved, there is still a lot of changes because many are not aware of what thalassemia actually is. And that is why education, career screening, and premarital tests are very important to help reduce the number of people living with thalassemia. In Pakistan, we have a lot of hospitals and blood banks and charitable organizations that really do anything they can to help all these sick children, but they're still depending on blood donation and the public health to need the growing. I want to raise awareness and promote genetic counseling because those are two actions that can actually improve and change the fact that these children are sick. And we can improve the living life of the children living with thalassemia. These two actions can also help prevent new cases in the future. And today, I'm standing here as the first ever Miss World Pakistan, which I'm very proud about, and I'm so excited to be here already, and I'm excited to talk with you guys about my project because it means a lot to me. And I'm not only here because of the crown or because I want to be seen. I'm here to show my project. I'm here to use my voice, my platform, and that is what Miss World gave me. And that's why I'm so happy to be here. And also, one thing that people should know is that, like I said before, child should be happy. They should have a great childhood. And childhood is not about survival, which these people actually are doing when they have thalassemia. It's about living, it's about dreaming, it's about growing up, and of course to have their future. Because as we all know, all these children are the most important in our world because they are our future. So once again, this is Miss World Pakistan 2026. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you liked my project.
Thank you very much, Pakistan. And now, a welcome to the Philippines.
Mabuhay and Xin Chao. Buk lang cha tat ka. I hope that means, and I did not mispronounce it, blessings to all. Ever since I was a child, my dad already knew I would one day enter the field of pageantry. Growing up, watching pageants with my dad and my sisters was a way that we bonded. And I remember one day during the pandemic, my dad came home with a pair of heels he had found on sale. Learn to walk in them, he told me. You'll need it for the future. So, there I was, 12 years old, walking around the house in my pajamas and heels during the quarantine. Skeptical at best, but how right he was. I am Aishiro Simpson, Miss World Philippines 2026. I am the oldest of four, born to a Filipino father and an American mother. So my life is a tapestry of two cultures. I grew up in the province where I learned from my uncle and lola, who were farmers, that every seed planted carries the hope of harvest. Growing up, traveling internationally since I was 6 months old with my family's nonprofit organization shaped my heart for service. And it was through outreaches to the widows, elderly, persons with disabilities, single mothers, and children that I learned the simple act of showing up for others creates lasting change. This has been my world for the entirety of my life. And now I want to share it with all of you. So let's play a game. Can I have everyone raise one hand? If I say something that you've done before, put a finger down. Let's try it. Put a finger down if you have ever danced along to a song on the radio. Put a finger down if you have ever played a sport, whether that was just for fun or competitively. Put a finger down if you have ever learned a new TikTok dance. Put a finger down if you have ever felt depressed. Put a finger down if you have ever felt stressed out or anxious. We all had to pack for Miss World. Put that finger down. Thank you. Anyways, so what does all of these things have in common? The answer is seed initiative. We have all, in big ways or small ways, felt the joy of a little happy dance, or the release and therapy of moving our bodies through exercise. As a dancer and gymnast myself, I have seen the power that movement has over your physical body. But not only that, but your social, mental, and emotional capacity as well. Growing up, I was homeschooled, which meant I often felt lonely or isolated. But thankfully, my dad taught me how to dance, and it became an outlet of creativity and passion and allowed me to connect with people. That is why I created SEED, a sports and dance initiative that advocates for the physical, mental, and emotional health of today's youth. According to UNICEF, 1 in 7 children worldwide experience mental health issues. Sports and dance are both universal languages. They speak without using words, but they are both powerful mediums in which anyone can use and will leave lasting positive impact on your overall well-being. In 2025, I became an ambassador for the International Sports Federation, Pickle Lab, Batang Pickleball, and the Picklebells. I have been able to speak with leadership and organizations about the power of sports and dance. I have created a mental health curriculum in hopes of making a deal with the Philippine Department of Education, and I have given scholarships from my own winnings that will fund a child's dream to dance or provide equipment for schools. Throughout the years, I've been able to reach over 10,000 students worldwide, in the US, Vietnam, and places across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. To me, pageantry has become a path to feet already walking, a reality to eyes who already saw a vision, and a megaphone to a voice already speaking. Because legacies are not built in only great leaps, but in quiet choices to rise, one moment and one choice to bring light into the world. Maraming salamat. Thank you all.
Thank you, Miss Philippines. And as you leave the stage, we should have said, keep your hands down if you bought less than 8 pieces of luggage to Miss World. Yes, exactly. There we are. Our next contestant is from Singapore.
Good morning. Selamat pagi. Kale vanakkam. 早上好. I am Aishwarya Nicole Tan, and I am a proud representative from Singapore. Growing up, I was born from a Peranakan father and an Indian mother. So I've had multiple different cultures being infused together. And I'm a woman of many different side quests. I do Muay Thai, I've done ballet, I've been singing in a band as well, and I've also danced. However, one thing that has never changed about my life is community work and serving the community. I've been doing this ever since I was 13 years old. I've been involved in YMCA charity work. I've been doing a lot of community church work as well, and it's part of my identity, and it's just part of my culture in Singapore. Because in Singapore, we have something called Values in Action. And it's a program that is built for secondary school and primary school kids. And I believe that volunteering is something that is a habit, and it's a culture, and it's something that can be brought through influence. And it was the same for me because I had a very special influence in my life, and that was my grandmother. Her name is Lily, or I'd rather say her name was Lily. And I'm very glad to share Lily's Foundation with all of you today as a remarkable platform of all the work I've done over the years. If you were to ask me, why Lily's Foundation? Why did you choose Lily's Foundation? I'll be very honest with you. Lily's Foundation was founded in 2022, not for one cause, but it was a cause for many things. However, at that point of time, it was done for the tuition business that I was already doing. And I wanted to grow that and did pro bono tuition services after the loss of my grandmother. It was a very painful time in my life, and I wanted to give back to the community. It is something that community work is already something that I've done for a very long time. But something about education and giving back using the skills I had was very important to me. Of course, just like every team or everyone in this room, I believe that sometimes we do fall into greed. And at the prime age of 17, I fell into greed as well. I was more focused on making money and hustling rather than what was around me or the community work. So what I did was I was working full-time. I had 17 tuition classes on top of my full-time diploma. I was very packed, very busy. I did not have time for family. I did not have time for community. And that is one of my prime regrets as to how I lost my grandmother. And it's a regret that stays with me till today. Moving forward, after that painful incident and after doing pro bono services, I decided, what's next? I still feel so empty. I've still been hosting I've still been hosting dinners for charity galas and for YMCA, but I still feel empty. There's no personal grounding, no personal connection, and that was what I was craving. I missed my grandmother so much that I wanted to feel close to humans. And that's when I delved into hospice befriending, or at least the idea of hospice befriending. So a little bit of context as to where I am in this chronology is that this would be in 2023, where I decided that I wanted to delve into hospice befriending.
Can I just ask, could you pick up the microphone?
Sorry.
It's going to be easier. Thank you.
However, at this point of time, I did not feel emotionally ready. Though it was something I really was passionate about, I was not ready to talk to people who were facing end of life. And I was scared. I was scared that, this is something that is going to be very emotionally painful for me. And to be delving into something like that was not going to be easy. So I still continued my community work. I still did whatever I could, and I put that on hold. Right until this year, at the start of the year, I finally got an opportunity to go for hospice befriending training. And that's when I started it proper. In between 2023 to 2025, I was still doing my community services. I was also very involved with the church organization because that's our primary platform. And I'm very happy to share that Lily's Foundation has been growing and has been getting the visibility through social media. And to be very honest, I never felt that good work had to be documented up until I got into pageantry, for a sense.
Time.
Pageantry is the first thing that I got, is new to me, and Miss World is the first time I got into any sort of pageantry. And I came to Miss World for a platform because I want to share what I've been doing with the rest of the world. It's been 15 years since I've been doing this, and I want to grow it. I want to grow it further, but I need a platform because in Singapore, we're a very small country, and I feel that this time, it can be different. And not just through hospice befriending, not just through charity galas, through something much more. Thank you.
Very sorry. But thank you very much. We greatly applaud what you're trying to do. Singapore. Our next contestant is Sri Lanka.
My dear Julia Morley, honorable judges, my sisters, ladies and gentlemen, Ayubovan Vanakkam, I am Pratibha Lenarachi. It's an absolute honor to be here as Miss World Sri Lanka. I come from a land where a history extends over 2,500 years. My Emerald Island is filled with the most generous and kind-hearted people. Being here today, standing in front of all of you, I stand not as a product of privilege, but as a proud product of Sri Lanka's free education system. From my primary school days to the design degree, the technical design degree from a state university of Sri Lanka, my education was funded by the working women, working people of my country. A whole nation funded for my education. And I believe that when a country invests in your education, it is our responsibility to give back to the society we are coming from. Growing up in a humble home, a family of 7 members, my journey was not a flower road. From early days, I saw my mother stitch, my grandmother weave. Both were extraordinarily gifted traditional craft women. But I still remember the exhaustion of my mother's face, knowing that despite all her art and hours of labor, it is not guarantee our next meal. As a child, I watched the creative soul slowly fade away from their lives. When education eventually gave me the opportunity, but the woman before me didn't have it, I always questioned myself. What about the millions of women who are talented, who are with precious craft knowledge, remain unseen? What happened to the last woman who stopped it? We don't only lose her livelihood, we lose a piece of human heritage with her. And that is why I founded Hoop the Label. Through Hoop, we combine traditional heritage craft with technical design and transform generations of skill into sustainable livelihoods and modern market opportunities for underprivileged and underrepresented craft women in Sri Lanka. Partnered with industry experts, we could empower over 100 brush and reed, handloom, clay, and weaving families to transform their lives, their craftsmanship into value-added products, and connecting them directly with buyers through Hoop the Label and helping them increase their income by 15%. We also mentored female batik artisans to take their creations to the international fashion runways and proudly walk their runways with their creations. Beyond livelihoods, we empowered creative curriculums. We give Emerge Global, SOS Family Homes to help orphans and young survivors of abuse to build their confidence, develop their skills, create their knowledge in financial independence. The struggle of these craftswomen and the risk of these traditional crafts disappearing with them are not unique to Sri Lanka. It is everywhere in the world. And with Miss World, my vision is to take the blueprint of Hoop across the world. Win or lose, this is my life's work. This is my paramartha, my ultimate reason for being. Because I believe that true strength isn't about standing above the world. It's about pulling others up with you and carrying an entire community with you. I brought with me these beautiful creations. They come from the hands of rural villages of Sri Lanka and now ready to meet the world. This is the essence of Hoop the Label. And today, I leave with you one gentle reminder. When you uplift woman's hand, you do not uplift her only. You uplift an entire community with her. Thank you, Teruwan Saranai.
Thank you very much, Sri Lanka. Our next contestant, Thailand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my sister, my family. Before going to my story, I would like you to imagine that what if suddenly, if you had no nationality, no citizenship, and identify as a person from nowhere? How would your life different? That was my life. My name's Kantira. representing from Thailand. I was born in the forest in Chiang Rai, the northernmost province of Thailand. My mom gave a birth to me by herself, and she cut my umbilical cord by her own hands. I grew up in the Thai ethnic family, surrounded by love. But one thing that I didn't have, it is birth certificate. So I was born stateless. As a young woman, as a young girl, I didn't know that what is statelessness, how was affect to my life. But one day I grew up with my dream. I dreamed of becoming to be a doctor. I did everything. I tried my best. I worked hard, studied hard to preparing myself to be a doctor. But when I look at the requirements, the one condition that I couldn't change for my life, it is you have to be Thai citizen. So that time, my whole world was destroyed. My dream was close to me, but I never give up. I keep going. I told myself every day that, Nampung, you can do it. Nampung, keep going, keep learning, and one day you will find another way for your life. And finally, I was considered to be Thai citizen, and I was given an opportunity to represent Thailand in the international competition science project. And I learned that education changed my life. And from my own story, I know that stateless issue is not only exist in Thailand. It is a global issue. There are 10 million around the world are stateless. So that's why I initiated my project, Dare Your Dream, for supporting and give the opportunity for them. We work a lot. We work alongside with many organizations, including UNHCR, World Vision, and the government in Thailand. The first thing that we do for them, we raise funds to give the scholarship for stateless children who want to continue higher education. And the second, we give the encouragement, we give them help, we give the recommendation, we help them to plan what their life and what their future. Because statelessness have many limitations on their life. Example, they cannot travel abroad, they cannot apply for scholarship, and they cannot pursue their dream. And the last that I do, I would be inspiration for them. I use my own story to transform into the opportunity for them and create a good opportunity for them too. And that's why today I'm standing here, because I would love to show you that even though we have no nationality, it doesn't mean we have no potential. And for you, my love, my family, dare your dream, students, sisters, and brothers. Now, I can be your voice to tell our story, tell our dream, tell our life to the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thailand. And we wish you best of luck in your career in medicine. Now, welcome Turkey.
Morning. Hello, everyone. Hello, Miss Julia Morley. My sisters, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sıla Saraydemir. I'm honored to represent my country. I studied social work for 4 years because I have always been deeply affected by other people's pain. Since I was a child, whenever I saw a person, a child, or even an animal suffering, it stayed with me. I realized that I did not want to only feel sad. I wanted to help. During university, I visited many foundations and institutions, met different families, and completed my internship at a mental health hospital. Every person had a different story, a different burden. And this taught me how important it is to truly listen. After becoming Miss Turkey, this became even more personal. The night I was crowned, my family and I received very hurtful comments. Because my mother wears a headscarf. My mother cried for 2 days. Seeing her like that was unbearable for me. At first, I felt angry, but then I realized that anger would not change anything. I want to turn that pain into something meaningful. Later, during my visits with mothers of children with special needs, I met a mother whose child Down syndromes. She told me that people looked at them differently. Some friends become distant. And over time, she felt more and more alone. While I was listening to her, I thought of my own mother. And I understood something. No matter where a mother lives, what language she speaks, and what her background is, the love and struggle she felt for her children are the same. In Turkey, Down syndrome occurs in approximately 1 in every 800 births, and more than 6,000 babies are diagnosed with cerebral palsy every year. But behind every number, there is a child. And behind that child, there is often a mother who has been putting herself second for years. So I ask myself, why we are supporting the children who are supporting the mothers? This is the first project of its kind in Turkey, together with Governor's Office of Giresun and Giresun Spatial Provincial Administration. We created for 2-floor sport center. On the lower floor, children can receive physical therapy, psychological therapies, and other therapies. On the upper floor, mothers can socialize, join activities, and talk to each other, and simply have the children are being supported. I did not want to create something temporary. I wanted to create something sustainable. One night of the Miss Turkey final, I said, I want to be voice those who are not heard. Today, I understand that sentence, I are not heard. Today, I understand that sentence even more deeply. One of my biggest dreams is to establish my own foundation in the future and create lasting change for people who need support. Because if this title has given me strong voice, I want to use for those who are not heard. For me, be with a purpose, saying, if I remember one day, I want to be not how I looked, but for the lives I helped empower. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Takia. Now, in the Asia Pacific group, the final contestant is Vietnam.
Distinguished judges, organizers, global delegates, and to all citizens of our shared planet. We are losing. We are losing 1 million species to the brink of extinction. Atmospheric CO2 has reached level unseen in 3 million years. On low-lying Pacific islands, families are watching their ancestral lands be swallowed by the rising seas. With Tuvalu facing total submersion within 50 years. Imagine losing the very place you call home. Imagine being the last generation able to save it. In my homeland, the Mekong Delta, riverbanks are collapsing. Rice paddies, the livelihoods of our people, are destroyed by human-induced climate impacts. We are losing time. We are losing life. Worst of all, we are losing the future of our next generation. The children who did nothing to hurt this planet, yet pay the heaviest price. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is not merely an environmental matter. It is a human catastrophe, an intergenerational debt. It is injustice. However, standing here today, I refuse to lose hope. Because the truth is, if we unite, we can win. Around the world, frontline communities are developing grassroots solutions. Renewable energy is breaking records. Technology is shielding the most vulnerable. And the most transformative force of our planet is already taking action. The young people. That is why I established Gen Zero after incubating for 6 years to transform youth potential into systemic action. Our Vietnam Youth Climate Empowerment Pathway has reached over 2 million minds. We equipped 15,000 young leaders with the knowledge of climate negotiations and elevated youth delegates directly into global decision-making spaces. The United Nations Conference of Parties, COP29 and 30. When these leaders return home, they don't just speak, they act. They use their global insights to lead technical initiatives. They advocate in local institutions and build policies and green governance rooted in the real needs of their community. Our goal is to give young people the tools to institutionalize their voices, their innovation, and their devotion into systemic policies that will last decades to come. My name is Lê Nguyễn Bảo Ngọc, a delegate of our shared world. This is my purpose. To Mrs. Julia Morley, to the Miss World organization, thank you for 75 incredible years of beauty with a purpose. Together, we will continue to show to the world that beauty of the mind and the heart is an instrument for global justice, ensuring that as the world moves forward, not a single child, family, or community is left behind. This is how we will win. Thank you. Xin cảm ơn.
Thank you very much. Vietnam. Thank you. So the Asia and Oceania group have now all made their presentations for the judges. Now, yesterday we didn't give any marks because there was, the day before yesterday rather, there was one young person who had not yet given their presentation. They were not able to do so, and it was decided that they would make their presentation today. So we want to cast your minds back to the European group and put your hands together for the lady that is now going to make up the rest of that group with her presentation. That is Latvia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, world. My name is Milana Smolera. I am from the beautiful country Latvia. I am proud to be here and represent my country Latvia and my Beauty with a Purpose project. I have always been drawn to the beauty industry. I've always admired elegant, well-groomed women and realized how much a person's appearance can influence their mood, confidence, and overall well-being. That is why I chose this profession. Today, I'm truly happy to be here, to be doing what I love, and to help women feel beautiful, confident, and special. I'm very proud to be part of our salon, where a real team made up talent professionals who genuinely love what they do. Heart in Hands, Saving the Savers. My project is called Heart in Hands, Saving the Savers. I chose this topic because I realized one simple thing. If we want to save animals, we first need to support the people who save them every day. Animal shelter constantly struggle with a lack of funding, food, medication, and basic resources. And when those resources run out, it is only the shelter that is at risk. It's the lives of the animals depending on it. I dedicate not just to talk about this problem, but to take action. I started my project with a specific shelter, Arsir de Delna, with a heart in the palm of your hand, which was on the verge of closing. Their water and electricity had been cut off, and there was not enough food for the animals. This is a very common problem in our country. I personally met with the shelter owner, Andra Tomase. She was desperate and didn't know what to do next. Together, we sat down and created a clear action plan. Fund funding, raise public awareness, contact the media, and reach out to potential sponsors. I started fundraising, contacted the media, reached out to sponsor, and organized the donation to provide food for the animals. For me, this became proof that one person can start making a difference when they are willing to act and ask another for help. Now, my goal is to develop Heart in Hands and support shelters before they reach the point of crisis, be helping with food, essential resource, volunteers, and financial support. Because saving a shelters means saving every life inside it. And that is meaning behind my project. Saving the Savers supports those who dedicate their lives to saving others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Latvia. And of course, that now completes the European group, but thank you for making your presentation. Now, ladies, what we're going to do is that we have lunch for 12:15 today, and as a result, we will push on, and we're going to ask from Botswana to Guinea, from the Africa group, we're going to introduce Africa to make their presentations now. The first 8 ladies will do their presentations before lunch, and then the remainder of Africa will follow after lunch. So if we could ask Botswana, Cameroon, Côte d'Ivoire, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Ghana, and Guinea, if you could go to the backstage area, ready to come forward and give your presentations. And then after we've heard from Guinea, we'll have the lunch break. So first of all, as the African group are going backstage, please everyone, would you put your hands together for all the great presentations from Asia and Oceania. Okay, to the people at home, we hope you're enjoying Head-to-Head Challenge, the final day. We are going to be live streaming all the way through. We are coming to the final group, and after we've heard from the final group, we will have a short deliberation from the judges, and then there will be a winner given from each of the 4 groups. And from that, from each group we'll have 5 selections who will then battle it out to become the group winner. And then the group winners will go forward to one final round. So let's now return to Africa, and it's head-to-head challenge time for Botswana. I think we're just waiting for some last-minute preparation. I made the silly mistake of asking where is Botswana, and I've just been told in Africa. This is the difference between doing a voiceover and being a presenter. When you do a voiceover, you haven't a clue what's going on behind the scenes, unlike a presenter who obviously would be able to control and manage from a position, a much better vantage point than we have here. So I'm only out of hope going to reintroduce. This is the head-to-head challenge for Africa. Please welcome your first contestant with a special round of applause if she appears, Botswana.
If you think that beauty begins with the mirror, I'll tell you today that you're wrong. Beauty begins when you choose who you become. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ruth Thomas. Good morning and win today. I come from the humble Republic of Botswana. For so long in my life, I felt so defined by circumstances. I felt out of place after so long of being bullied and being told that I wasn't enough and not beautiful. The mirror became my enemy. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw something I didn't like and appreciate. I felt a void within myself that I couldn't feel with the clothes that I wore, or the makeup that I put on, or the hair that I had on. I went lacking for years until one day, God gave me an opportunity to become a beauty advisor. And the sole job that I had was to make women feel beautiful. And in doing that, I found a healing to myself and a mission of a lifetime. I started helping them feel confident in themselves, and that healed a part of me that I never knew I needed. From that moment, I knew that this is the purpose of my life, to remind humanity what the true meaning of life is. Living life to the fullest does not mean always looking beautiful. Beauty is good for greetings, but sustainability begins with substance of self. I'm so grateful that I get to stand here today and share with you a portion of my life that has really been transformative. I started the beauty movement, which has been the sole mission of my life. I wanted it to be a movement of change, a movement that champions inclusive beauty. In a world that tells us what beauty should look like and what it should be, that sets rules for us, I refuse for us to listen. Because beauty exists in all of us, whether we have scars, vitiligo, albinism, all beautiful in our own way, in our own right. And I stand here today to remind the world that our bodies are beautiful, but just contain us to something far much greater. Our bodies carry resilience, stories that deserve to be heard. Our bodies carry something special within us, something great. I always say when I teach that our bodies are something not to glorify, but what's inside. So thank you so much to all the beautiful women here. I feel very honored that I get to stand beside you. Thank you for choosing to be an answer to the cry of many in the world. I am so grateful. So through this movement, I've been honored to work with an organization in my country called Ratong Center. What they do is we help women who are recovering from trauma, coming out of abusive situations to learn to love themselves again. Women who've gone through life-changing, transformative experiences that have changed them from looking beautiful to looking otherwise, according to the world. In a world where they don't find a place to belong, a world that labels them as ugly, we find them as beautiful just the way they are. And the soul mission has become for us to understand that the body perishes, our looks perish, but our eternal self remains. And this is why we should remind the world to be kind, to be loving, to be receptive, and to be accepting of one another however that we may look. Because at the end of the day, we are here as humanity to serve the world. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Botswana. Our next candidate is Cameroon.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good morning. I am Nora Jika, Miss World Cameroon 2026. I'm 27 years old. And if I'm standing before you today, it's not because the crown, it is because the wounds that still bleed. A year ago, I was that young girl broken by cyberbullying. Cyberbullying, it is not just internet, it is a blade. A cruel blade. It all began like silent poison. One insult, then 10, then 100, then doctorate image of me. Vicious word etched on my face, my body, dead strife, day after day for a year. And too many women cry alone in their rooms, their only witness, their agony life off screen. Then I went at my wittism. I turned off my phone for a terrifying moment. I think that if I ended my life, the torment would finally cease. I cried non-stop. I slowed word that shattered me. I was compared to an animal again and again until I saw an animal in the mirror. People shout that I was too ugly to represent my country. I wipe away the tears of my grandmother, my mother, my sister, while my own overwhelmed me. The hospital corridor became familiar, currently became my daily reality. Today, I see a world where a single message can destroy life. And in Cameroon, we have already lost too many young girls to this online brutality. Through my Nunji Foundation, I break a silence in schools, market, and neighborhood, carrying this message. My dream was born from pain, and my goal is greater than beauty. My goal is survival. I dream of a stronger law, digital education, compassionate social network, and freeware of the world. So, I implore you, let us stop feeding the darkness, and let us stop rise up together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cameroon. Thank you. Next from Africa, we have Côte d'Ivoire.
Azaguié is a small town, almost a big village in Côte d'Ivoire. A young girl grew up there in a school where access to computer was almost non-existent and still
Sorry, just
don't
to interrupt,
exist.
would you mind taking the microphone and holding it in your hand, please?
Okay, sorry. So, Azaguié is a small town in Côte d'Ivoire, almost a big village. A small girl grew up there without access.
Perfect. So we start again, and we'll introduce you. Please welcome Côte d'Ivoire.
Sorry. Azaguié is a small town, almost a big village in Côte d'Ivoire. A young girl grew up there in a school where access to computer was non-existent and still don't exist. But at home, something changed her life. A father brought home a computer for his daughter because he believed that these tools will change the world in the future. At first, it was simply a machine. But with time, it became a window to knowledge, confidence, and opportunity. As she grew older, she realized that many young girls around her never had that same chance. Good morning, everybody. My name is Fatima Kone, representing Côte d'Ivoire, and that young girl was me. I decided to turn this opportunity that changed my life into opportunity to change the life of other young girls around my community. That's how Digital Côte d'Ivoire, my beautiful purpose project, was born. Where this vision became action through a digital summit bootcamp where 20 young girls were trained to digital skills while learning Google, PowerPoint, Word with confidence, leadership, and access to opportunity. But for me, 21 girls is only the beginning. To our one girl teaching another approach, every girl is empowered, is encouraged to pass on what she has learned to another, creating a chain of knowledge, confidence, and opportunity. One opportunity changed my life. Through digital, I want to open that same doors for 1,000 girls and empower them to hold that door open for girls coming after them. Because when one girl learns, she can teach another. When one girl rises, she can lift another. And that's how 20 girls can become 1,000, 1,000 can become 1,000, and 1,000 opportunities can become a movement. Before I leave this stage, I love me to share you a message. Life has taught me that no matter what we go through, we have the power to rise, to grow, and to keep moving forward. Never let a difficult chapter make you believe that it's the end of your story. Never underestimate the power of God, and always remember that we are our only limit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Côte d'Ivoire. Our next contestant, Equatorial Guinea.
Good afternoon to everyone here and to everyone, listening, dear judges. My name is Maria de los Ángeles Undonga Sangono, and I have the honor of representing my beautiful country, Equatorial Guinea. If I asked you what the word comes to your mind when you think about the future, what would it be? For me, the first word is childhood. Because every child represents the future, but above all, because the childhood is the foundation of the person who will become. I consider myself fortunate. I was raised with my grandmother. Many years grew up away from my parents because of work. But I always had something essential, that is love, attention, and people who were there for me. That allowed me to grow up feeling safe, love, and support. But not every child has the same opportunity. While visiting the orphanage, I discovered many different stories. From childhood who have been abused by their own parents, to newborns baby who had been abandoned. If there is one thing that characterizes to the people of my country, is that we are humble and hardworking. When I witnessed this reality, I understand that I didn't want just to be an audience. I wanted to do something, and that is how Little Light was born. It's a project that seeks to protect and support vulnerable children, but by creating spaces where they can feel safe, heard, and valued. Being able to help pilot and support networks around the childhood is something that fills my heart. As the oldest of 6 siblings, protecting the childhood means much more than simple meeting their basic needs. It means listening to them. It means giving them the opportunity to play, learn, dream, and feel important. I believe that every one of us can be a small light in a child's life. Maybe we cannot change the world at once, but we can change the world of one child. And if we can help one child grow up feeling protected, feeling loved, and hopeful about the future, then we will have achieved something truly important. Because the future not began tomorrow, the future begins with the childhood we protect today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Equatorial Guinea. And our third candidate today, who's from a country which is debuting in Miss World, so give a special welcome to Eritrea.
Imagine someone in a wheelchair. Do you expect them to climb the top of the building by
Can
using...
I ask, sorry, because you're saying something meaningful, if you could take the microphone and we'll start again. I'll introduce you one more time. If you want to hold the microphone. Just that's it. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Eritrea.
Imagine someone in a wheelchair. Do we expect them to reach the top of the building by climbing stairs? Of course not. We build elevators. Because the goal was never the stairs. The goal was reaching the top. The same applies to a child who learns differently. That child is not incapable. They just need a different way up. Greetings, Miss Julia, Miss World Organization, my fellow national ambassadors. I am Sinit Haptaaptawaldamedhin, the very first Miss World Eritrea. I come from a country where we gather around the same tray and share food as one, where someone may even feed you by hand as a way of saying, you belong here. I carry this hidden gem of the Red Sea into Miss World for the very first time, believing what this stage believes. Beauty is not what we wear, but what we give purpose to. When my sister was born with Down syndrome, my family was faced with a question no family is ever ready to answer. How do you raise a child in a world that is not built with her in mind? My mother became my sister's fiercest advocate. At the age of 20, I lost my mother to breast cancer. And her fight became my own. But my sister taught me how capable she truly was and how much this world needs her exactly as she is. When we moved to the United States, the education available to my sister fell short. That is when I discovered Montessori education, using toy-like materials that unlocked results traditional classrooms couldn't. I brought them home and watched her grow. She learned how to read, do math, and try things she didn't try before. I needed to understand why it worked, so I studied neuroscience. I came across a study about two cats, Rainbow and Cece. Rainbow is a cat that you would not want to pet. She was feisty. Cece was a sweetheart. She was warm and affectionate. Would you believe me if I told you they're the exact same cat? Cece stands for carbon copy. She was cloned from Rainbow, sharing the same genetic blueprint. But raised in a different environment, she developed a completely different personality. That is my sister, and every child the world writes off too soon, assuming that diagnosis is their story ends. But I'm here to tell you, genes are not destiny. The environment we built around the child is. That belief became my nonprofit, Designing for Diversity. We teach parents the science behind their true child's potential and bringing Montessori to families who need them most. In Eritrea, we held the country's first Montessori workshop with the Ministry of Education and the National Intellectual and Developmental Disability Organization. We are now working towards training centers and public education on the capabilities of these children. But this isn't only about what my sister can do. It's also about who I became because of her. At 18, I befriended with a child who was homeless and on the spectrum. That friendship grew into a program that brought 30 homeless children back into school. 2 of them went on to secure jobs that paid more than what I made at the time. I know that would have never happened if my sister didn't teach me how to recognize true potential in others. Imagine if we all grew up around someone like her, even as a classmate. How much more compassionate would our society become? Do you see how much of a gift she has been to this world so far? Until that dream of inclusive classrooms becomes a reality, as an appointed ambassador of peace and a youth of human rights delegate, my call in every room, including Yale, the United Nations, and now here at Miss World, continues to be simple. Parents, do not hide your children. Educators, advocate for them to be in your mainstream classrooms. Leaders, let them be part of your workplaces. Don't just accommodate them from a distance. Losing my mother and raising my sister without her were the hardest chapters of my life. But today, they are the most invaluable jewels that make part of my crown of purpose. My sister may never be able to fully vocalize her true potential. And my mother is no longer here to tell you that early intervention might have given her more time with the family she loves. So if I'm entrusted with the Miss World title, I, Sunit, promise to carry their voices beyond the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eritrea, and welcome to Miss World. Our next candidate is Ethiopia.
Salam, ጤና ይስጥልኝ. Xin chào Vietnam. Our chairwoman, Ms. Julia Molly, organizers, judges, beauty pageant queens, and everyone who's watching online. Good morning. I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you for creating this platform. Because of Miss World, the world is healing. We are not only here to be seen as a beauty queens, but we are here to see others. My name is Rutir Galam, and I'm representing my beautiful country, Ethiopia. How many of you know that Ethiopia is in the year of 2018? All right. Yeah. Because we have our own calendar system. We are the cradle of humankind, 30 months of sunshine, the birthplace of coffee, and a breathtaking landscape. But behind my flag, let me tell you what brought me here, my strengths behind it. My story began with a loss. I lost my mother when I was 1. My father sacrificed his whole life to raise us and give us the better future. While he was not around, I used to abuse, and my sister used to go through illness. We didn't say a thing because of a fear losing him like my mom and us being left alone. While growing up, even though my sister is 5 years older than me, I was forced to protect her, but I would love it. My sister went back 5 years behind and sat in a chair with me in a class. She used to be bullied of her age. She used to be bullied. Her age gap, her skin, and her weight. She didn't choose any of it. Thank you. I protected my sister for 8 years in one class. But one day, before coming here, I'm really sorry. Before coming here, while I'm preparing for Miss World journey, I was so excited because it's something I've been waiting for my whole life. My sister got a call. She was told that they wanted to surprise me. And she have a design called Lulusu Clothing Brand. The earring that I'm wearing is one of her pieces. My sister that day, she wanted to surprise me and make me happy. She left the house, but she never came back. My sister got kidnapped. But after that, kidnappers started asking for money and tried to make me lose whatever I built in my life. 9 days of fear, prayers. Just a week before coming here for Miss World in Vietnam, I got the baddest news in my life. The sister I carried for years, she got killed by my best friend of 10 years. I'm sorry. My sister got killed by my best friend of 10 years that I believed with her partner. That's the sister I carried for my entire life. Even though she's my biggest sister, I carried her like a baby. That time, I felt like I failed. I got betrayed. Not only that part, they killed me a lot of times. I thought the seizure killed her because she had an epilepsy. But that day, my sister was found in a suitcase, not in one, but in two, just before a week coming here. People told me, be strong. I know what I lost. I know why I'm here. I'm here not because I'm a cold-hearted person. I'm here because I have a responsibility. I'm here because of my father, my sister's prayer. I am here because of the responsibility the government Ethiopian gave me. I am here because I made a promise. I made a promise for a woman and children that I will advocate for them and cheer for them. I cannot break that. So I packed my bags because I chose to leave and change my pen to a purpose. Through my project, The Silent Struggle with Women Empowerment and Youth Development, I did a tour in my country so that I can help children that get abused. Parents, children don't only need food, water, they also need the mental health. That matters a lot. The children we protect today are the generation that will lead our world tomorrow. And with women empowerment, I'm helping women with fistula, with Dr. Catherine Hamblin Fistula Center in Ethiopia. Imagine a woman giving birth, but she's left of licking urine and stool. I am here to advocate for them and create awareness. These women are being isolated by their husband, by their community, and more. Healing a girl with a fistula is not only treating the disease, it's also giving their dignity and women empowerment back. My motto is, be the light that helps others shine. In Ethiopia, we say, work በእሳት ይፈተናል. That means a gold is tasted by a fire until it's known its value. I have been tasted by a fire, but the fire did not destroy me. It had violated my strengths and my purpose. So to every woman, every child, and everyone watching here today when I speak, you can be broken without being defeated. Someone will try to break your journey, but they do not write your ending. It's God. God knows your ending. I am Ruth Galam. I am the face of hope. I am Miss World Ethiopia 2026. And Lulus, I love you.
Ladies, put your hands together for Miss Ethiopia. And in memory of her sister. Ladies, I don't think anything could be more touching than what we've just heard. In light of what has just been said, and I think it's only right that we should take our break at this stage, and we can go and be with Miss World Ethiopia and offer her our support. We'll return with the others later. I'm sorry that we finished there, but I think it's only right that we go and give her our good wishes and give her support. So we're taking our break now. Thank you.
Drink sponsor Yến Sào Khánh Hòa. Accompanying sponsor Shin Cafe.
but we're staying sober. The sun is in the air, but the party ain't over. One shot, two shot, but we're staying sober. Thank you very much, but I prefer to stay with my girls.
Tiệm Yến Nha Trang, chuỗi nhà hàng chuyên món yến đầu tiên tại Việt Nam, nơi tinh hoa yến xào được nâng tầm thành trải nghiệm ẩm thực hiện đại, cao cấp và an lành cho sức khỏe. Giá trị truyền thống, chất lượng và sự sáng tạo hòa quyện trong từng món ăn. Tiệm Yến lan tỏa ẩm thực yến xào Việt. Papa sốt.
Nguyên nguồn dinh dưỡng dồi dào cùng những khoáng chất thiết yếu. Thưởng thức vị ngọt hoàn toàn tự nhiên từ nguồn rau xanh được thu hoạch từ những nông trại đạt chuẩn hữu cơ và cát, giàu chất xơ và vitamin, với dưỡng chất tốt lành. Chọn sức khỏe, chọn ly gum.
Diamond Sponsor, Gelo Simcoe.
Bạn muốn vé không đồng, khám phá những vùng đất mới. Muốn chưa đến nơi, trải nghiệm đã tới. Vietjet phục vụ mọi mong muốn theo đúng sở thích. Bay là thích ngay.
Public Speaking and Communication Coach, The TV Face.
Luật quốc tế ATQ mang đến những giải pháp pháp lý chuyên nghiệp, minh bạch và hiệu quả. Với đội ngũ luật sư nhiều kinh nghiệm, đi kèm với tư duy đổi mới, luật ATQ xác định hiệu quả tạo nên uy tín với khách hàng và thành công của khách hàng là thước đo giá trị của luật ATQ. Luật ATQ không ngừng học hỏi để nâng tầm chuyên môn, kỹ năng, hướng tới tính hiệu quả trên nền tảng pháp lý an toàn để kiến tạo một tương lai phát triển bền vững, đáp ứng lại sự tin tưởng của quý đối tác, quý khách hàng.
Media Sponsor, Suzu Group. Media Sponsor, Thế giới Hoa hậu. Media Sponsor, Molly Group. Media Sponsor, World Beauties. Media Sponsor, Bamboo Creative. Media Sponsor, World Press. Media Sponsor, Backstage Showbit. Media Sponsor, MZ News.
Z Studio là mạng lưới truyền thông đa kênh, có đang được triển khai các giải pháp truyền thông tích hợp từ sản xuất nội dung, sáng tạo chương trình độc quyền, xây dựng chuỗi nội dung truyền thông cho đối tác và triển khai các chiến dịch truyền thông toàn diện trên hệ sinh thái Zalo.
Media Sponsor Zalo Video. Media Sponsor Star Nation. Diamond Sponsor Gale Simco.
Tọa lạc tại vùng đất linh thiêng Đồ Sơn, nơi hội tụ linh khí của đất trời và vẻ đẹp hùng vĩ của thiên nhiên. Một ngày tại đồi rồng không chỉ là hành trình khám phá hệ sinh thái nghỉ dưỡng đẳng cấp, mà còn là hành trình lưu giữ những khoảnh khắc gắn kết gia đình, nơi mỗi trải nghiệm đều trở thành một kỷ niệm đáng nhớ. Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn, quần thể du lịch nghỉ dưỡng nổi trên biển, top 10 dự án hướng tới mục tiêu phát triển bền vững nhất Việt Nam.
Cuộc sống là những bước chân đưa ta muôn chặng hành trình. Từng khoảnh khắc, từng cảm xúc, từng dấu ấn sẽ mãi được lưu giữ qua những trang ký ức về một chặng hành trình đầy tự hào. Xuyên Việt, hành trình trải nghiệm văn hóa bản địa.
Gold Sponsor Phú Long Corporation.
Như một khu vườn tươi tốt được tạo nên từ sự vun trồng và chăm sóc. Tiếp tục hành trình lấy khách hàng làm trọng tâm, HD Bank Priority mang đến hàng loạt đặc quyền về tài chính cùng những sản phẩm riêng biệt và những người đồng hành đáng tin cậy, đem lại những trải nghiệm sống mới mẻ và giá trị cộng thêm tốt nhất cho mỗi khách hàng. HD Bank Priority tận hưởng đặc quyền, gia tăng lợi ích. Bạn muốn món ăn tươi ngon nóng sốt, muốn thỏa thích shopping, hàng xịn hết ý. Vietjet phục vụ mọi mong muốn theo đúng sở thích. Vậy là thích ngay.
Eventista, nền tảng tối đa doanh thu cho nghệ sĩ và sự kiện giải trí, kết nối khán giả toàn cầu có mặt trên 100 quốc gia, đa dạng nguồn thu từ cộng đồng, thanh toán không giới hạn với hơn 200 phương thức thanh toán tại từng nước, cổng bình chọn uy tín của nhiều cuộc thi sắc đẹp toàn cầu, mua vé sự kiện trong nước và quốc tế dễ dàng, cửa hàng vật phẩm của nhãn hàng và sự kiện, thẻ hội viên dành cho người hâm mộ nghệ sĩ. Truy cập ngay onezone.vn khám phá các sự kiện và kết nối với nghệ sĩ của bạn.
Media Sponsor Tisilon Media.
Step aboard Catherine Cruise, a luxurious voyage where tradition intertwines with contemporary elegance. Inspired by Indochine style, in the heart of Ha Long Bay, Catherine Cruise, where identities converge.
Hospitality sponsor, the Wilson Premium Hạ Long Hotel. Diamond sponsor, Galen Simcoe.
Tọa lạc ngay trung tâm phố biển, Novotel Nha Trang thuộc tập đoàn Accor cung cấp dịch vụ tiêu chuẩn quốc tế với 100% phòng có ban công hướng biển, trải nghiệm ẩm thực quốc tế và đặc sản địa phương đến các set menu Á, Âu đặc sắc. Novotel Nha Trang, điểm đến lý tưởng cho kỳ nghỉ của gia đình bạn.
Hospitality sponsor in Nha Trang, Ibala Hotel and Spa.
Giữa chốn phồn hoa náo nhiệt, một tuyệt tác kiến trúc được tạo dựng. La Chateau Hotel không chỉ là nơi dừng chân mà là trải nghiệm sống đẳng cấp. Để tái tạo năng lượng, tìm lại sự cân bằng. La Chateau Hotel, tuyệt tác lâu đài giữa chốn phồn hoa.
Special Energy Coffee Sponsor, Trung Nguyên Legend. Diamond Sponsor, Gale Simcoe.
Tọa lạc tại vùng đất linh thiêng Đồ Sơn, nơi hội tụ linh khí của đất trời và vẻ đẹp hùng vĩ của thiên nhiên. Một ngày tại đồi rồng không chỉ là hành trình khám phá hệ sinh thái nghỉ dưỡng đẳng cấp, mà còn là hành trình lưu giữ những khoảnh khắc gắn kết gia đình, nơi mỗi trải nghiệm đều trở thành một kỷ niệm đáng nhớ. Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn, quần thể du lịch nghỉ dưỡng nổi trên biển, top 10 dự án hướng tới mục tiêu phát triển bền vững nhất Việt Nam.
Gold Sponsor, Phú Long Corporation.
Như một khu vườn tươi tốt, được tạo nên từ sự vun trồng và chăm sóc. Tiếp tục hành trình lấy khách hàng làm trọng tâm. HD Bank Priority mang đến hàng loạt đặc quyền về tài chính cùng những sản phẩm riêng biệt và những người đồng hành đáng tin cậy, đem lại những trải nghiệm sống mới mẻ và giá trị cộng thêm tốt nhất cho mỗi khách hàng. HD Bank Priority tận hưởng đặc quyền, gia tăng lợi ích.
Gold Sponsor, Vicky Digital Bank.
Bạn muốn thoải mái như ở nhà, muốn từng phút giây đều đáng giá. Vietjet phục vụ mọi mong muốn theo đúng sở thích. Bay là thích ngay. Định hướng phong cách thời trang. Tôi chọn olive oil, dầu ô liu thượng hạng từ Tây Ban Nha, giàu vitamin E và polyphenol, vẽ đường cong quyến rũ, nâng niu vẻ đẹp tự nhiên để tôi luôn tự tin tỏa sáng. Cùng olive oil, đẹp hơn mỗi ngày. Đột phá mới, máy lọc nước Sunhouse Ultra X khai phá lối sống khỏe đầy cảm hứng, tiên phong với công nghệ điện phân gấp đôi hydrogen, tiện dụng cảnh báo thay lõi theo lưu lượng nước, chọn nhiệt độ theo nhu cầu sử dụng. Uống nước khỏe, chọn Ultra X gấp đôi hydrogen.
Mỗi hành trình đều có một khoảnh khắc chuyển mình, không phải để trở thành một ai khác, mà để tự tin hơn trong chính phiên bản của mình.
detailing, chất riêng trong từng thiết kế.
Fashion sponsor WFVN. We're from Vietnam. Food sponsor Yuri Station.
Với 8.000 cửa hàng trên toàn thế giới và đạt mốc trên 100 cửa hàng tại thị trường Việt Nam, Gietang gây ấn tượng về cả hương vị sản phẩm lẫn trải nghiệm khách hàng, đạt số lượng bán ra lên tới 1,5 tỷ ly trà sữa nướng, đa dạng sản phẩm từ trà sữa, trà trái cây tới cà phê, liên tục ra mắt các sản phẩm hot hit dẫn đầu xu hướng và mang chất liệu văn hóa bản địa, đội ngũ nhiệt huyết và luôn tạo dựng niềm tin vững chắc cho mọi khách hàng và đối tác nhượng quyền. Gietang, thương hiệu trà sữa được yêu thích toàn cầu.
Cơm niêu Thiên Lý tự hào là chủ nhà hàng cơm niêu phủ khắp thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Thiên Lý cam kết nguồn nguyên liệu tươi ngon từ khâu sơ chế đến thành phẩm, là nơi để thực khách tìm về những bữa cơm gia đình đúng nghĩa. Cơm niêu Thiên Lý, một thập kỷ gìn giữ, quảng bá tinh hoa ẩm thực Việt.
Tây Nguyên Food Việt Nam tự hào là cái nôi của hương vị đại ngàn, mang trong mình sứ mệnh lan tỏa những giá trị ẩm thực lành mạnh đến với khách hàng trên mọi miền đất nước. Bằng cam kết không phẩm màu, không chất bảo quản, không phụ gia, chúng tôi mong muốn cùng bạn chăm sóc sức khỏe và tận hưởng những bữa ăn ngon của người Việt.
Chào mừng bạn đến với trường cao đẳng kỹ thuật công nghệ Bách khoa SITEC, một thành viên của Hải Phòng Group, nơi kiến tạo tri thức, chắp cánh ước mơ và mở ra tương lai sự nghiệp cho thế hệ trẻ Việt Nam và quốc tế.
No different, no change. Not just what you wear, but not you seal. Practice to celebrate every emotion. Deciding to act, be on time. Hurry, no chance, no different.
Media sponsor Notch Group.
Hoa Mộc Media and Event.
Bệnh viện đa chuyên khoa, tiêu chuẩn quốc tế. Bệnh viện Sang Tê, với đội ngũ bác sĩ chuyên gia đầu ngành, trang thiết bị hiện đại tiên tiến với 14 chuyên khoa mũi nhọn, chúng tôi làm việc tận tâm, hiện đại và luôn đồng hành với người bệnh.
Đồng phục Hải Anh, thương hiệu uy tín hàng đầu trong ngành đồng phục Việt Nam, sở hữu hệ thống sản phẩm đa dạng, dịch vụ chuyên nghiệp cùng năng lực sản xuất vượt trội. Hải Anh mang đến giải pháp đồng phục toàn diện cho doanh nghiệp, góp phần kiến tạo hình ảnh và nâng tầm giá trị thương hiệu doanh nghiệp. Đồng phục Hải Anh, tiên phong xu hướng.
Mobeja, trà sữa ít béo từ hạt với 3 không lạm dụng, không dư thừa, không vượt mức khuyến nghị, đường dưới 25g, béo thấp, ngon nguyên bản, không phải là thần dược, là lựa chọn không gây hại. Mobeja, yêu bạn như cách bạn yêu bản thân mình.
Drink sponsor Yến Sao Khánh Hòa. Accompanying sponsor Shin Cà Phê.
One shot, two shot, but we're staying sober. The sun is in the air, but the party ain't over. One shot, two shot, but we're staying sober. Thank you very much, but I prefer to stay with my girls.
Tiệm Yến Nha Trang, chuỗi nhà hàng chuyên món Yến đầu tiên tại Việt Nam, nơi tinh hoa Yến xào được nâng tầm thành trải nghiệm ẩm thực hiện đại, cao cấp và an lành cho sức khỏe. Giá trị truyền thống, chất lượng và sự sáng tạo hòa quyện trong từng món ăn. Tiệm Yến lan tỏa ẩm thực Yến xào Việt.
Vẹn nguyên nguồn dinh dưỡng dồi dào cùng những khoáng chất thiết yếu. Thưởng thức vị ngọt hoàn toàn tự nhiên từ nguồn rau xanh được thu hoạch từ những nông trại đạt chuẩn hữu cơ và cát, giàu chất xơ và vitamin, với dưỡng chất tốt lành. Chọn sức khỏe, chọn ly gum.
Diamond sponsor Gelo Simcoe.
Bạn muốn vé không đồng, khám phá những vùng đất mới.
Muốn chưa đến nơi, trải nghiệm đã tới.
Vietjet phục vụ mọi mong muốn theo đúng sở thích. Bay là thích ngay.
Public Speaking and Communication Coach, The TV Face.
Luật quốc tế ATQ mang đến những giải pháp pháp lý chuyên nghiệp, minh bạch và hiệu quả. Với đội ngũ luật sư nhiều kinh nghiệm, đi kèm với tư duy đổi mới, luật ATQ xác định hiệu quả tạo nên uy tín với khách hàng và thành công của khách hàng là thước đo giá trị của luật ATQ. Luật ATQ không ngừng học hỏi để nâng tầm chuyên môn, kỹ năng, hướng tới tính hiệu quả trên nền tảng pháp lý an toàn để kiến tạo một tương lai phát triển bền vững, đáp ứng lại sự tin tưởng của quý đối tác, quý khách hàng.
Media sponsor Suzu Group. Media sponsor, Thế giới Hoa hậu. Media sponsor, Molly Group. Media sponsor, World Beauties. Media sponsor, Bamboo Creative. Media sponsor, World Press. Media sponsor, Backstage Showbiz. Media sponsor, MZ News.
Z Studio là mạng lưới truyền thông đa kênh, có đang được triển khai các giải pháp truyền thông tích hợp từ sản xuất nội dung, sáng tạo chương trình độc quyền, xây dựng chuỗi nội dung truyền thông cho đối tác và triển khai các chiến dịch truyền thông toàn diện trên hệ sinh thái Zalo.
Media sponsor, Zalo Video. Media sponsor, Star Nation.
The 73rd Miss World, in partnership with our sponsors.
Diamond sponsor, Simco. Official host destination in Hải Phòng, khu du lịch quốc tế Đồi Rồng, Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn. Official transportation sponsor, Omoda and Triku Việt Nam. Transportation sponsor, Việt Travel. Host in Hạ Long, Beam Group.
Gold sponsor, Sovico Group, Phú Long Corporation, HD Bank, Vicky Digital Bank. Official airline partner, Vietjet Air.
Hospitality sponsor, Imperial Hotel Vũng Tàu. Strategic Technology Partner Official Voting Portal, Eventista. Media sponsor, Tclon Media. Hospitality sponsor in Hạ Long, Intercontinental Hạ Long Bay Resort. The Yacht sponsor, Gathering Cruises. Hospitality sponsor, Radisson Blue Hotel Hạ Long Bay. The Wason Premium Hạ Long Hotel. Hospitality sponsor in Nha Trang, Novotel Nha Trang. Ibala Hotel and Spa. Khu du lịch suối khoáng nóng I Resort. Potic Hotel Nha Trang. Regalia Gold Hotel Nha Trang. Vocal Senior Bay Nha Trang by HHG. Hyatt Regency Nha Trang. Boma Resort Nha Trang.
Iconic Hotel. Citadines Bayfront Nha Trang. The Morning Glow Handwritten Collection. Tui Blue Nha Trang.
Shopping and entertainment partner, Gold Coast Mall in Nha Trang. Hospitality sponsor in Đà Nẵng, 4 Points by Sheraton Đà Nẵng. Hospitality sponsor, La Chateau Hotel.
Special Energy Coffee sponsor, Trung Nguyên Legend.
The Iconic Bag sponsor, Châu Phíp. Fashion sponsor, Alice. Exclusive Olive Oil partner, Olivola. Accompanying sponsor, Sun House. Fashion sponsor, Le Soleil. Kaylin. WFVN, We're from Vietnam. Food sponsor, Yuri Station. Drink sponsor,
Yi He Tang.
Vietnamese Heritage Dining Partner, Cơm Niêu Thiên Lý. Accompanying sponsor, Tây Nguyên Food Việt Nam.
Trường cao đẳng kỹ thuật công nghệ bách khoa CTech.
Service sponsor, Vinex. Jewelry accessory sponsor, Avery Jewelry.
Co-sponsor, Bear Soil.
Media sponsor, Unique OOH. Notch Group.
Hoa Mộc Media and Event.
Healthcare sponsor, Sante Hospital. Fashion sponsor, Duy Trần Couture. Jenny Brado.
Lavance.
Đồng phục Hải Anh. Pili Fashion. Flower sponsor, Chiến Flowers. Drink sponsor, trà sữa ít béo từ hạt Mobeya.
Drink sponsor, Yến Sao Khánh Hòa.
Accompanying sponsor,
Shin Cafe.
Trendy Beauty. Official Glam Partner, Quân Nguyễn Poulet Academy. Service sponsor, Lock and Lock. The new kind of soda sponsor, Sela. Food sponsor, Marina Beach Club Nha Trang. Tiệm Yến Nha Trang. Papasot. Cuckoo Buffet. Juices and nutritious cereal sponsor, Legumes. Public Speaking and Communication Coach, The TV Face. Legal Advisory Support Unit, Công ty luật ATQ. Media Sponsor, Tower Hill Communications. Suzu Group. Thế Anh 28 Entertainment. Thế giới Hoa hậu. Molly Group. Bamboo Creative. World Beauties, World Press, Backstage Showbiz, MZ News, Z Studio, Zalo Video, TikTok, Star Nation, Top Show. Diamond Sponsor, Gale Simcoe.
Tọa lạc tại vùng đất linh thiêng Đồ Sơn, nơi hội tụ linh khí của đất trời và vẻ đẹp hùng vĩ của thiên nhiên. Một ngày tại đồi rồng không chỉ là hành trình khám phá hệ sinh thái nghỉ dưỡng đẳng cấp, mà còn là hành trình lưu giữ những khoảnh khắc gắn kết gia đình, nơi mỗi trải nghiệm đều trở thành một kỷ niệm đáng nhớ. Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn, quần thể du lịch nghỉ dưỡng nổi trên biển, top 10 dự án hướng tới mục tiêu phát triển bền vững nhất Việt Nam.
Cuộc sống là những bước chân đưa ta muôn chặng hành trình. Từng khoảnh khắc, từng cảm xúc, từng dấu ấn sẽ mãi được lưu giữ qua những trang ký ức về một chặng hành trình đầy tự hào. Xuyên Việt, hành trình trải nghiệm văn hóa bản địa.
Gold sponsor, Phú Long Corporation.
Như một khu vườn tươi tốt, được tạo nên từ sự vun trồng và chăm sóc. Tiếp tục hành trình lấy khách hàng làm trọng tâm. HD Bank Priority mang đến hàng loạt đặc quyền về tài chính cùng những sản phẩm riêng biệt và những người đồng hành đáng tin cậy, đem lại những trải nghiệm sống mới mẻ và giá trị cộng thêm tốt nhất cho mỗi khách hàng. HD Bank Priority tận hưởng đặc quyền, gia tăng lợi ích. Bạn muốn vé không đồng, khám phá những vùng đất mới. Muốn chưa đến nơi, trải nghiệm đã tới. Vietjet phục vụ mọi mong muốn theo đúng sở thích. Bay là thích ngay.
Diamond Sponsor, Gale Simcoe.
Tọa lạc tại vùng đất linh thiêng Đồ Sơn, nơi hội tụ linh khí của đất trời và vẻ đẹp hùng vĩ của thiên nhiên. Một ngày tại đồi rồng không chỉ là hành trình khám phá hệ sinh thái nghỉ dưỡng đẳng cấp, mà còn là hành trình lưu giữ những khoảnh khắc gắn kết gia đình, nơi mỗi trải nghiệm đều trở thành một kỷ niệm đáng nhớ. Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn, quần thể du lịch nghỉ dưỡng nổi trên biển, top 10 dự án hướng tới mục tiêu phát triển bền vững nhất Việt Nam.
Cuộc sống là những bước chân đưa ta muôn chặng hành trình. Từng khoảnh khắc, từng cảm xúc, từng dấu ấn sẽ mãi được lưu giữ qua những trang ký ức về một chặng hành trình đầy tự hào. Xuyên Việt, hành trình trải nghiệm văn hóa bản địa.
Gold sponsor, Phú Long Corporation.
Như một khu vườn tươi tốt, được tạo nên từ sự vun trồng và chăm sóc. Tiếp tục hành trình lấy khách hàng làm trọng tâm. HD Bank Priority mang đến hàng loạt đặc quyền về tài chính cùng những sản phẩm riêng biệt và những người đồng hành đáng tin cậy, đem lại những trải nghiệm sống mới mẻ và giá trị cộng thêm tốt nhất cho mỗi khách hàng. HD Bank Priority tận hưởng đặc quyền, gia tăng lợi ích. Bạn muốn vé không đồng, khám phá những vùng đất mới. Muốn chưa đến nơi, trải nghiệm đã tới. Vietjet phục vụ mọi mong muốn theo đúng sở thích. Bay là thích ngay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the head-to-head challenge and the final session of round one. And we're going to hear from the remainder of the continent of Africa. And our next contestant is Ghana.
Central World. Hello, judges, fellow contestants. Good afternoon. As a master's student in international relations and diplomacy, as a former staff member of Ghana's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as someone who has traveled to 42 countries, I know the responsibility and the importance of standing here today, of which I would like to say a huge thank you to the Miss World organization for giving us all the platform to not only represent ourselves and our countries, but to also champion causes that we are most passionate about. My name is Ramzia, and I'm proud to represent Ghana, the true gateway to Africa. Ghana is a beautiful land blessed with gold, cocoa, pristine waters, lush forests, and beautiful coastlines. We are truly blessed with a rich and fertile soil which sustains millions of lives. But this beautiful nation is struggling from environmental threats, such as pollution, improper waste disposal and management, poor drainage systems, and the long-lasting effects of climate change. Which is why I created my project, the Green Gateway. It is an environmental stewardship which I put in place to create a long-lasting change through behavioral change. This project is very personal to me because I did witness the consequences of neglecting our environment. In June this year, Ghana recorded heavy rainfalls, which resulted in major flooding in cities across Ghana. Imagine seeing bodies being washed away to unknown areas in your community. Imagine seeing families, including babies, seated on the roof of their homes because their rooms are filled with water. Imagine watching everything you've worked so hard for over the years being washed away. Yes, that and many more happened. My team and I had the chance to support and engage with a young woman who lost everything. She lost her husband, she lost her home, and she lost 2 children, a 7-year-old and a 1-year-old. It was truly heartbreaking for me while I was talking to her because she could barely say a word without tears flowing down her cheeks. But then it made me realize something. Environmental conservation should be more than just a conversation. It should be our responsibility. And that is why through my project, the Green Gateway, we organize community cleanup exercises every weekend. We partner with volunteers, we support them with funding, and we also give them some protective gears to keep them safe whilst they transform our streets. Through the Green Gateway, we agree and believe that sustainability starts with education. And we also know that protecting our environment involves protecting the most vulnerable people, since they are the most affected first and most by environmental disasters. And that is why we educate children and communities on the importance of environmental conservation. We also support them with emergency relief funds. The long-term goal of my project is to eventually create a sustainable management of waste and recycling system in Ghana and across Africa while planting over 2,000 trees around the world. Currently, we have managed to plant over 200 trees across Ghana. We have only one planet, and I know the world is facing a lot of challenges now. But we have nowhere to go when we don't have a future for our planet. And that is why I would urge all of us to choose responsibility over indifference, to choose action over conversation, and to join me whilst I educate a child, plant a tree, and clean a community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ghana. And now we move to our next country, Guinea.
Parce que j'ai cru en moi que je me tiens ici devant vous pour défendre ce qu'il y a pour moi de mieux dans la vie. Lorsque la beauté a un but, elle mérite d'être partagée par le monde. Telle est la cause sacrée de Miss Monde. Et pour moi, c'est ce qui fait toute sa particularité. Mesdames et messieurs, chers jurys, bonjour. Je suis Sarah Keita, ambassadrice dévouée pour la promotion de la culture guinéenne et du leadership féminin à travers l'Afrique.
I believe in myself, and that's why I'm standing here today, to share my purpose with the world. When beauty has a purpose, it deserves to be seen by the world. This is the sacred motto of Miss World, and to me, it is what makes this platform truly unique. Distinguished judges, ladies and gentlemen, and to everyone watching us around the world, good evening, and thank you for your love and support.
Aujourd'hui, je ne vous parle pas seulement d'un projet, je vous parle d'un but, d'un objectif et d'un plan humain. Je suis consacrée à la lutte et à la prévention contre le cancer du col de l'utérus et le cancer du sein dans mon pays. J'ai rencontré des familles, j'ai écouté des témoignages, j'ai écouté des femmes et l'ensemble de ces témoignages ont complètement marqué mon engagement pour cette cause.
Today, I'm not just speaking about a project, I'm speaking about a purpose, a mission, and a lifelong commitment. I have dedicated myself to the fight against and prevention of cervical cancer in my country, Guinea. Through awareness campaigns, education, and screening initiatives, I've met women, families, and heard stories that have profoundly shaped my commitment. Through Miss World, I want to take this cause beyond the borders of my country, because no woman should lose her life due to the lack of prevention, early detection, or access to quality healthcare.
Aujourd'hui, je ne porte pas que ma voix, je porte la voix de toutes ces femmes qui se battent dans l'ombre. Je porte la voix de la jeunesse de mon pays. Je porte la voix de toutes ces personnes qui luttent contre le cancer à travers le monde entier.
And we'll let you keep going because we'll keep going.
Mon engagement va également au-delà de la santé à travers mon projet événementiel culturel. Je me bats chaque jour pour valoriser la femme africaine et offrir à ces jeunes filles l'opportunité de croire en leurs rêves et de construire leur avenir.
My dream is to establish a comprehensive cancer center dedicated to breast cancer and cervical cancer, a place where every woman can receive free support, early screening and treatment with the ambition of welcoming patients from across Africa.
Pour finir, j'aimerais rendre un vibrant hommage et un particulier merci à l'organisation Miss World. Aujourd'hui, pas que nos pays qui connaissent notre impact, le monde entier nous observe et s'inspire de nous. Dans cette aventure, 111 femmes sont présentes pour défendre des causes qui leur tiennent à cœur. Et pour moi, ça c'est une véritable conglomérat.
My commitment extends beyond healthcare through cultural events and projects. I work every day to celebrate African women and empower them. And I would like to give my heartfelt tribute and express my sincere gratitude to the Miss World organization.
Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you for all your attention. Before you leave, Miss Guinea, please, if you come back to the middle of the stage. Miss Guinea actually has given us a much bigger presentation in terms of what we have here. So I know that we will also, we wanted to say that she wanted to not only pay her tribute to the Miss World organisation, but today she wanted to recognise the impact that today will have. And in this incredible journey, 111 young women from diverse backgrounds stand together with determination, united by the desire to make a positive impact on the world. And it's this positive impact that she wanted to highlight. But we also wanted to highlight something very positive about you today, because we understand that it's your birthday. Now, in the same way, I know this is very naughty, but it's not really part of the programme, but we are a family with Miss World, and we share grief sometimes, and we share sadness, but we always share happiness, and we always share a birthday. So, as you know, her name is Saren. Saren, we would like to wish you a happy birthday. And ladies, could you all just stand up, please? And let's sing a big happy birthday to this lovely lady here. Come forward to the front of the stage. And after 3, let's sing happy birthday and celebrate with Saren. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. There we are. Tears of joy.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Merci vraiment. Je suis très, très touchée. Je suis très, très honorée. Merci du fond du cœur.
Hey. The true beauty of diversity and desire to make a positive impact in this world. Thank you, Saren. Guinea. Thank you very much. Well, we wanted to surprise her there. We now move to our next contestant, Guinea-Bissau.
Good afternoon, everybody. Boa tarde para todos vós. My name is Hernani Nantotti, and I'm so proud to be here representing my beautiful country, Guinea-Bissau. I'm going to talk about my project. I have been part of this project, RCJJ, a networking of young journalists since 2019. And we bring together the youth for Guinea-Bissau and abroad without distinction or gender. We are there to defend the rights of other children. Did you know that 51% of children aged 5 to 7 are involved in child labor? And 43% of 10 to 14 are subjected FGM, female genital mutilation. And now, I'm going to ask you, how would you feel if this thing happened to you or someone close to you? And how painful could it be? And we have 50% of the girls from newborn to 14 years old are subjected to the same act. More than 7 of girls marry older men before turning 15. And 60 of children aged 1 to 2 suffer physical violence. So our goal is to contribute to the promotion of young people rights to identify, use and report them media outlets, and contribute to increased responsible participation by adolescents and young activists in the media. My aim is to give a voice to those they don't have a voice. And I want to say something to my parents. Mom, Dad, thank you for taking care of us, and we love you. And now I'm going to tell you in my language for my people in Guinea-Bissau. Mama, Papa, obrigado por não cuidar de nós. Não ama vós. Thank you, nós está junto.
Wow, thank you very much, Guinea-Bissau. And we send the greetings from everyone here to your mother and father as well. Our next contestant is from Kenya.
Imagine being born and raised in prison. Imagine your entire life is full of your entire childhood memories is full of cold prison walls you have no idea about. Yet you did nothing wrong. My name is Triza Muhenje, Miss World Kenya 2026, and I am proud to represent my beautiful nation Kenya here in Miss World stage. I want to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to Miss Julia Molly and the entire Miss World organization for giving me this opportunity to stand on this stage. I stand here today not just as Miss World Kenya, but as a woman carrying purpose in my heart. Purpose that is really close to my heart. My beauty with a purpose, showing love behind bars, focuses on incarcerated mothers and their children in prison. You know, I walked into Langata Women's Prison, and I walked in there knowing that I'm going to meet women. But instead, I met babies. I met innocent babies who have no idea why they're there, who have no idea why they're incarcerated in such a cold place. I also met mothers, maternal mothers, some of them who are breastfeeding as well. And they lack essential basic needs such as diapers, milk, clothes, and even the basic essentials we all need as human. I looked at these innocent faces and I told myself, there's no child who deserves to be in such a cold place. And there's no mother who would ever wish to raise a child in prison. And you know, as a firstborn daughter, I have always carried this motherly spirit within me, and I knew I couldn't just walk away from the prison. I knew I had to do something. And that something is my purpose. Together with Clean State Africa, we raised funds. We had a fundraising whereby we were able to provide essentials such as diapers, basic essentials, food, milk, and even clothes for these innocent babies, 0 to 5 years old. And do you know the most painful part is that these innocent babies get separated from their mothers once they're 5 years old and taken to children's home. And this is the most painful part because for a mother, you will never wish to get separated from your child. I am grateful to my governor, Honorable Johnson Sakaja, who is the governor of Nairobi County. He has offered to join hands and support me in this project when I go back home. And we are ready to make a meaningful and lasting impact in Kenya. Not just in Kenya, but in Africa. Not just in Africa, but in the world. This is my beauty with a purpose. This is my story. And this is a legacy that I want to leave. Sante, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenya. Thank you. Our next contestant is from Malawi.
Good afternoon to the SWORD family, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my fellow queens, members of FIRST, and of course, Mwatokabanji Malawi. I am Irene Navicha, and it is by the grace of God that I stand in front of you here representing the 23 million people of the warm heart of Africa. I just completed my degree in Indigenous Knowledge, Systems and Practices from the Malawi University of Science and Technology, whereby we work a lot in the communities in order to solve some of the biggest challenges that the community is facing. And what stood out to me the most is the issue of education. Dear judges, I remember as a little girl sitting down in a classroom. The teacher called out one of my friend's name, but she never responded. A week later, another desk became empty, then another. Slowly, I had started losing my friends, the ones that I played with, talked with, dreamt with. At that age, I never really understood what it meant. All I knew was that they're not coming back to school the next day. After being enrolled at the Malawi University of Science and Technology and working in the communities around 2022, I encountered one of my teachers. And in this community, I saw the huge increase in teenage pregnancies, forced marriages, and belief that a girl child does not deserve education. This is something that broke my heart the most. I remember that the seats that were empty back then as a child were not empty just because these girls didn't want to come to class, but they were filled with unfulfilled dreams, empty promises. This led to the birth of the Grey Nerves Foundation. I collaborated with Chimbora community, whereby together we started an organization called When a Mother is a Child Project. When a Mother is a Child Project, it is a project that is working in order to bring back girls to school. And under this project, we structured 4 solutions in order to help girls across Malawi. First of all, we had to build a hostel as well as provide scholarships to girls. Poverty is one of the huge contributing factor to teenage pregnancies in Malawi. So we started giving them scholarships. We built this hostel whereby we enroll them each year. New girls come in this hostel. Despite us successfully constructing this hostel, we still encountered a huge problem, which led us to the second solution. Most teenage mothers were still not coming to school because they had to stay at home and take care of their toddlers. So we decided to build a nursery school. And this nursery school is not so far away from this boarding school, whereby we teach toddlers. So as the mother is accessing education and building her future, we are also building a strong foundation for this toddler. Thirdly, we decided to collaborate with different organizations. We collaborated with government, especially the Ministry of Gender and the Ministry of Education, and also other non-governmental organizations such as Future Path Initiatives, as well as Youth Inspire, because we want this issue of teenage pregnancies, early marriages to come to an end. In our collaboration, and we have seen how much this has helped a lot because it is solving this problem at the grassroots level. Fourthly, despite us doing all of this, there were still challenges. Some parents were resistant to change. They didn't want to enroll their kids in class, and they thought that they should stay at home and be mothers and be wives, which is not right. And we realized that we are not only battling the issue of education here, but we're challenging cultural norms that have been there for generations and generations, and we are critiquing culture. We started mobilizing community campaigns whereby we sit down with parents and teach them that education is very, very important to a girl child. I believe that every girl here is sitting here speaking boldly about their beauty with a purpose because you had access to education, and that is what I wanted to achieve for every teen child in Malawi. I believe that Miss World is a platform that speaks about hope before it speaks about beauty. May every step I take foster change, foster kindness, so that somebody can believe that tomorrow is gonna be better. As Miss World, I want to use this platform to create more education opportunities for girls because I know that the issue of teenage pregnancies, early marriages is not only happening in Malawi. And most importantly, I want to foster kindness. It hurts when I see people calling teen mothers a mistake, when I see people calling teen mothers as people who don't deserve a second opportunity. It hurts when girls are being forced into marriages, and I would never want that reality for anybody. I want to foster kindness and to make it a norm to treat each other equally and to have empathy. And if we live in places that there is no kindness, the most important thing we can do is being the first person to bring that kindness. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Malawi. And please now welcome Mauritius.
Give a man a fish, and he will eat for a day. Teach him to fish, and he will eat for a lifetime. Good afternoon, Miss World Organization. Good afternoon, my sisters, and good afternoon to the world. My name is Shreya Bukhari, and I'm representing the beautiful island of Mauritius today. My project is called Back to Soil, and at its heart is one word: opportunity. I believe that charity is a crucial part of our society. However, I do believe that charity alone cannot provide lasting change, which is why I wanted my project to be about opportunity. I wanted my project to be about opportunity to learn a skill, to be self-sufficient, to earn an income, so that people can build a future that they can call their own. In other words, I want to teach them to fish. I chose agriculture as my pathway to do so, because I saw firsthand how impactful agriculture can be. I myself grew up in agriculture, surrounded by the tea fields of Mauritius. Agriculture gave my family opportunity. It gave us purpose, and it gave me the life that I live today. In fact, the very reason that I'm standing on this Miss World stage today is because of agriculture. Think about that. I'm just a girl from the tea fields of Mauritius, a small island nation, and I am now standing on the Miss World stage representing said island. That is how deep the impact of agriculture can be for one person. What if we can give that opportunity to others who did not get the same start in life? That is why Back to Soil was created. I want to make agriculture a pathway to help underserved and underprivileged communities, to help children and people with disabilities, and ultimately for anyone who's looking for a second chance or a different starting point in life. I believe that your starting point should never define your destination. The first seed of Back to Soil was planted at the Lady Sushil Ramgalam Sen School in Mauritius, a school for children with special needs. I chose these children because I believe that childhood is such a crucial part of development, and I chose children with special needs because I saw that there was an even bigger urgency to provide opportunity for them at this stage of their lives. So together with the school, we transformed an unused space into the first sensory garden, accessible sensory garden of Mauritius, the very first one, in which the children can explore their agricultural skills, and they can even develop their motor skills, which is highly, highly important for children who have physical special needs. I think that this is very important as it acts as a way for them to practice their physical therapy. Through planting and caring for their garden, they're also learning confidence at such a young age. Confidence that what they grow has value, has monetary value in a world that may not always be accepting of them. Agriculture in Mauritius is especially important. We're a land that is very fertile. However, a lot of the fruits and vegetables that we consume are imported, which means that we have growing concern for food security. In a time like this, I think it is very important to turn back towards the soil and to promote our own resources. Back to Soil is therefore not only about empowering people, but it is about building a more resilient, a more self-sufficient Mauritius as a whole. As you can see, the Back to Soil vision is vast, and it does not end here. I want to take Back to Soil into even more underserved communities. I want to adapt the model into rehabilitation programs for people who have suffered from drug abuse. I want to take the model into correctional facilities for people to learn a skill to use after incarceration, where agriculture can provide people with practical skills, with dignity, and with a new sense of purpose. Agriculture gave my family a chance. It gave me my chance. So I want to take the opportunity that was given to me and plant it somewhere else. Because when you give a man a fish, he will eat for a day. But when you teach them to fish, they will eat for a lifetime. This is back to soil. And this is my hard work, my heart, and my soul. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mauritius. I get some fishing lessons later, I think. Our next candidate is from Morocco.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I can't be grateful enough for the warmth with which you have received us. Xin chào Vietnam. Today, I want to tell you the story of a young girl who grew up in a small town where the only role models she could have worked in the field. She had the chance of having loving parents who sacrificed everything so she could study. And in her room, she read The Adventures of Tintin Going to Space. So she started dreaming of going to space. That dream led her to represent her country at the NASA space camp as a teenager. And there she met a mentor, someone who opened the doors for her. And since then, she discovered her purpose in life and her mission. It is to open doors for the young girls and young people like her. As you may have guessed, ladies and gentlemen, that young girl is me. I come from a nation that has never needed its young people as it needed today. Yet, a lot of them think they should look for purpose, for opportunity elsewhere. And that is why I found the doors open, to open the doors for them, to create opportunity and hope through part-time jobs so that they never have to give up on their dreams. I always think of Fatima, a girl from SOS Children's Villages where I serve as an ambassador. She benefits from open doors, and when she got her first paycheck, she bought me shoes because she noticed I loved shoes. I also did the same when I got my first paycheck. I got shoes for my parents. That made me think that we have this passion for shoes probably in my family. But most importantly, it made me realize that we can be the figure of support for those who have none. Over the past 8 years, Open Doors has empowered more than 17,000 young people in my nation. And we are expanding in Egypt with a bigger vision for our continent. I don't know all these young people by name, but I know that somehow they're not giving up on their dreams, and that just fills my heart with joy. I come also from a nation where the crown does not change the word yet. But through the Miss Word, I could really experiment what this family means, thanks to the exposure we got. It opens doors for those open that I could never open alone. And when I came here, I experienced and lived what is the Miss Word family. The quiet yet genuine care that Mrs. Julia Morley and all the team pours into us. And I realized the crown is not about what the titles pours into us. It is about what we pour into the title. I witnessed what becomes possible when we build systems and when we use the power of compounding through doors open. And we witness it too through the Pink Power Run together. That is my vision today, to create systems and synergies that last and connections that are sustainable, and that give something back to everyone who joins the team. So that Mongolia, so that Czech Republic, and their fight to prevent cancer, Vietnam, who fights for climate, and all of us sisters here, so that we don't have to build alone. Because when purpose stops working alone, it doesn't just add up, it compounds. And that is the legacy I want us to leave to the world. Family of doors that will remain open for the next girl reading her own Tintin and dreaming her own space. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Rocco, can we now ask our next candidate to come forward, who's from Mozambique?
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
Uma decisão que tomei há 3 anos custou-me quase tudo. Porém, também me ensinou muito. E é essa experiência que venho partilhar com vocês hoje neste palco.
A decision I made 3 years ago cost me almost everything. However, it also taught me so much. And it is this experience that I come here today on this stage to share with you.
Felizmente, tenho hoje o privilégio de usar a minha voz para exteriorizar aquilo que está no coração de muitas mulheres moçambicanas que não podem estar aqui hoje.
Fortunately, today, I have the privilege of using my voice to express what is in the hearts of many Mozambican women who cannot be here.
Mulheres, hoje nós seremos ouvidas.
Women, today you will be heard.
Imaginem uma menina que sonha em ser médica, engenheira ou professora.
Imagine a young girl dreams of becoming a doctor, an engineer, or a teacher.
Ela acorda de manhã, prepara-se para ir à escola, mas percebe que está menstruada. Neste momento, depara-se com uma realidade que ainda faz parte da vida de muitas meninas e mulheres moçambicanas. A falta de acesso a produtos de higiene menstruais.
She wakes up in the morning and gets ready to go to school, but then she realizes that has started her period. At the moment, she faces a reality that is still part of lives of many girls and women in Mozambique, the lack of access to proper menstrual hygiene products.
Elas não têm condições financeiras para comprar absorventes e não dispõem de um espaço adequado para cuidar da sua higiene e muitas das vezes não possuem informações suficientes para compreender e cuidar do seu próprio corpo.
They cannot afford to buy sanitary pads, they do not have a proper place to manage their hygiene, and very often they do not have enough information to understand and take care of their own bodies.
Então, em vez de ir à escola, prefere ficar em casa.
So, instead of going to school, she chose to stay at home.
Pode parecer apenas um dia perdido, mas para muitas meninas, esses dias repetem-se todos os meses e, além das aulas perdidas, são oportunidades perdidas.
It may seem like just one day missed, but for many girls, these days are repeated every month, and beyond the lessons they miss, they are also opportunities lost.
Foi por este motivo que escolhi o meu projeto, Menstruação com Dignidade.
That's why I chose my project, Menstruation with Dignity.
O meu projeto procura promover educação, sensibilização e dignidade menstrual, enfrentando 3 desafios principais e que, por sua vez, faz deles o pilar do meu projeto. Passo a citar: kit de higiene menstrual, educação e advocacia.
My project seeks to promote menstrual education, awareness, and dignity by addressing 3 main challenges, which forms the pillars of my project: menstrual hygiene kits, education, and advocacy.
Mas eu não quero apenas falar sobre a menstruação.
But I don't want to just talk about menstruation.
Quero mudar a forma como a sociedade no geral, fala sobre ela.
I want to change the way our society as a whole talks about it.
Porque quando damos acesso, damos dignidade.
Because when we provide access, we provide dignity.
Quando damos informação, damos confiança.
When we provide information, we build confidence.
E quando damos confiança, ajudamos uma menina a acreditar nos seus sonhos.
And when we build confidence, we help a girl believe in her dreams.
Eu sou Arsênia Querrá, Miss Mundo Moçambique, e o meu propósito é garantir que a menstruação nunca seja uma barreira para uma menina estudar.
I am Arsenia Querrá, Miss World Mozambique, and my purpose is to ensure that menstruation will never be a barrier to a girl's education.
Menstruação com dignidade é direito e não um luxo.
Menstruation with dignity is a right, not a luxury.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Mozambique. Our next contestant, Namibia. I think I better try and say that with my teeth in. Our next contestant, Namibia.
Good afternoon to the entire Miss World family, those present here with us today and those joining us from home. Before I introduce myself, allow me to acknowledge, or rather single out, a woman of substance, the literal heartbeat of what Miss World stands for. A woman who for decades has worked for the agenda of children, of women, and caring communities worldwide. Ms. Julia Morley, thank you for giving purpose a voice. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Eli Aaron. I am proudly representing the Republic of Namibia, a country of resilience, a country of beauty, a country of extraordinary untapped potential. I am carrying 3.1 million people with me here today. I am a third-year software development student, and if I've learned anything thus far from coding, it is that problem solving can take you through absolutely anything if you are honest enough to do it. I founded the Penomwene Trust, which is a youth development initiative advancing youth wellness as a preventative strategy for teenage pregnancy. Now you might wonder why teenage pregnancy. Growing up, I have firsthand seen how teenage pregnancy can single-handedly take a young person's life and put it to a pause. I have seen my seniors in school disappear, my peers not return, but we never asked why, because we knew the answer. The environment sold it. Teenage pregnancy is educated in school, it is taught. However, the increasing rate, particularly in my country, has become alarmingly high. Ladies and gentlemen, 71% of Namibia's population is the youth, making us my country's greatest resource. And I was deeply angered, but in the most compassionate way, when I found out that 160,000 teenage pregnancies were recorded in Namibia between the years 2010 and the year 2022. I wonder why, if there is curriculum. Therefore, through the Penomwene Trust, I have joined hands with the Namibian government to educate learners with evidence-based sexual reproductive health education, further complementing the efforts of the life skills teachers, doing it for youth by youth. because I believe that the curriculum is not explicitly comprehensive as of yet. But the teachers are doing their job. And this is not just a Namibian issue, ladies and gentlemen. The World Health Organization has mentioned that 21 million teenage pregnancies were recorded or continue to be recorded every single day, particularly in developing countries. Sub-Saharan Africa, to be specific. And we wonder why. So I decided that I will bring the conversation to the learners myself. I will ask them myself, and I will sit one-on-one, eye to eye with these young learners to first explain their potential and have them take up their space. I started my foundation at just 19 years old. A lot of the elders would be impressed, but why so young? That is because at a very young, tender age, I understood how much there is, how much we have to offer as the young people. Ladies and gentlemen, teenage pregnancy is an urgent yet preventable issue. I do not want to see any young child not complete their senior secondary education because they became a parent. Therefore, I stand with all those fighting for the youth. I stand for the youth, and I'm trying to make sure that every young person sees their potential and does not become a parent way before their time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Namibia, I'm going to get it right this time, don't worry. Our next contestant is Nigeria.
We've all heard the popular saying, don't judge a book by its cover. But what if I told you that every minute of every day, millions of people all over the world are living that reality, being judged by a label before their story is ever read? What if we stop looking at what makes someone different and start looking at what makes them extraordinary? Good day, Mrs. Morley. Good day, judges. The Miss World organization, my pageant sisters and supporters from all over the world. I am Soye Karibi George, proudly representing Nigeria, and this is the heart of my advocacy, Beyond Labels. Beyond Labels is a movement that advocates for awareness, education, inclusivity, and we're challenging societal stereotypes and labels, especially for individuals living with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions. Through Beyond Labels, we've been able to engage with communities of children and adults that have been faced with being labeled by society all their life. One look at them and a judgment is already passed. One glance and they've already decided what they can achieve and what they can amount to. And you may ask me why. Why people with disabilities? Why people with neurodivergent conditions? I was fortunate enough to attend a school during the formative years of my life where it was inclusive, not just for every person that the world would deem normal, but for people who were different. And at first I didn't understand it, but our director, Mrs. Dakoru White of blessed memory, made it an integral part that these children would come into school, and it took off a burden from parents being worried about what will happen to their children when they're long gone or when they're no longer there to take care of them. And I could see how these kids stepped out of being solely dependent on a caregiver, and they were able to communicate, relate, express themselves amongst their peers. And it was beautiful to see because some of those students actually came and were merged into regular school. They graduated high school, went on to the university, and I can tell you for a fact that they're doing very well. And It's important because I believe education is a good way to start, not just in a classroom, but teaching children not to fear difference, but to embrace it, to understand it, to learn it. So each time they see someone who doesn't look like them, they don't see a difference, they only see the next human being. And that will breed compassion, that will breed love, and in everything that we do, each of these individuals will not only feel like they belong, but they will be integral contributors anywhere that they find themselves. Through our work, we capitalize on art. We encourage these children to color outside the lines, express your emotions. What's one thing that you've always wanted to paint but you've not been able to do? We've also used sports because it's universal. And they may not be able to participate with everyone else, but a small community of people will come together and see people who are just like them, and they will have an amazing time. I'm a woman who believes that everyone should be seen the same. No one should be seen different. But more so, we should all be given equal opportunity to express who we are, to show what we're capable of, and be contributors to society. I'm very passionate about the environment. I'm passionate about music. I'm passionate about sports. I'm passionate about children. But most of all, I'm passionate about inspiring the next generation of people to look beyond their situation right now, to dream, to hope, to love. And that is my beauty with a purpose. And I'm grateful to be standing here because we are all living in someone's beauty with a purpose. My journey in pageantry started because someone decided to give, and that has brought me here. So thank you, Mrs. Morley, for always giving for the last 75 years of your life. So I ask all of you today, with the community of over 35 million Nigerians living with disabilities, will you look beyond labels and see an individual and see potential, see capacity? And I'd like to end with this. It's something I always tell the kids and the people when I see them. An affirmation says, I am worthy, I am enough, I am beyond labels. Can we all do that together? I am worthy, I am enough, and most of all, I am beyond labels. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Nigeria. I was about to add, I am late, but we finished just in time. Okay, our next contestant is Senegal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, judges. Good afternoon, Miss Morley. Good afternoon, sisters. My name is Fatoumata Diop, and I'm proudly representing Senegal. I hold a degree in business strategy, and I am also an actress and a writer, author of 2 books exploring emotions. In my writing, I give words to emotions we often feel, struggle to express, and I remind people that they are never alone. People often believe that the hardest battles are the ones we can see, but the hardest ones are never visible. They happen behind achievements, behind smiles, behind the simple words, I am fine. I know this because I've lived it. There was a time when anxiety became louder than my own voice, a time when simply showing up became difficult and no one would understand. From the outside, everything looked normal, but inside, I was fighting a world no one could see. Mental health is not just important, but the future of humanity depends on it. Every human being is born with something the world needs, a dream, a talent, an idea. But every day, millions of those gifts are buried beneath anxiety, depression, and trauma. And the world cannot afford to lose that potential to silence. Somewhere in the world, there might be someone capable of creating a life-saving cure or inspire millions, but right now, they might simply be struggling to get out of bed. For me, being a beauty queen has never been about being the prettiest person in the room or wearing the prettiest dress in the room. It's about being that one person in the room who remind others that they deserve to wear their crown too. That is the heart of my Beauty with a Purpose project. Voices of Hope is not just an organization, but a promise that no one should suffer in silence. Through safe spaces, educational programs, and meaningful conversations, Voices of Hope help people speak without fear, ask for help without shame, and remember that healing is possible. I dream of a world where mental health is not just seen as important, but treated with the same urgency as physical health. For me, mental health shouldn't be put at a second place, as the future depends on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Senegal. Thank you. And we now move to Sierra Leone.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Julia Morley, the entire Miss World team, my beautiful Miss World sisters, and viewers back home. My name is Mariam Lobakone, and I must say I'm extremely honored to stand before you today as Miss World Sierra Leone 2026. So besides pageantry, there is so much to Mariam as a person. I am a 22-year-old soon-to-be finance graduate. At the same time, I own Sierra Leone's first ever 24-hour beauty salon that is interestingly run by just women. I'm also the owner of a charity foundation that is notable for providing youth with the Healthy Body, Healthy Mind, and Healthy Community initiative, as we do believe it's on these three pillars the average youth will be able to achieve their goals. Today, I'm not really here to talk about a project, so I'm going to be talking from my heart. I want to talk on behalf of women whose voices are too often unheard. 2 years ago, while visiting one of the poorest communities in my country's capital, I saw a young girl searching through heaps of garbages, looking for something to eat or maybe something she can sell just to survive, I assumed. As I walked closer, she looked up. It was my childhood best friend. She had lost herself completely to addiction. This is someone I went to school with, someone I laughed with, someone I hope to have a bright future together with, or someone that is even supposed to be in this room with us today. Across Sierra Leone, and increasingly across many other African countries, we have a drug that is posing as a threat to our generation. It's commonly known as kush, or the zombie drug, and that is because of the zombie-like effect it actually has on its users. But this drug is said to contain similar synthetic opioids that is being found in fentanyl, which most of us in Europe and America were very aware of because it had devastated a lot of communities there. But apart from fentanyl, this drug is also said to compose of dead people bones. They practically dig up graves of our loved ones, take out the remains, and constitute this drug, which is making it so deadly and so potent. This drug starts with affecting the brain. It shuts the brain down completely, and then moves to swelling of the limbs, the feet. Slowly and surely, the respiratory system shuts down completely, and death creeps in. It's actually that bad. Fentanyl, which is also used to make this drug, is actually a drug issued out to cancer patients just to relieve pain. But when it's used illegally or when it's abused, it can cause serious harm to the human body. Overall, 300 million people are said to be on drugs as we speak in this room. but sadly, just 1 out of 5 of them do get the help that they need. For women especially, which is my greatest concern, the consequences are so heartbreaking. This drug in question has exposed a lot of women to prostitution, exploitation, drug trafficking, theft, violence, just to survive. It will shock you to know that some of these women don't even get to see their monthly menstrual cycle because the drug has taken over their bodies completely. And sadly, when this drug finally meets with pregnancy, it affects both the mother and the baby. It has resulted to babies being born underweight, unhealthy, autistic, or having the Down syndrome, or even requiring urgent medical help since birth. No baby deserves to be born in that type of situation. The death of my best friend was not the end of her journey. We actually lost her to the drug, but that was not the end of her journey. It somehow inspired me to establish the Mariam Suez Foundation, which is the best thing that has ever happened to me. Luckily for me, with the help of individuals, NGOs, and CSOs in my country, we have successfully been able to put together a rehabilitation center for these women. We have saved over 280 women from slums and vulnerable communities, guide their recovery, and see how we can connect them with tools that can just help them to regain their independence. These are things I've been able to do as Mariam or as Miss World Sierra Leone. But I also stand here today as a Miss World contender. I don't wish for this initiative to just stop in Sierra Leone. I want to see every single person battling drug addiction, be it in England, Kenya, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Portugal, to know that there's a safe space for them to relive their dreams. There's a safe space for them to start. So this is the purpose that I wear. This is the crown on my head. And if you're in this room today and you do believe that every single human being deserves a second chance at reliving their dreams, kindly raise a hand up with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sierra Leone, who actually told me that she came and said to me that she was having nightmares last night about me. She was woken up in the middle of the night with me saying the word time. So I was hoping it wouldn't happen, but it did. I apologize. Our next contestant is Somalia.
English is not my first language, but I will try to be best. I need to ask 4 questions. Everybody there and anyone who watching live. Shall the girl have to choose between getting water and going to school? No. The girl shall not have to choose. She deserves clean water, safety, and the education shall be holding book, not carrying held water. Next question. It is survival or the child accepted from child? No. Child desire more than service. They desire light, learning, playing, dream, and growing up with. Next question. What kind of future we carrying if children are not leaving behind? We conduct bullying better future by leaving children behind. When we are helping children learning grow up, we are bullying strong and holy. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Fouzia Abdullahi, Miss World Somalia 2026. I am representing my beautiful country, Somalia. There are children in Somalia who live between borders. Not borders on the map, but borders between half a home and half a thing. Between children wood. Imagine behind children, but stressing of asking what we can do to be when I grow up. and ask him when we go to home. That is the reality of too many children in Somalia. Displacement in Somalia duty has affected 3.8 million people. Has affected Badio, Dolo, and Mogadishu. 54% of children are number. 1 into 3 age school. Confinement are shocked. The galleries are spending the hour searching for water interesting physics classroom. They are not only losing home, they are losing classroom. They are losing safety. And sometimes they are losing the chance to be a symbol, a child. But I believe combination is not our, because combination without action, it's only feeling. That's why my project is Children Without Borders. It's about turning combination into action. My cervical symbol, children without not living choosing between cervical and the future. So I want to focus 3 things. First, education, supporting children, classroom, and training teachers. So when bullying, displacement leading doors. Second, water for the safety and safety point, classroom, campus, galleries is spent to listen time, work, water, and more time. This. 3, skill for the children. Future. Believing young people are community skills, are bullying, training, safety, digital, and family, because skill can become into come. Because family we are forward. And I want to work with the community project children, family, children, and equity marriage will be making sure they avoid our way. The world asks what we can do one person. And I say, we can stop one person to asking one children, what are we can go growing up, and asking start when are we can go when I'm get there. I want to be part to see some children stopping asking that. What we will doing when I get there, that's the future I want to children in Somalia. If reading this crown, I will never use only to be seen. I want to use children who too often forgetting and tearing their hope of unity, because true beauty does not on the symbol of shine on the stage. True beauty is on digitally, caring, and driven as silver children power of building her future.
Time.
Halkan waxaa imaaday anigoo ah Mrs. Wall Soomaaliya. Laakiin waxaa halkan ka tegi doonaa anigoo hooyadeeda ee u warbaarisay waxqabadka inuu ka bilaawdo guriga oo uu sii gudbo adduunka. That means I can Miss Wall Somalia, but I live there, a young woman. My mama, she training me. The service start at the home, and we grow out in the world. And thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. And ladies, a special round of applause to Somalia. She had to do that without, she was desperate to do it in English for us. A big thank you to Somalia. Our next contestant is South Africa.
Due to time, all protocols observed both in this auditorium today and online. Thank you for having me. When you look at me and you look at the name badge on my side, you will see the name South Africa written. But I represent something that's bigger than my country. I represent a purpose, a plan, a vision, and a hope for all of humanity that I've actively been working for long before I was blessed enough to have this crown. Being Miss World is something that is a calling. It's a life's purpose. But it is seen in every single thing you do, from how you treat others to how you show up when you feel like you're not enough. And there are plenty of moments when I felt that way. But in all honesty, what has kept me going is a little special boy I met when I first became an audiologist. His grandmother brought him to the clinic because she was worried he was struggling at school and she didn't think he'd be able to make it. But she said something that stuck with me. Years later, I still can't believe how painful it was to hear those words, because they were a reminder of my own experiences, of feeling as if I was not enough to be cared for by the world that I was in. She said, I brought him to this clinic because I want him to hear, but I have to choose between getting healthcare and being able to ensure he eats the next meal. And no family should ever have to choose between their dignity, their right to be able to access the care that they deserve, and the opportunity to have a child that's dreaming and living and learning and growing. That is not the world I want to live in. That is when I decided to found my nonprofit, Caring Purpose. We are focused on 3 pillars: accessible healthcare through our mobile clinics across communities in my country, nutrition programs through food gardens, and literacy programs in schools and orphanages. When this all began, it was honestly from the boot of my car and a few friends. The lovely thing about working in a clinic is there's always someone willing to help even outside of work. The problem is when you don't have resources and you're often very tired from long shifts, you feel so limited because you're not sure if you'll be able to help more than just a big organization that is able to help you Monday to Friday. But over the past 4 years, we have successfully assisted 770 young people to be able to know that they're cared for, that they're loved, and that their circumstances does not have to determine their future. And since my crowning as Miss World South Africa on the 18th of July, a special date in my country because it represents our hero, Nelson Mandela, an icon and a beacon of hope, of restoration and redemption, I was able to touch a further 500 children. I know these all seem like numbers, but each child I was able to come across, to connect with, to hug, hold, and even pray over is a testament to a world where dignity is being restored, where communities do not have to rely on handouts, where they are actively being empowered to be catalysts of change for themselves. I know everything seems like it's very airy because we all want world peace. But in all honesty, I truly believe that we can and will achieve it. Our organization has been able to prioritize the first 5 Sustainable Development Goals, from no hunger to zero poverty to access to healthcare and education and well-being, and to ensuring that we're promoting equality through schools across the country and neighboring nations. We've been able to partner up with the leading medical biological technology company in my country that has allowed us to have access to mobile clinics that are fully equipped with solar panels, generators, toilets even, because some communities do not have those bare necessities. And on top of that, we are now expanding to countries such as Swaziland, Namibia, and they've allowed us to be able to speak to leaders from France and the Netherlands, because we know poverty, illness, malnutrition is not a South African problem. It is an investment problem in our futures. So I stand here today to implore you to be able to use your voice to continue inspiring others, because each and every single one of us is a vision of hope and care. But also to join me in not being afraid of standing up and not looking away when justice needs to be served. And sometimes justice looks like acknowledging a child, telling them that they matter, and ensuring that the world we create is one that is allowing them to thrive as best as they're supposed to, and is planting that nurturing. Hello and goodbye. I'm Ramanda Homba. I'm an audiologist, a 2-time master's candidate, a UNICEF graduate, but also, most importantly, I'm a gardener of hope, dignity, and faith restored in our humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. Our next candidate, South Sudan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, my fellow queens. It is an honor to be on this global stage. Every girl is born with dreams. Dreams of learning, dreams of leading, dreams of becoming the woman she's created to be. Most girls do not achieve these dreams due to being cut short. Child and forced marriage continue to deny young girls the opportunity for better education to brighten their future. I believe every girl deserves an opportunity to achieve her goals and to reach to the stars. My name is Nyandeng Karibino Kwanyin, Miss World, South Sudan, and this is Breaking the Cycle, my Beauty with Purpose initiative dedicated to preventing child and forced marriage through education, awareness, and community engagement. I believe the long-lasting change begins when communities come together to protect every girl's dreams. Since launching Breaking the Cycle, I've worked with 10 survivors. Each story reminded me that behind every challenge, there is a girl with potential, hope, and courage. This experience led me to have a conversation with my childhood friend who has experienced child and forced marriage. Her experience helped me question, what can I do to make a difference? What can I do to help my community? And that was the birth of Breaking the Cycle. Ladies and gentlemen, I had the opportunity to present my project to the President of the Republic of South Sudan and the Minister of Culture, because change begins with us. That's why Miss World means a lot to me, because it has given us the global platform to change courage into action. Through this process, I've learned so much. I've learned that every goal, everything we do makes a difference. And as I look at all these queens, we're all breaking our cycles. And I'm forever grateful to meet each and every one of you, listening to your stories. And this crown does not mean for me to be seen. It's for me to see others in need. Because when one girl rises, an entire community rises with her. Together, me and Miss World, we're all breaking our cycles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Sudan. And now, our next candidate, Tanzania.
Mrs. Julia Morley, distinguished judges, Miss World families, and my fellow beautiful ladies from all around the world, good afternoon. I am truly honored to be on this stage here. And now, before I go all around and telling about where I come from or what I carry, I would like to say thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Julia Morley, for creating a platform and a space that a crown doesn't only define beauty, but purpose. And today in this room, I do not only see contestants, but I see women who are ready to give and women with something to give. Now, I come from Tanzania, a country that is now known as the next year's host for Miss World. But what I bring into this stage today is far way beyond that. I bring the kindness of its people, the humanity, but most importantly, the genuine love in their eyes. I come from a very loving family, a family that will always keep me and my needs first, no matter what's the situation. And my father, who would always rather sleep with hunger rather than not giving me money to buy a fancy dress or a makeup that I found on social media. And I can tell you, it is not a fancy home. But I grew up surrounded by people who understood me. People who, whenever I felt less confidence or afraid, they would notice. People that, anytime that I couldn't find the proper words to explain how exactly I felt, they would listen and they would notice. People that, anytime I felt different, I was never treated any less. And for that, I'm truly grateful.
Now, growing up for a very long time, I thought perhaps that's what every child has. But I came to realize that to some children, being understood is something they will never, ever take into granted. And then I thought about the children who communicate differently. The children whose silence is being mistaken for disobedience. The children whose different way of acting is being punished before being understood. And then I thought about their parents. The parents who wakes up every day, every morning, trying to find the solution to their children, but they really cannot find one, cannot even know where to begin. The parents who already have the burden to carry the fear of their children's future and still have to carry the society's judgments, being accused of witchcrafts. At the same time, there are parents who are always asked to be patient, but are really never given the tools to understand what exactly are they being patient for. And that is where I found my purpose, Nuruya Elim. I work with parents of children with autism, providing awareness, acceptance, but most importantly, physical understanding. Autism is not lack of awareness. Autism is not lack of potential. But most of these children are being judged by what they cannot do rather than being given an opportunity to understand what they can actually do. And behind these children are parents and a mother who is always crying when everybody has already gone away, wondering, have I failed as a mother? Where have I gone wrong? What is wrong with my child? Why me? Why my child? And the father who is always wondering, will my child ever be accepted in the society? And a family that is always wishing for just one person who would look behind and see a child before seeing a diagnosis. Now, with the help of professional doctors and related foundations, I came up with Understanding My Child. This is not only a book, but a guideline and a way, a direction to help parents, but our society also, to better understand their child, but also to know when, where, and how they can seek for help, and most importantly, to learn to believe on their child's potential. Because what I believe is that some children do not look or do not need for somebody to change them. What they need is somebody who can stay there long enough to be able to understand them. And I know that because I grew up surrounded by people who understood me. And that love gave me courage, and that courage gave me a voice, and that voice is what I'm standing with it here, not only for autistic children, but for their parents. The parents who are confused, afraid, and scared. And I want them to know that you are not alone, and your child is not broken. And with Nuru Elim, I stand with no child should be left behind, no child should be treated any less just because they're a little bit different. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Tanzania, of course, is the venue for next year's Miss World. So, and I believe the first of our friends from Tanzania have arrived. We have a very special friend. In fact, I think we'll wait till later because there's a few people arriving from Tanzania, ready to celebrate with you all at the end of Miss World, the announcement of the next hosting country. So hopefully you'll get a chance to meet the people, the fantastic people coming in from Tanzania. I've got to tell you that the program there is phenomenal, and they're coming here to see all the hard work that everybody's doing, and I know been very impressed today by all of the speeches that you've given. And our next candidate is from Uganda.
"15 years ago, if you told me that I'll be standing on a global stage with 100 inspirational women, I would never have believed you. It's such an honor and a blessing to be standing here with you all today. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is El Shivya Muhoza, representing the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. I am a 23-year-old businesswoman, author, and overall, a passionate advocate for the eradication of gender-based violence. And this is not only because I have seen it in my community, but it's because I personally lived in it. As a young girl, I watched my mother be a punching bag every single day. I watched her flinch every single time she watched the door open. And I watched her choose her 3 little girls over freedom. And this is what gave me a purpose. A few days ago, there was a story in Uganda where 5 children were stabbed and 1 was killed by their own mother. And every single time I imagined that there is a girl out there that is going through worse than I ever did, sexual violence. And this is why I stopped crying and I started building. I started the Elle Cares initiative. That is an initiative that opens different clubs in schools that are about respect, love, and equality. I also wrote a children's book that helps these children see how to treat people, equality, love, and kindness. Because I believe that if we teach children from the grassroots, we can help the next generation. Together with the Miss Uganda Foundation, I worked with 30 women, helping them to learn different skills, baking, cooking, shoemaking, because I believe that financial freedom is the first way for a woman to be able to leave a toxic environment. And I've been privileged enough to work with a wonderful team that has been able to help me create an app that is called the Girl App. Girl App stands for Guard, Alert, and Liberate. It has 4 features: an SOS button that helps you in case of any danger to reach out to a friend, a sister, or someone you trust. It has a digital skilling feature because I believe that digital skilling is the new era that we are in right now. The 3rd feature is a community of women that talk to each other anonymously, that can understand each other's stories and be there for each other, because you can never heal alone. I've also been privileged enough to write Spoiler Alert, You Survived, that is about growth, that is about healing from trauma, and I want women to understand that healing does not happen alone. It happens slowly but steadily. And I believe standing here today with you and I, we can not only change Uganda as a nation, but we can change the world at large, one step at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. Just 2 candidates to go. And we're down to the letter Z, I think they say. We start with Zambia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here as a proud child of Zambia. My name is Dr. Ada Mushivi. I believe a life does not need to be long for it to leave a lasting legacy. And the life that I'm speaking about is my brother's life, Evans Jr. Evans had cerebral palsy. He couldn't walk and he couldn't talk. Despite his condition, he's the happiest person that I have ever met. Growing up with a brother like this was difficult. I can't even imagine how it was for him. I faced stigma, and people didn't even want to be my friends. I remember there's a time my mother almost lost her job because her boss didn't understand why she never went for the morning meetings. That's because each morning she put my brother on her back, walked to the hospital for physiotherapy. Despite all of this, my brother taught the family very important lessons. He taught us to pay attention. Because he couldn't speak, we learned his language. The sounds that he would make when he was hungry, or when he was needing to be changed, or even when he just wanted us to leave him alone. These are lessons of patience and paying attention that I will always carry with me. One day, my father came to me and he said, "The doctors say your brother won't live until the age of 13. I dreaded his 13th birthday. But being the stubborn young man that he was, he lived way past 13. We celebrated his 17th birthday, and I was convinced that my brother was going to live forever. Fortunately, a month after his 17th birthday, my brother passed away. It was a very confusing feeling, and to this day, I can't even put in words what I felt. Because death always felt so far away. It didn't make sense that he was in my household. I carried my grief for years. I realized that I couldn't give my brother more years to live, but I could give the years that he spent with us meaning. So I began to write what I call a love letter to my brother, the Evans Jr. Foundation. This foundation believes that every ability can thrive. It is registered, and I have been running it for the past 5 years. It caters to people who are like my brother, people who are just like him. And I'm proud and happy to say that I have been able to help over 200 children living with disabilities through donations. Not only that, we also do school outreaches with gardening programs and feeding programs, not only to empower the children living with disabilities, but also their caregivers, because I understand and I know that it takes a special family to take care of these special children. We are working with the Zambia Association for Persons with Disabilities to have these children registered so that they can get the recognition that they deserve. This is my love letter to my brother, Evans Jr., and I don't think I'll ever stop writing it. It's one I have been writing for 5 years, and I will write it until I run out of ink. Thank you.
Thank you, Zambia, thank you. Our final contestant in the head-to-head challenge is Zimbabwe.
Good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Julia Morley, CVE, esteemed judges. The great philosopher Aristotle once said, "Poverty is the parent of crime and revolution." More than 2,000 years later, those words still ring true. What I believe to be the true meaning behind those words is what happens to humanity when we are denied of the things that we need to live with dignity. Poverty affects our choices, it affects our health, and sometimes even our confidence and dreams. This is not just an advocacy, it is my life story. Growing up, my family faced real seasons of hardships, and there were moments when we didn't know where food was going to come from. I lived with my grandmother, along with so many other grandchildren that she had, and my very young mother. And as a child, I suffered malnutrition. I remember a moment in my life where we survived off of Red Cross packages, but I refuse to believe that poverty can have the final say, because I stand before you today as a pharmacist and Miss World Zimbabwe. To so many of us, poverty is just a number or a statistic. But to 800 million people around the world, 2/3 of which are in sub-Saharan Africa. It is waking up each morning wondering where their next meal is going to come from. It is a mother sacrificing her own meal so that her child can eat. It is a little boy or a little girl staying at home, not being able to go to school because school fees cannot be paid. Years later, something happened that changed the way that I saw poverty. I sat with my sister. She made a very beautiful meal, put a plate in front of me, and I told her, you know what, I don't want to eat this dinner. Just cover it up for me, please. And she said to me, and do you know how many people are going to go to bed hungry tonight? And that sparked a conversation. We talked about it. We said, we're living in the era of social media. Let's start a campaign that goes, #no one goes to bed hungry tonight. We're going to attract so many people to sponsor this campaign and make sure that we're going to underprivileged communities, making meals for them, handing out meals to them. We're so excited about this idea. But whilst in that excitement, another question popped up. And what's going to happen tomorrow when we leave this neighborhood to the next underprivileged neighborhood, to those people that would have left? And that began my foundation, my Beauty with a Purpose project, that is, tomorrow starts today. We didn't want to donate people out of poverty. We wanted to give them something to rise above poverty. And I worked on creating opportunities for these people. It was very simple. I thought, I don't have as much resources. What can I do? I approached a lady from church who was a chef. And she took 20 girls to train them, to give them a culinary skill. And I realized that there's so many people with skills that they can give to other people for free. And that's how we started. A carpenter, could you please train these kids? Walking around neighborhoods, giving them skills in carpentry, in baking, and sewing, and so many things. And all it needed was someone to approach these people. The next thing that we did was give education. We managed to raise $10,000. It may appear little, but it helped so many children stay in school, give them education, a chance at life, and opportunities. And that is how I imagined poverty to be eradicated. That is the path that I chose. And I believe that whilst poverty is this giant in front of us, the problem seems so big and my voice so small. But history tells us a different story. Every great movement, every remarkable invention required just one person to stand up and act. And I'm choosing to be that person. Allow me to leave you with a quote from Nelson Mandela that says that overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice. Justice for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. Well, ladies, we've heard from you all. And we now ask the judges to deliberate. And we will get their results. And from this moment, we will select 5 candidates from each continental group. And each one of you will then speak on one question. There's one question to go to each group. And the 5 candidates will answer the same question. You won't hear the answer given by your colleague. You will be off the stage, and you'll come onto the stage, and you'll answer the same question. Now, we'll tell you what that question is. It won't be a sudden surprise there. But we will be telling you your questions very shortly, the ones that you will have to answer. And if you want to go and prepare for that, we will then call you on the stage for your answer. The judges will then decide which one of the 5 answers from the continent they like the best. That person will then be continental champion. If you're a continental champion, you will qualify for the top 40 of Miss World. There will be a final round where I think this has been sent to you, where the 4 continental winners will then give a short presentation as the ambassador for tourism for Vietnam. And we will ask you to draw on your experiences while you've been here. in that, and the judges will then decide who has given the best presentation, and they will also look at that stage at your presentations overall during your time, and they will select the overall winner. Overall winner may not be announced today, but the overall winner will be in the top 20 of Miss World. Okay, so a lot to play for. Right, if we're just going to have a break now for 10 minutes, we will come back with the next sequence. So if you want to just freshen up, I would join us again at just around 3 o'clock, okay, 1500.
Diamond sponsor, Kelew Simcoe.
Tọa lạc tại vùng đất linh thiêng Đồ Sơn, nơi hội tụ linh khí của đất trời và vẻ đẹp hùng vĩ của thiên nhiên. Một ngày tại đồi rồng không chỉ là hành trình khám phá hệ sinh thái nghỉ dưỡng đẳng cấp, mà còn là hành trình lưu giữ những khoảnh khắc gắn kết gia đình, nơi mỗi trải nghiệm đều trở thành một kỷ niệm đáng nhớ. Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn, quần thể du lịch nghỉ dưỡng nổi trên biển, top 10 dự án hướng tới mục tiêu phát triển bền vững nhất Việt Nam.
Cuộc sống là những bước chân đưa ta muôn chặng hành trình. Từng khoảnh khắc, từng cảm xúc, từng dấu ấn sẽ mãi được lưu giữ qua những trang ký ức về một chặng hành trình đầy tự hào. Xuyên Việt, hành trình trải nghiệm văn hóa bản địa.
Gold sponsor, Phú Long Corporation.
Như một khu vườn tươi tốt, được tạo nên từ sự vun trồng và chăm sóc. Tiếp tục hành trình lấy khách hàng làm trọng tâm. HD Bank Priority mang đến hàng loạt đặc quyền về tài chính cùng những sản phẩm riêng biệt và những người đồng hành đáng tin cậy, đem lại những trải nghiệm sống mới mẻ và giá trị cộng thêm tốt nhất cho mỗi khách hàng. HD Bank Priority tận hưởng đặc quyền, gia tăng lợi ích.
Bạn muốn vé không đồng, khám phá những vùng đất mới. Muốn chưa đến nơi, trải nghiệm đã tới. Vietjet phục vụ mọi mong muốn theo đúng sở thích. Bay là thích ngay.
Diamond sponsor, Kelew Simcoe.
Tọa lạc tại vùng đất linh thiêng Đồ Sơn, nơi hội tụ linh khí của đất trời và vẻ đẹp hùng vĩ của thiên nhiên. Một ngày tại đồi rồng không chỉ là hành trình khám phá hệ sinh thái nghỉ dưỡng đẳng cấp, mà còn là hành trình lưu giữ những khoảnh khắc gắn kết gia đình, nơi mỗi trải nghiệm đều trở thành một kỷ niệm đáng nhớ. Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn, quần thể du lịch nghỉ dưỡng nổi trên biển, top 10 dự án hướng tới mục tiêu phát triển bền vững nhất Việt Nam.
Cuộc sống là những bước chân đưa ta muôn chặng hành trình. Từng khoảnh khắc, từng cảm xúc, từng dấu ấn sẽ mãi được lưu giữ qua những trang ký ức về một chặng hành trình đầy tự hào. Xuyên Việt, hành trình trải nghiệm văn hóa bản địa.
Co-sponsor Phú Long Corporation.
Như một khu vườn tươi tốt được tạo nên từ sự vun trồng và chăm sóc. Tiếp tục hành trình lấy khách hàng làm trọng tâm. HD Bank Priority mang đến hàng loạt đặc quyền về tài chính cùng những sản phẩm riêng biệt và những người đồng hành đáng tin cậy, đem lại những trải nghiệm sống mới mẻ và giá trị cộng thêm tốt nhất cho mỗi khách hàng. HD Bank Priority tận hưởng đặc quyền, gia tăng lợi ích.
Bạn muốn vé không đồng, khám phá những vùng đất mới. Muốn chưa đến nơi, trải nghiệm đã tới. Vietjet phục vụ mọi mong muốn theo đúng sở thích. Bay là thích ngay.
Diamond Sponsor Gale Simcoe.
Tọa lạc tại vùng đất linh thiêng Đồ Sơn, nơi hội tụ linh khí của đất trời và vẻ đẹp hùng vĩ của thiên nhiên. Một ngày tại đồi rồng không chỉ là hành trình khám phá hệ sinh thái nghỉ dưỡng đẳng cấp, mà còn là hành trình lưu giữ những khoảnh khắc gắn kết gia đình, nơi mỗi trải nghiệm đều trở thành một kỷ niệm đáng nhớ. Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn, quần thể du lịch nghỉ dưỡng nổi trên biển, top 10 dự án hướng tới mục tiêu phát triển bền vững nhất Việt Nam.
Cuộc sống là những bước chân đưa ta muôn chặng hành trình. Từng khoảnh khắc, từng cảm xúc, từng dấu ấn sẽ mãi được lưu giữ qua những trang ký ức về một chặng hành trình đầy tự hào. Xuyên Việt, hành trình trải nghiệm văn hóa bản địa.
Co-sponsor Phú Long Corporation.
Như một khu vườn tươi tốt được tạo nên từ sự vun trồng và chăm sóc. Tiếp tục hành trình lấy khách hàng làm trọng tâm. HD Bank Priority mang đến hàng loạt đặc quyền về tài chính cùng những sản phẩm riêng biệt và những người đồng hành đáng tin cậy, đem lại những trải nghiệm sống mới mẻ và giá trị cộng thêm tốt nhất cho mỗi khách hàng. HD Bank Priority tận hưởng đặc quyền, gia tăng lợi ích.
không đồng, khám phá những vùng đất mới. Muốn chưa đến nơi, trải nghiệm đã tới. Vietjet phục vụ mọi mong muốn theo đúng sở thích. Bay là thích ngay.
Diamond Sponsor Gale Simcoe.
Tọa lạc tại vùng đất linh thiêng Đồ Sơn, nơi hội tụ linh khí của đất trời và vẻ đẹp hùng vĩ của thiên nhiên. Một ngày tại đồi rồng không chỉ là hành trình khám phá hệ sinh thái nghỉ dưỡng đẳng cấp, mà còn là hành trình lưu giữ những khoảnh khắc gắn kết gia đình, nơi mỗi trải nghiệm đều trở thành một kỷ niệm đáng nhớ. Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn, quần thể du lịch nghỉ dưỡng nổi trên biển, top 10 dự án hướng tới mục tiêu phát triển bền vững nhất Việt Nam.
Cuộc sống là những bước chân đưa ta muôn chặng hành trình. Từng khoảnh khắc, từng cảm xúc, từng dấu ấn sẽ mãi được lưu giữ qua những trang ký ức về một chặng hành trình đầy tự hào. Xuyên Việt, hành trình trải nghiệm văn hóa bản địa.
Gold sponsor Phú Long Corporation.
Như một khu vườn tươi tốt được tạo nên từ sự vun trồng và chăm sóc. Tiếp tục hành trình lấy khách hàng làm trọng tâm. HD Bank Priority mang đến hàng loạt đặc quyền về tài chính cùng những sản phẩm riêng biệt và những người đồng hành đáng tin cậy, đem lại những trải nghiệm sống mới mẻ và giá trị cộng thêm tốt nhất cho mỗi khách hàng. HD Bank Priority tận hưởng đặc quyền, gia tăng lợi ích.
Bạn muốn vé không đồng, khám phá những vùng đất mới. Muốn chưa đến nơi, trải nghiệm đã tới. Vietjet phục vụ mọi mong muốn theo đúng sở thích. Bay là thích ngay.
Diamond Sponsor Gale Simcoe.
The 73rd Miss World, in partnership with our sponsors.
Diamond Sponsor Gale Simcoe. Official Host Destination in Hải Phòng, khu du lịch quốc tế Đồi Rồng, Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn. Official Transportation Sponsor Omoda and Triku Việt Nam. Transportation Sponsor Việt Travel. Host in Hạ Long, Beam Group.
Gold sponsor Sovico Group, Phú Long Corporation, HD Bank, Vicky Digital Bank. Official Airline Partner Vietjet Air.
Hospitality Sponsor Imperial Hotel Vũng Tàu. Strategic Technology Partner Official Voting Portal Eventista. Media Sponsor Ticilon Media. Hospitality Sponsor in Hạ Long Intercontinental Hạ Long Bay Resort. The yacht sponsor, Gathering Cruises. Hospitality sponsor, Radisson Blu Hotel Hạ Long Bay. The Wilson Premium Hạ Long Hotel. Hospitality sponsor in Nha Trang, Novotel Nha Trang. Ibala Hotel and Spa. Khu du lịch suối khoáng nóng I Resort. Potic Hotel Nha Trang. Regalia Gold Hotel Nha Trang. Vocal Senior Bay Nha Trang by HHG. Hyatt Regency Nha Trang. Boma Resort Nha Trang. Iconic Hotel.
Citadines Bayfront Nha Trang. The Morning Glow Handwritten Collection. Tui Blue Nha Trang.
Shopping and entertainment partner, Gold Coast Mall in Nha Trang. Hospitality sponsor in Da Nang, 4 Points by Sheraton Da Nang. Hospitality sponsor, La Chateau Hotel.
Special Energy Coffee sponsor, Trung Nguyên Legend.
The Iconic Bag sponsor, Châu Phíp. Fashion sponsor, Alice. Exclusive olive oil partner, Olivola. Accompanying sponsor, Sun House. Fashion sponsor, Le Soleil. Kaylin. WFVN, we're from Vietnam. Food sponsor, Yuri Station. Drink sponsor,
Yi He Thang.
Vietnamese Heritage Dining Partner, Cơm Niêu Thiên Lý. Accompanying sponsor, Tây Nguyên Food Việt Nam.
Trường cao đẳng kỹ thuật công nghệ bách khoa CTech.
Service sponsor, Vinex. Jewelry accessory sponsor, Avery Jewelry.
Co-sponsor, Bear Soil.
Media sponsor, Unique OOH. Note Group.
Hoa Mộc Media and Event.
Healthcare sponsor, Sante Hospital. Fashion sponsor, Duy Trần Couture. Jenny Brado.
Lavance.
Đồng phục Hải Anh. Pili Fashion. Flower sponsor, Chiến Flowers. Drink sponsor, trà sữa ít béo từ hạt Mobeya.
Drink sponsor, Yến Sào Khánh Hòa.
Accompanying sponsor,
Shin Cà Phê.
Trendy Beauty. Official Glam Partner, Quân Nguyễn Poulet Academy. Service sponsor, Lock and Lock. The new kind of soda sponsor, Sela. Food sponsor, Marina Beach Club Nha Trang. Tiệm Yến Nha Trang. Papa Sốt. Cuckoo Buffet. Juices and nutritious cereal sponsor, Legumes. Public Speaking and Communication Coach, The TV Face. Legal Advisory Support Unit, Công ty luật ATQ. Media sponsor, Tower Hill Communications. Suzu Group. Thế Anh 28 Entertainment. Thế Giới Hoa hậu. Molly Group. Bamboo Creative. World Beauties. World Press. Backstage Showbiz. MZ News. Z Studio. Zalo Video. TikTok. Star Nation. Top Show. Diamond sponsor, Livestream.
Tọa lạc tại vùng đất linh thiêng Đồ Sơn, nơi hội tụ linh khí của đất trời và vẻ đẹp hùng vĩ của thiên nhiên. Một ngày tại đồi rồng không chỉ là hành trình khám phá hệ sinh thái nghỉ dưỡng đẳng cấp, mà còn là hành trình lưu giữ những khoảnh khắc gắn kết gia đình, nơi mỗi trải nghiệm đều trở thành một kỷ niệm đáng nhớ. Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn, quần thể du lịch nghỉ dưỡng nổi trên biển, top 10 dự án hướng tới mục tiêu phát triển bền vững nhất Việt Nam.
Cuộc sống là những bước chân đưa ta muôn chặng hành trình. Từng khoảnh khắc, từng cảm xúc, từng dấu ấn sẽ mãi được lưu giữ qua những trang ký ức về một chặng hành trình đầy tự hào. Xuyên Việt, hành trình trải nghiệm văn hóa bản địa.
Gold sponsor, Phú Long Corporation.
Như một khu vườn tươi tốt, được tạo nên từ sự vun trồng và chăm sóc. Tiếp tục hành trình lấy khách hàng làm trọng tâm. HD Bank Priority mang đến hàng loạt đặc quyền về tài chính cùng những sản phẩm riêng biệt và những người đồng hành đáng tin cậy, đem lại những trải nghiệm sống mới mẻ và giá trị cộng thêm tốt nhất cho mỗi khách hàng. HD Bank Priority tận hưởng đặc quyền, gia tăng lợi ích.
Bạn muốn vé không đồng? Khám phá những vùng đất mới. Muốn chưa đến nơi, trải nghiệm đã tới. Vietjet phục vụ mọi mong muốn theo đúng sở thích. Bay là thích ngay.
The 73rd Miss World, in partnership with our sponsors.
Diamond sponsor, Livestream. Official host destination in Hải Phòng, khu du lịch quốc tế đồi rồng, Dragon Ocean Đồ Sơn. Official transportation sponsor, Omoda and Triku Việt Nam. Transportation sponsor, Việt Travel. Host in Hạ Long, Beam Group.
Gold sponsor, Sovico Group, Phú Long Corporation, HD Bank, Vicky Digital Bank. Official airline partner, Vietjet Air.
Hospitality sponsor, Imperial Hotel Vũng Tàu. Strategic Technology Partner Official Voting Portal, Eventista. Media Sponsor, Tclon Media. Hospitality Sponsor in Hạ Long, Intercontinental Hạ Long Bay Resort. The Yacht Sponsor, Gathering Cruises. Hospitality Sponsor, Radisson Blue Hotel Hạ Long Bay. The Wilson Premium Hạ Long Hotel. Hospitality Sponsor in Nha Trang, Novotel Nha Trang. Ibala Hotel and Spa, khu du lịch suối khoáng.
Our qualifier from the Miss World team. And from Europe, we are pleased to announce, having qualified are Scotland. Well done, Scotland. There we go. She's coming up onto the stage for even more applause. Look at that. There we are. Germany. There we are. And Germany takes to the stage. Oh, he's going to go for the long walk. There we are. Well done, Germany. And as she comes onto the stage, there we are, Germany. Our next qualifier, Gibraltar. Comes Wales. Nice. And finally from Europe, España. That's Europe. Now, Europe, you will answer a very special question, which is only for Europe. Okay? And it's going to be this. You'll all get asked the same question, and it's, in a world where everyone can express an opinion instantly, what does it mean to truly listen to someone you disagree with? Okay, it's quite complicated. You get that? We shall be giving it to you backstage as well. But that is your question. Congratulations. If you want to go backstage now, that is Europe. We're going to send you backstage. And what will happen, ladies, you will come out one at a time. You'll give the answer to the question we ask, and then you'll take your seat until you're all out on the stage again, okay? So congratulations to our qualifiers from Europe. Next. The next one was Americas and Caribbean, I believe. So, qualifying from the Americas and Caribbean. Can you wave Americas and Caribbean so that they know where to set up? They're on that side. So Americas and Caribbean all seem to be on that side. Here we go. The first qualifier. Bahamas. Well done, Bahamas. And Bahamas will be joined by Trinidad and Tobago. Congratulations, TNT, well done. The next qualifier, Bolivia. Congratulations, Bolivia. Our next qualifier, United States. Congratulations, United States. And finally, from Americas and Caribbean, Martinique. So there you are. Ladies, would you like to all step forward? Here they are. All come forward. Front of the stage, your qualifiers from the Americas and Caribbean. I think we need you. That's it. There we are. Head challenge. Qualifiers. Okay. Now, ladies, you have a question as well, especially for you. We'll all be able to tell from the expression on your face whether you like it or not. So let's hope so. Hang on. Americas and Caribbean. Your question. If you had the attention of every young person in the Americas and Caribbean for 1 minute, what is the one message you believe they would most need to hear today? Okay, you got it? Okay, that will be ready for you backstage. Best of luck to our qualifiers. Back you go. There we are. So, there we go. So now we come to the next group, which is Asia and Oceania. The first qualifier is the home country, Vietnam. Congratulations. Our second qualifier, Philippines. For the third qualifier, if I tell you that her headgear is now 2 inches longer, you'll know it's Cook Islands. What a great achievement for the Cook Islands. Our fourth qualifier, Korea. And remarkably, the final qualifier, the Maldives. First time in Miss World, and they qualify. What a moment for the Maldives. Wow. So ladies, there you have it. Your qualifiers from Asia and Oceania. Wow. Now ladies, if you'd all stand up, come to the front of the stage to be recognized. And we're going to give you that all-important question. There they are, the qualifiers. Your question, ladies. Asia and Oceania include some of the world's oldest traditions and some of its fastest changing societies. How can a new generation embrace progress without losing what makes its culture unique? Okay, that's what you've got to. It's a very tough question. You'll be given it again when you go backstage, but for now, everyone's going to applaud you as you make your way backstage. Congratulations. And of course, the key part of this is as you make your way backstage. Well done, thank you. So we have one group to go. And of course, this is the continent of Africa. Wow, what an incredible number of brilliant presentations. And the judges took a little time to deliberate, which is why we had to take some time. These are the results. Qualifying from Africa are Zambia, and it's wonderful. As you can probably see, Miss Zambia is in tears because she knows what an incredible achievement it is. Congratulations, Zambia. Our next qualifier, South Africa. And you would not think it possible to have debut nations qualifying for the major events in their very first Miss World. But we have another, and I think by that you know that our next qualifier is Eritrea. 2 places left. First of those goes to Kenya. And making up the group of Africa, Nigeria. There we are. Representing Africa, there they are. And we need you to come forward to the front of the stage, ladies, to receive your applause and also your all-important question. There they are. For Africa, your question is, if you could give every girl in Africa one thing that money cannot buy, what would it be and why? Okay? This is your gift to them. Okay? Everyone clear? Big round of applause if you take your place backstage. Now, while they go backstage, clearly the judges, it's a very difficult decision, and they wanted to spend some time, which is why we went backstage. In fact, it's taken longer to do that than it did actually much longer than we actually had anticipated. So it just shows you how close it was for everyone. An incredible head-to-head challenge, and I hope that when you look back at your own presentations, you'll be really proud of what you've done, because they were all very special this year. Thank you, ladies. So what we're going to do is we're going to invite the contestants forward. They're going to be in the order that we did them. So Europe will come forward first. We will put them in alphabetical order so that it's easy for judging. And the judges will just mark a first and second on the sheets of paper. And if somebody has a majority of firsts overall, they will be the winner. If there's no overall majority, then first and second places will be counted. And if there's still a tie, the chairman will have the final casting vote. It's a very simple procedure, but very fair. So, we're going to invite the contestant to come forward from Europe. So what we're going to do, Sharky. So we're going to ask Germany to come first. And so Germany will come onto the stage. She'll answer the question, and she will then have to answer within the time allocated. We would like, it has to be within 2 minutes for everyone. She will come forward, answer within 2 minutes. We will give her a time. If she's not finished within 15 seconds, we will ask her to stop. Okay, so that everyone is aware. Once she's answered, then she can take her seat and listen to the other answers. But we're first of all, it's always difficult to be the first one, so we'll give her a very special round of applause. So, let's welcome Germany. So, Germany, 2 minutes to answer. If you go over, we'll say time, but you only have 15 seconds after that before we will stop you, okay? And I will now repeat the question that you were asked. So, Germany. In a world where everyone can express an opinion instantly, what does it mean to truly listen to someone you disagree with?
Thank you. For me, I have a simple philosophy. It is to simply acknowledge it, consider it a win, and move on. I have been doing content creation for over 5 years now. It is something I love so much to the point that I upload one single video a day for 5 years straight now. I really love it from the bottom of my heart. But what comes with that, especially in a world where we live in, where people can share their opinion at any single moment? I've received many opinions that not only I disagree with, but have been negativity towards my video, or sometimes myself as well. But this is the inevitable truth and the reality that happens when you put yourself out there. Vulnerability is always something that follows. But what I have learned through so many years of doing this, and also through so many years of learning and understanding other stories as part of my Beauty with a Purpose project, is that the fact that people are presenting their opinion to you, that's already a win. They're trying to understand you, their story, and they're coming a step close to you. So the next time you see an opinion that you may disagree with, it may be a negative take on yourself or your content, I want you to consider that as a win, because that person is trying to understand your story, and so should you. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you, Germany. So, Germany, do you want us to take a seat? There we are. And now we call forward Gibraltar. You have a bit of a delay because they have to get from their secure area. There we are. So, Gibraltar, you have 2 minutes to answer. After 2 minutes, we will say time, and you only have 15 seconds to wrap up before we would stop your answer from continuing, okay? Question. In a world where everyone can express an opinion instantly, what does it mean to truly listen to someone you disagree with?
To me, the ability to truly listen to someone you disagree with shows not only strength in character, but maturity and empathy. Regardless of their views, whether you believe them or not, I personally believe that everybody's situations can influence their own opinions. And so to be empathetic shows that their situations in life may have impacted their outcomes. From a personal point of view, I've had people tell me that entering Miss Gibraltar and the world of pageantry would be the worst decision of my life. And I could not disagree more. I personally feel that this year has helped me heal in ways that I would have never imagined. And for them to solely base pageantry off of stereotypical beauty standards, to me is so wrong. I have had the opportunity to develop my grief journey. I've been able to speak the story of my sister, raise awareness for grief and cancer. I've been able to travel thousands of miles from my home to Ghana, where I'm now helping a little boy through his cancer journey too. And that just shows how much compassion you can have towards others when you disagree with their own opinions. So to the people who have said those things and I personally disagreed with, I will not judge you for that. I am empathetic towards what may have happened, why you may disagree so much with pageantry and your own experiences. And I am proudly saying that this journey has been amazing for me. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Gibraltar. Now we shall bring forward Scotland.
Hello.
So, Scotland, here we go. Going to ask you same question. You have 2 minutes to answer. After 2 minutes, we will say time. You have 15 seconds to wrap up. Okay. Here we go. In a world where everyone can express an opinion instantly, what does it mean to truly listen to someone you disagree with?
I firmly believe that disagreements are a massive part of life. You can never agree with everyone. It's just not how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. I think that it's a great thing to be able to disagree with someone. And I actually think it's a bit of a privilege that we're able to stand here and not agree with someone. I think as part of my job, I'm a customer relationship manager. My mum started the business 33 years ago, and she firmly believes that there's a knack to negotiations and disagreements. You don't need to agree with everyone in business, and I think that is the fundamental rule, that you're able to disagree without falling out or losing customers. Everybody wants different things out of a negotiation, whether it's a better deal, whether it's more money, whether they're wanting something else to go their way. But I think truly, as long as you become a good person within this negotiation and you don't end up screaming and shouting at each other and falling out, then that is truly a great outcome. I think it's the same as social media with the instant gratification. People think that they can sit behind a screen now and say these awful things to people. That's not how the world works. I don't think it should anyway, but I don't think we should give in to these people. I do truly believe that we don't need to interact with them and make a fuss, because that's what they want. One of the comments that I got when I won Miss Scotland was that beauty pageants shouldn't exist. I'm standing here because I love this. I truly love all the people here, and I love the fact that I'm able to stand up, tell my beauty with a purpose, and really transform, hopefully, at least a few people's lives.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There we are, that's Scotland.
Thank you.
Next we have Spain. There we are, Spain, with 2 minutes to answer a question and 15 seconds if you run over when we say time. After that, we will have to stop you. So you have your time starting very shortly. Here's the question. In a world where everyone can express an opinion instantly, what does it mean to truly listen to someone you disagree with?
Good afternoon. In terms of the question, I believe everyone should be able to express their opinions. I believe that having an open mindset is what makes us humans. And what truly, truly matters to me is I was raised in a home by two psychologists. My mom, a psychologist of kids, and my dad, a psychologist of adults. They always told me that you need to go in life with an open mindset. So listening to someone you disagree with is actually very good and very intelligent. To deeply understand what they're saying is something that's going to be good in your life, because who knows, maybe you change your mindset to the better. So I truly believe we need to go in this world with respect, with understanding, and obviously with an open mindset, because the world can give you a lot of great stuff and you need to be ready for it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Spain. And finally, in the group of Europe, we call forward Wales. There we are. Now, Wales, maximum of 2 minutes to answer. We'll give you a time at that moment, and then you have 15 seconds to wrap up. Okay? So. In a world where everyone can express an opinion instantly, what does it mean to truly listen to someone you disagree with?
Disagreements and negativity online are completely complex. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that everyone in this room has faced something similar. But I believe that it is up to us on how we combat this. My favorite quote goes, "The best way to predict the future is to create it." And I believe that when we spread that positivity will return to us. So it is not about the disagreements, it is how we can come together as a world. And I believe that everyone in this room has a shared responsibility to make the world a better place. And we are doing that. Thank you, diolch.
Thank you very much. Now, if you just hold on, ladies. Is very sorry, rather than make you go and come back, this is done in this way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a result. Ladies, congratulations for all of you and all of your contributions. The winner of the head-to-head challenge for Europe is Germany. Congratulations, Germany. There we are. And ladies, congratulations on being in the final. If you'd like to now leave the stage, Germany, you will be into the final section of this, but you've qualified for the top 40 in Miss World. There we are. Come forward. Come forward. There we are. Do you want to say a couple of words?
Sorry, I'm not the prettiest crier, but I'm so happy. Thank you, I love you. I just love talking so much. It's one of my favorite things to do. After the first round, I just felt so happy and exhilarated before I even heard the results today. So it means so much to me that I've come this far with something I love so much. And thank you so much to the judges who believed in me to take me to the next round. It really means the world. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Germany. We now come to the Americas and Caribbean. And we begin with Bahamas. Okay, you're going to have 2 minutes to answer a question which I'm about to pose, and if it goes beyond that, we'll say time, and then you have maximum 15 seconds to wrap up. Okay, here we go. The question for Americas and Caribbean. If you had the attention of every young person in the Americas and Caribbean for just 1 minute, what is the message you believe they most need to hear today?
I come from a country of less than 400,000 people, where young people in particular are told every single day that they cannot amount to much, and thus they should not dream to try to experience anything more than they have. I know what it's like to be told that you are not enough, that you are not capable of being enough, and I want you, under the sound of my voice, whether you come from a very small island developing state or you happen to come from anywhere in the Americas, to understand that you are more than enough. You are capable and you are powerful beyond your own mind and your own measures. As a journalist, every single day I go out there to hear your stories, to be able to exemplify it on the world stage for the whole nation to be able to see. And as a diplomat, I ensure that I can walk into all of the necessary rooms to create the change that it is that you want to see. And while I would love to be able to carry this burden by myself so you did not have to, I want to encourage you and to applaud you to be able to also stand tall in your voice and to continue to speak your mind. Because the only way that you are going to continue to be seen and to be heard and to be noticed is by continuing to let your voice to be heard. You are not small, you are not insignificant, you are very much capable of creating and achieving whatever it is that you desire to do. You just have to continue to believe and continue to push. And I think me standing on this Miss World stage right here to represent you represents that. Come on.
Thank you very much, Bahamas. Our second candidate is Bolivia. There we are, Bolivia. Congratulations. Here we go. You're going to have 2 minutes to answer the question. If we say time, you have 15 seconds to wrap up. Your question is, if you had the attention of every young person in the Americas and Caribbean for 1 minute, what is the message you believe they most need to hear today?
Good morning again, Mrs. Morley, distinguished judges, dear ladies, and to everyone watching. Thank you. I think I would give them the life lesson I've learned through my family. I was raised by my grandmother and my mother, two fighting women. My grandmother became an orphan due to war, but through hard work and education, she was able to uplift herself, uplift her family, and teach that to my mom. My mom lost her husband, my dad, when I was very young, but I saw how she worked very hard to become a lawyer and to give me a wonderful and happy life. So throughout that journey, I've learned that we do not need someone to save us. We can save ourselves through hard work and education. And when I say education, I want to be clear that I don't necessarily mean a university degree, but I mean getting the right skills and knowledge to achieve economic independence and defend yourself in the world. I would also tell them that our value, it doesn't lie on the superficial looks, because at some point they stop being relevant. It also doesn't lie on economic resources that we might or what might not have, because those come and go. And it also doesn't rely on our degrees that sometimes we've very hardly earned. Our value relies on the knowledge we have. That is the only thing that no one can take away from us, and what we decide to do with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bolivia. If you could stay with us, though. There we are. Now, please welcome our third candidate, Martinique. So, Martinique, you have 2 minutes maximum to answer, although we have a 15-second runoff. If we give you the warning, you have to wrap up.
Thank you.
If you had the attention of every young person in the Americas and Caribbean for 1 minute, what is the message you believe they most need to hear today?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Bon après-midi, bonsoir. I want to thank you because the question is, if I had 1 minute to speak to all the people, young people of America and Caribbean, what's the message I want to share with them? The fact is that today, thanks to you, I have 1 minute to share my message with them. You know, nowadays, it's hard to believe, it's hard to have hope in a world where every day we wake up, we saw people suffering, we can see war everywhere. 2 days ago, I had the opportunity to share with you my story, to tell you that your differences should never define your future. Today, I want to tell you about my student story. I told you that I earned a master's degree, but if I hadn't believed in myself, I never had the opportunity to have this master's degree. Because I come from a family who have not a lot of money. And when the time has come to start this master in my business school, they told me that my mom don't have enough money to assure my student loan. And I was like, money should never define your future. Money should never define your dreams. So I was looking for a solution. And the same business school who has told me that I can't assure my student loan. And today, I have my master's degree. I want to share with all of you, with the young people of America and Caribbean, but with the young people of all the world, that you can, if you have a dream, just believe in it. There is always a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martinique. The next candidate is Trinidad and Tobago. So we have 2 minutes to deliver the answer. With 15 seconds from when we say time, you have to wrap up, okay? And we will go back to your question, which will be the same as the others. If you had the attention of every young person in the Americas and Caribbean for 1 minute, what is the message you believe they most need to hear today?
I'm simply going to tell you my truth. I stand before you here as a young woman who struggled with self-esteem and confidence. I often questioned if I was smart enough, if I was worthy enough, if I was able to think critically. I was scared to share my opinions and my thoughts on matters because we live in an era where everyone is your harshest critic and you can't make mistakes without judgment or without grace. But I'm reminded of a speech once given. It's not that you can't, it's not that you're not capable, it's not that you're not smart enough. It's simply you haven't found your way to success yet. Everyone has their own unique way of navigating life. In today's age, we stand before a mountain high, filled with challenges and obstacles. But I say to you, with time, with grace, and with love, you can do it. You can overcome those obstacles. You just need to believe, have faith in God, trust yourself. You are worth it. You are capable, and you will be successful in this life. I promise you. And that is the message I share in all my support group sessions through my Beauty with a Purpose. Because I believe in love, kindness, empathy. If my grandmother was here, she would be so unbelievably proud that I'm able to overcome my stage fright and speak to you all here today. So please, treat yourself with kindness and compassion and know you can do this. You can win. You can succeed. Just operate with love and faith. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trinidad and Tobago. And finally, in this group, United States. You have 2 minutes to answer your question, and with a 15-second runoff from when we say time. And your question is, if you had the attention of every young person in the Americas and Caribbean for 1 minute, what is the message you believe they most need to hear today?
If I had the opportunity to talk to anyone from the Americas and the Caribbean, or really anyone in the world, I would talk about labels. I think we are constantly put into boxes. The nerd, the jock, the dumb blonde, or for me, the bald girl. And I realized when you fall into those labels, you are limiting yourself of all of the wonderful capabilities and multifacetedness that you have. For me, when I wear a wig, I'm labeled as not having alopecia enough. Or when I don't wear a wig, I'm labeled as not pretty enough to be a beauty queen. And I fell into those labels for far too long. But through being here, I've had the opportunity to listen to 110 different stories, and none of them fell into a label. We are survivors, we are doctors, we're politicians, we are people who pick ourselves up after a tragic loss. And I am proud to say that each of us have defied every single label that is placed upon us. So if I had the opportunity to talk to them, I would tell them that you are more than what people say you are. And as I'm standing here right now, I realize you may be labeling me the girl with flowers on her head. And that is actually one of the few labels that I would be okay with. Because for me, that label is one of hope. When you look at a flower, let's take an orchid. Its petals may fall and some people throw it into the trash, but others continue to water that orchid. They continue to invest in it. And eventually, the water will go up from its roots all the way up to where its petals used to live, and it'll re-bloom. And that's what I want my life to be a living testament of, that you are more than any label that someone places upon you.
Thank you very much. United States. Wow. There has been 5 phenomenal presentations. Weren't they good, those presentations, ladies? Wow. I certainly would not want to be one of the judges for this. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the result. The winner of America's Caribbean Head-to-Head Challenge, qualifying for the top 40 of Miss World, is Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago, you are in the top 40 of Miss World. Wow. Would you like to say a few words to your sisters and maybe the judges and everyone watching at home?
I think we can see it on my face how shocked I am by this. But I'm so unbelievably grateful. Ladies, I must say you did an absolutely phenomenal job. And I'm so proud to be standing here on the stage next to you all. Thank you so much for all your support. Judges, thank you so much for this honor. I am so grateful. Ladies, I will continue to love you and appreciate you. Thank you.
There we are. Trinidad and Tobago is a head-to-head challenge winner for the Americas and Caribbean, and congratulations to the other ladies, a fantastic set of presentations. So Trinidad, you will be returning in a minute to the championship round. For the others, please come and join us. That was brilliant. So now we will move on to Asia and Oceania. And in alphabetical order, we will meet first of all the Cook Islands. Now, Cook Islands, you have 2 minutes to answer. If I say time, that means you only have 15 seconds to complete. Okay, here is your question. Asia and Oceania include some of the world's oldest traditions and some of its fastest changing societies. How can a new generation embrace progress without losing what makes its culture unique?
Thank you for the question. Each flower is woven by strength, beauty, and meaning. This is what is embedded into our culture in every one of us here today. I am a proud example of a proud Cook Islander, not only representing my beloved Cook Islands, but also being the first woman, the only woman to be representing my whole Pacifica nation as well. And I couldn't be more proud. We are the future of tomorrow. It is important of us to understand the values being brought down from generation to generation. Our culture is our identity. It is up to us to maintain this and to keep our traditions and our heritage alive. My Beauty with a Purpose project focuses on culture, challenges the question of depopulation. Coming through culture, we can help each other understand, not only coming from a Pacific woman, but coming from all over the countries, all over the world, understanding who you are as a proud representative of your country. And I am extremely proud to be here today because the values that have been brought down from generation to generation, including my own father, who has long passed away, I am here because of my ancestors. My culture lives within me. I am proud. I am a proud Pacifica woman. And today, I pass my flower crown to the next generation. Kia orana, e kia manuia, and come on.
Thank you very much, Cook Islands. Thank you. If you'd like to take a seat, thank you. We now call upon Korea. And Korea, we have 2 minutes to answer the question. From when we say time, that means 15 seconds to wrap up. And your question? Asia and Oceania include some of the world's oldest traditions and some of its fastest changing societies. How can a new generation embrace progress without losing what makes its culture unique?
Okay, so I want to start off by saying there's actually a little detail in the question I do not fully agree with. I do not believe we have to choose between progress and maintain what makes our cultures unique. It's actually a little bit funny because Korea's tradition or culture, you could say that we had to begin from zero all over again multiple times. Because for the last decades, Korea has been in countless wars. We have been invaded multiple times. And we also had a lot of civil wars and internal conflict. So you could say that our traditions and culture was destroyed every single time when we had these hardships. But I believe that maybe getting up from these hardships makes up this unique sense in our culture. I believe the resilience of the people that fought for independence, we call them 독립운동가 in Korean, getting up countless times after falling and risking their lives, and the strength to never give up on our own morals, and the passion to provide better circumstances for the generations to come, that was what formed our unique culture and a stable ground. I think the following generations are adding on to this foundation. So no, I do not believe changes in technology or even society means that we're losing parts of our culture. I think it's much rather so that our culture and the aspects that makes it unique forms the stable foundation upon which progress can be made. Since our progress is built upon this unique culture formed over thousands of years, the advances we're making today is adding on to this culture. Just because we're advancing and moving forward doesn't mean we forgot where we came from. Because we were because there were the countless sacrifices, resilience of the people that came before us, there can be progress today. It's all intertwined. Advancing means
5
getting
seconds.
up after falling. It means recovering from past pain, and it means learning from mistakes
Sorry, that's
and
time now.
sacrifices.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Korea. I'm very sorry, we have to be really strict on the timing for this round. Our next contestant is from the Maldives. So, it's good you have your family here. And of course, you have 2 minutes to answer the question. With 15 seconds, you'll be given a notice of time. If you don't answer within that 15 seconds, we have to stop you. Okay? There we are. Asia and Oceania include some of the world's oldest traditions and some of its fastest changing societies. How can a new generation embrace progress without losing what makes its culture unique?
Well, learning to embrace progress in terms of how to make your culture better while keeping its unique quality is what I believe is true progress. Well, because progress initially does not mean changing any part of who you are or your traditions. It's knowing how to make those unique qualities better for your culture and your people, and within your roots is called real progress. Otherwise, it's just going backwards and it cannot be considered progress. And in a world where there is so much cruelty, just because what is normal to one culture is abnormal to another, I truly believe we need to be more compassionate and more empathetic of our individual differences in terms of the societies and celebrate that and be proud of who we are instead of casting aside the unique qualities of each tradition in terms of progress, because that is not what I consider real progress. And I truly believe that if the generations to come, which is us, if we celebrate the parts that make us unique now and be proud of that, the generations to come within after us would not feel the need to cast those aside. And it is our responsibility as the current generation to celebrate the unique areas and traditions and the roots that makes us unique, so that the generations to come can never feel comfortable leaving those parts of the culture aside. So it is our responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maldives. And we're going to bring forward our next contestant, the Philippines. There we are. At the same 2 minutes. If we get to the end of 2 minutes, we'll give you 15 seconds wrap-up time before we have to stop you. Here is your question. Asia and Oceania include some of the world's oldest traditions and some of its fastest changing societies. How can a new generation embrace progress without losing what makes its culture unique?
There's a quote that goes something like, "A people who do not know their history, origin, or culture is like a tree without roots." Our cultural heritage is one of the main frameworks that make us who we are. The traditions that we hold, the food that we eat, or the people that we're around. It's what makes home feel like home. And the best way to preserve our cultural heritage is to simply pass it down to the next generation. Growing up in the Philippines, I saw firsthand the Filipino culture of kapwa, which simply put means interconnectedness, like a string that binds us all together. Whether that was the simple things like sharing food off of the same plate, or the bayanihan spirit of neighbor helping neighbor after a typhoon struck. It was the simple things like this that shaped me into who I am, and in the future will shape who my children are. And though we have many avenues of promoting our culture, social media, pageantry, our spheres of influence, it will be the simple things that save us. Speaking our native language at the house, sharing stories of old to our children and our grandchildren, or cooking recipes from our grandparents. In a fast-paced, modernized digital world, things like kapwa or the bayanihan spirit will not be lost. In fact, they will be the things that ground us fully, because that is what roots are for. And every generation learns from the last and the next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippines. And finally, in this group, Vietnam. Vietnam, you have 2 minutes to answer. We will then give you a warning, and then you have 15 seconds to wrap up, after which time we would ask you to stop. Here is your question. Asia and Oceania includes some of the world's oldest traditions and some of its fastest changing societies. How can a new generation embrace progress without losing what makes its culture unique?
Standing here as the host nation, I am incredibly proud to say that I've seen the progress of not only Vietnam, but also of Asia and Oceania. But what makes me even more proud is that our people, we have never lost our roots, not for a single day. And the secret recipe that the youth has been embracing, I believe that is the heritage of love. We love our nations, we love our people, our diversity, but most importantly, we love you, our international friends. As continents, we have endured so much pain, challenges, and here in Vietnam, we experience the pain of wars. However, we always choose peace. We always choose to love, not to hate. And today, we are channeling that love back to you. Take the instant of Miss World in Vietnam. You, as beautiful ladies, you come here and you promote our culture. You wear our traditional dress áo dài. You eat our food saying ngon quá. You have coffee soda, cà phê sữa đá, coffee soda, phở, bánh mì. And you also promote the tourism of the whole region. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is how us, Asia and Oceania, is developing, integrating, but not dissolving. Thank you. Xin cảm ơn.
Thank you very much, Vietnam. So, congratulations, ladies. You can relax a bit now as you've done the hard part. Now we're going to get the judges' results. And very soon we'll find out which one of you is our champion for Asia and Oceania in the head-to-head challenge. And don't forget that winner goes to the top 40 of Miss World. Okay, ladies, we have a result. The winner of the head-to-head challenge for Asia and Oceania and fast track to the top 40 of Miss World is Philippines. Now, Philippines, would you like to address the audience and the judges, please? You're in the top 40 of Miss World.
That is absolutely insane and incredible. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for allowing me to represent the Philippines, and thank you for giving me this responsibility and honor. I plan to use it to the fullest and to use my voice to inspire those who are watching. Maraming salamat.
Well, congratulations to the Philippines. And also put your hands together for the other finalists in Asia and Oceania. Ladies, if you'd like to come to the audience, and Philippines, you need to stay back for the final round. So we ask you now to come out there, please. Thank you. And we have one group to go. And that, of course, is Africa. And we begin Africa with Eritrea. Now, Eritrea, you're going to have 2 minutes to answer the question. 15 seconds from when we say time is the maximum you have to wrap up. And the questions for Africa. If you could give every girl in Africa one thing that money cannot buy, what would it be and why?
Thank you so much for this question. Thank you so much for the opportunity to stand here today among my sisters. If there was one thing I could give to this little girl in Africa, it would be the most priceless thing that anyone should be having. It is the gift of purpose. See, when we are in life, we're navigating, we're always watching at who is doing what. It could be fame, it could be money, until we realize none of it means anything. But purpose is actually what drives us to live this life properly, meaningfully. And by the end of their lives, I want them to look back and say, I lived my life and used all the gifts that the Creator has given me to live it purposefully. Everyone in here looks very different. Not even the identical twins are the same. Just as unique as we all are, also our purposes are unique. We all have a special assignment here in this world. So I would remind that little girl to find her purpose and live her life meaningfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eritrea. The next person we call forward is Kenya. Kenya, we have 2 minutes for your answer. If we say time, you have 15 seconds to wrap up. And the question for Africa is, if you could give every girl in Africa one thing that money cannot buy, what would it be and why?
Leadership. I will give them the power. Leadership. I believe this is a gift from God that money cannot buy. Everyone can be a leader through votes, through any other method, but it takes a different kind of heart to lead. I will instill in them confidence to believe in themselves and to take up space. As a woman who struggled with low self-confidence during my childhood days, I was afraid to take up space, and a lot of opportunities, I missed a lot of opportunities. But today, I am standing here on the most prestigious pageant, Miss World. I took up space, and that is why I am championing for my Beauty with a Purpose project, which is supporting incarcerated mothers and their children in prison. I am the voice of the voiceless. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kenya. Our next candidate is Nigeria. So as you come to the stage, you have 2 minutes for your answer. We give you a warning with 15 seconds to go. And your question is, if you could give every girl in Africa one thing that money cannot buy, what would it be and why?
Good day, once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Morley. 25 years ago, my dream that is now a reality was born. I was inspired by the legendary Abani Derago, who was the first Black African woman and only Nigerian to ever win Miss World. And I will, if I was to give any African girl one thing that money cannot buy, it will be the inspiration of a quote that has been the fuel to my fire. If you dare to dream it, work to achieve it. But make sure you turn that success around to bless the person coming after you. I was inspired many years ago, and I'm blessed to be standing in this room. And that is one thing I could give back, to be an inspiration to as many are willing to have huge dreams, big dreams, especially when people tell you that you cannot, or your dreams are larger than you. That is one thing I would give. And why? Because young women are capable, they are strong, they're able to do everything they set their heart to do without limit. And that is why I will give them the inspiration that I've received and I hope to give to many more Africans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. Our fourth candidate is South Africa. In South Africa, you have 2 minutes to answer this question. We will give you a warning with 15 seconds before we have to wrap up, okay? Here we go. Question. If you could give every girl in Africa one thing that money cannot buy, what would it be and why?
As a young lady that's currently living with endometriosis, polycystic ovarian syndrome, and fibroids, I had my first encounter with a healthcare professional who surprisingly actually listened to me for the first time last year. And since then, I've been able to get intervention through multiple surgeries, and honestly, it's been life-changing. But there was a moment where I was heavily depressed because everything changed in an instant. I moved from being very active in my community to feeling very hopeless and wondering if I'd ever be able to be strong enough to make a difference. So if there's one thing I'd love to give to every single girl in Africa and the world at large, it's hope. The ability to believe that things will get better in time, even if it doesn't feel like it. As you look at me, you are seeing a descendant of a domestic worker, of a waitress, and also of a vegetable seller. Those are three remarkable women that have raised me and led me to be the person you see today, who've invested in my education and in the work I'm able to do simply because they had hope that it would be possible for me. So, ladies, continue hoping, continue believing. You are the change we all need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa. Well, one candidate left, and that is Zambia. And Zambia, as you take your place, you have 2 minutes to give your answer with 15 seconds with a warning. And after that time, we would have to stop you. So please answer within the time given. And your question is, if you could give every girl in Africa one thing that money cannot buy, what would it be and why?
The one thing I would give is the power of never giving up. I'll use myself as an example. I've never been one to struggle academically, but when it came to sitting for my medical licensing exam, I didn't make it. This was very confusing to me because I had never failed an exam in my whole entire life. I wanted to give up. It felt like a part of me was taken away. But then I reminded myself that just because I failed this one exam did not make me less of a doctor. It did not mean that I was dumb. So I pushed myself. I forged ahead, and I studied. I studied with tears in my eyes. I studied depressed. I studied sad. And even when I didn't want to do it, I still studied. And that is the power of never giving up. You have to push yourself. And every opportunity that comes to you, you will grab it by the horns and achieve greatness because you have the power of never giving up. If you believe in yourself hard enough and fight for your dreams, you can achieve absolutely everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zambia. Again, incredibly good answers. The feature of all of the groups has been how strong the answers have been from every candidate. Ladies, just to say to you that we're going to get the judges' marks now. We'll announce the winner of the African group. And please note that the winner will go forward into the top 40 of Miss World. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the result. Our final head-to-head challenge. The winner for Africa, who is fast-tracked to the top 40 of Miss World and is the Africa Continental Champion. That goes to South Africa. Congratulations, South Africa. Wow. Would you like to say a few words, please?
I just really have to say thank you. Opening up about my health struggles was very difficult because there's a lot of shame that comes from being sick, especially in a society that sees women as weak. So to know that despite that pain, I'm still able to make a difference, and it's appreciated. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, South Africa. And again, to the other ladies, well done. We look forward to seeing you later in the competition. And South Africa, you need to go backstage. You have one more round to go, but you are in the top 40 of Miss World. Wow, there we are. So, ladies and gentlemen, we actually have our 4 championship round winners. Now they're going to go forward to the final challenge, which is a talk which you were all aware of, which you were told of in advance, where you will become the spokesperson for tourism in Vietnam. Okay, so that each one will be taking on, and they've got to use their experiences of while they've been here as part of their presentation. So we're going to move on with that. This is the final one. Now, we won't be announcing the results of this. This will be later because the winner goes into the top 20 of Miss World. So here we go. We're going to invite them back in the following order. We're going to start with Germany. So could we ask Miss Germany to come out? There we are. Germany, this is the championship round. Again, the same rules. This time, you are the spokesperson for tourism. You're an ambassador for Vietnam's tourism. And we want you to do a presentation drawing on some of your experiences, but telling the world why they should be coming to Vietnam.
Thank you very much for the question and the opportunity to really promote this beautiful country, Vietnam, we've been exploring so far. So for me, I believe that Vietnam, it has its delicious food, the amazing historic sites, and the tourist attractions as well. But of course, the one thing I really want people to explore are the people. But people cannot simply be described as people, because I believe there are 2 types of people you meet during tourism. One are the service people. These are the people at our hotels, restaurants, other tourist attractions who provide you the services. Of course, very warm people. They have treated us so well, and I'm so grateful for that. But I think what is even more special about Vietnam is the second type of people. These are the people we meet on the streets. People who come up to us, say hi, take a picture with us, just for the fun of it. And these people have provided me with so much warmth. Every person I've met on the streets, they come up to me with so much warmth, as if I'm part of their community. And why this shocks me so much is because on my badge here, it says Germany. It doesn't say Vietnam. And having people treat me as if I'm part of their country, part of their community, that means so much to me. because it is something which I struggled with so long in my life. So I'm very thankful for the people in Vietnam who treated me with so much warmth. And I hope that one day, if they have the opportunity to visit Germany, Japan, or even the United States, I would love to show them around as well. So thank you so much to the people in Vietnam. And if you are visiting Vietnam soon, please take a day to leave your hotel, leave the tourist attractions, and take a day to roam around the city and talk to the people, because that just might be the highlight of your trip. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Germany. So we now welcome our next tourism ambassador for Vietnam, who's Trinidad and Tobago, our Miss World head-to-head champion from the Americas and Caribbean. With 2 minutes, the same rules as on your previous presentation, but welcome to our tourism ambassador.
Thank you. Vietnam, to me, is warm, welcoming, and full of wonder. From the moment I arrived in Vietnam, I was greeted by wonderful, beautiful, smiling faces who were ready to accept me at any turn. I quickly realized that Vietnam is a place where differences among people thrive, they are celebrated, and they are expressed at every turn. Now, the warmth is one that I can appreciate. Being a Caribbean island girl, the warmth hugs me at every turn. And the culture is like no other. In Vietnam, the history is preserved, the culture is advanced, and the people, the structures, the architecture is so beautifully crafted. You cannot help but appreciate it. Now, my favorite thing about Vietnam is the cuisines. I love the food, and I love the differences that make us whole. So, Vietnam, thank you for welcoming me. Thank you for embracing me with open arms.
There we are. Thank you very much, Trinidad and Tobago. Now, our next candidate is from Asia and Oceania, and it's the Philippines. So once again, Philippines, you're speaking as though you were a tourism ambassador for Vietnam, but you're drawing on your experiences while you've been here. Okay, please go ahead.
The first time I visited Vietnam was in 2025 for a sports outreach. We were able to visit the historical old quarters in Hanoi, and I was amazed by the culture and experiences that I found. There, I was able to taste egg coffee for the first time. I was able to see thousands of motorbikes on the same road at the same time. My sister found a new favorite fruit with the little orange mandarins that they have here. But coming back to Vietnam with Miss World has shown me that I have barely scratched the diversity that this country holds. I never realized how big Vietnam was until me and my sister queens were traveling city to city to city. Yesterday, me and the rest of the candidates got to go to some tourist destinations. I went to a resort where they had beautiful golfing greens. Then we traveled up the mountains and saw a grape vineyard. We got to go underneath the trellises to see how the grapes are grown. We got to sample the juice and the fruits that were grown in Vietnamese soil. Then we went to a cove where the whole sand of the beach was coral and shells. From there, I have learned that in Vietnam, there are so many different sceneries. Traveling from the airport to Nha Trang, I saw scenes that made me remember the deserts in America. And then I would travel past the sea and the ocean, and it would remind me of the Philippines and home. But beyond the beautiful scenery of Vietnam, I saw the people, how humility and respect is a fundamental, how hospitality is cultural, and how family is a close unit. Now, whether you want to come to Vietnam to learn about its history, or to have a relaxing vacation, or to have a good adrenaline-inducing time, Vietnam is a timeless charm, and Vietnam is waiting for you. Come on.
Thank you very much, Philippines. And our final candidate is South Africa, representing Africa.
Good afternoon. Xin chào. I'd love to reintroduce myself as the official ambassador for Vietnam. And let me tell you, you're in for a treat. I first arrived a few weeks ago, nervous, worried if there'd be a cultural difference, but surprisingly, it's a lot like home. It's warm, filled with the most vibrant people that are extremely resilient. We learned about their history, how despite everything they've been experiencing over the past decade and even 100 years, they were able to be resilient and hopeful and still have warm, welcoming arms for the world to see. How the locals love waking up early in the morning to go to the beach and even engage in some Tai Chi, and somehow through all of that, they're still always ready to show respect to everyone that comes their way. The warmth of Vietnam is inexplainable, simply because there's so many good memories and experiences I've had. From the delectable fruit, you won't believe they have the smallest little apples, and somehow they have the largest grapes I've ever seen. It is honestly an experience of a lifetime. I have to say, I am ready for the rest of the world to be able to experience the beauty of Vietnam. From Ho Chi Minh City all the way to Hanoi and Ha Long Bay, I have to promise you, you will be in for a treat. And there's absolutely no better place to visit on your next trip than Vietnam.
Thank you very much. Well done, ladies. Now, ladies, you will see that you've had a chance to speak on different subjects today, starting off with your beauty with a purpose and the things that mean the most to you, and then extending through into a question that you did not know in advance, where you had to speak on that, and then finally where you're speaking on something else, something that you all have shared, an experience you've shared, which is what the last round has been. The judges now will make their decisions based upon your answers overall, not just on this one answer, but on your answers overall, and they will give their decision. It won't be done today, because they need to go through all of the things you've been doing while you were here. But congratulations. If you'd like to all come forward now, stand together as our continental champions. Come forward and receive the applause of everyone here. Your head-to-head challenge winners for the 75th anniversary Miss World. Let's give them a huge ovation, everyone. And as we say congratulations to our winners, I think we should thank everyone here. You've put on an incredible event with a head-to-head challenge. It's been a wonderful day. And thank you very much to our judging panel, to all the team here in the Children's Theatre for taking care of us. It's a lovely place. And we look forward to welcoming you to your next challenge. I think that's going to take place here, which is talent. And that's going to be on the same stage tomorrow night. Today, yes, for those doing talent, you're performing tomorrow night. For today, there is, as you know, there's going to be some rehearsals later on, which will be taking place this evening in another hall. And that's why you'll be having, I think, a takeaway dinner, yes, as well on that. So you'll be going from here. You'll be going from here to the rehearsal, I believe. Would you want to announce the talent finalists? I think you should, yeah.